Zomboid. Cool. So we'll pick up where we left off. You'll notice we've got objectives on the board again, because now it feels like we have a direction to go. It's not just beat up zombie until things start to line up. I mean, I still have kill zombies because I could come up with a really good third objective for the moment. But our two big goals for today's stream right now is I want to get the butter churn made, and I want to get mechanic 1. Where we left off yesterday, I was only about 10 XP away from having mechanic 1, so we're like right there at the home stretch. I just need to find like 2 or 3 like crappy weapons or 1 good weapon, and that'll be enough to get us that mechanic 1. With that, we'll be able to make our own hammer, we'll be able to make our own axe, and all that kind of stuff. And I see we've got... We are officially in the range that the helicopter can come back. Yeah, maintenance 1. If I said mechanic, it's maintenance 1. We'll go wash ourselves while we wait for the broadcast. But, we're trying to get maintenance 1, because then I can craft hammers and axes and a whole bunch of other stuff. Which will make clearing way easier. We need to get 2 nails and 2 boards, which will be pretty easy once we can get the hammer to get into town, because I'll be able to disassemble some things. And then with that, we can get the butter churn made. We do have our cows over here. Oh, I even typed a mechanic 1. Alright, hang on, let me fix that, because I'll have people ask why I have that. Maintenance 1. Okay, there we go. Can you fill bottles from water troughs? Yeah, you should be able to. Where do you find animals? Helicopter day. We are in a helicopter day. Drop everything. It's helicopter time. As far as where you find animals, you just gotta go to farms. So for Rosewood, there's farms to the north of Rosewood, and there's farms kind of southwest of Rosewood. I'd say the north farms are your better option. But generally it's just farmland. The cows are in here somewhere. There's one of them. It's fine. Yeah, the reason we just stopped what we were doing and cleaning and all that and just immediately bailed is today is a helicopter day, and the earliest the helicopter could show up is 9 a.m. We do not want to drag helicopters to our home.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Lanix7.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Lanix. Lanix, you have yourself some nice advertisement previewing, as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not, so thank you. Let's see, if you could fill waters from water troughs, which better has more capacity, that or a rain bale? I actually don't know the answer to that. You ever worry about getting wet too much? We did have where our characters started to get, not sick, but started to get proper cold yesterday. Or not yesterday, like a day or 2 in game. That I actually had to, like, retreat in the barn and sit there because our core temperature was coming down. But you usually get a pretty good amount of time to back off and sort yourself out. It's pretty rare that on vanilla settings, unless you, like, turn down the heat, that you have to worry about getting colds too much. If you're getting a cold on, like, the regular vanilla settings, then either 1, you're doing a pretty ridiculous challenge mode, or 2, something has gone really wrong. Like, right now we have Outdoorsman, which helps us, but we're still only moist. And I'm trying to, for the life of me, to get to where we're a bit north of that barn before the helicopter arrives. That's the reason we're jogging. I don't usually like jogging because it's a really big use of endurance. for not a lot of payout. But in this particular case, I am actually in a rush. Now, granted, it could show up at 7 p.m. and this rush would be a waste, but we don't know that, so we just got to go on the assumption it's going to be here anytime. Alright, so we're still sick from there, so we'll eat the acorns. Yeah, so those are the buildings. And I want to be north of them. Yeah, there's a pretty good chance we might have to juggle with the... Yeah, we got zombies I must have pulled into this area moving around. That is a pretty big hitch. Alright, I think this is about as good a position as we're going to get. I wanted to be more straight above it. We're starting to see that population density build up. And until we have the helicopter around, I really don't want to be in the thick of it. Yeah. No, it doesn't surprise me that the wiki's behind. It's also those things that very often, you gotta be real careful with the Product Zomboid wiki. It is a wiki that is notorious for bad info. Like, there's individuals who put a lot of effort, like, not counting Build 42, because it just came out, but, like, Build 41, it was for the longest time the weapon information was wrong, and we actually had some individuals in the community like really go out of their way to just spend time being like, I'm going to get this thing of information better. Would you stop? Oh, we aggroed a bunch. I'm actually very tired of, like, half the zombies being pinpoint hearing. Like, I don't mind pinpoint hearing if we are actually doing pinpoint hearing. But this whole thing where it's, like, kind of pinpoint hearing, but kind of not pinpoint hearing, is honestly what I've been pretty unenthused with. So it's 3 of you. Okay. Let's get away from all that, sit down and recover. Hey, Mutal. And, you know, happy almost Christmas for those almost in Christmas, and happy Christmas for those actually in Christmas. We'll have a bit of both. Let's go ahead and drink a little bit of the milk. Are you queasy from berries and river? It's been there for quite a while now. Yep. We're eating poison berries and all that. That's going to be a very regular thing. Basically, when it drops off, I eat another berry as soon as I get hungry, which usually means putting it right back on. I guess in the meantime, I'll just keep killing the zombies till we hear the helicopter. Might as well. They're gonna keep being problems. Yeah, no, because I drank both bad water and ate a bad berry, he'll stick with us for a while. And towards the end of yesterday's stream, I finally just made more spears. Mostly because I realized I wasn't going to be gaining any carving skill otherwise. So I was like, fine, I'll make the stupid spears till I get carving once and at least get more options. Alright. And her just doing a little bit to keep herself rested. Oh yeah, no, you're absolutely fine. Like, genuinely never be afraid to ask questions. Like, very specifically, asking questions helps me as a content creator because it gives a direction for the conversation to move. And another thing to consider is anytime you ask a question, more than likely there's at least one other person in the chat who also would like the same question answered, but maybe hasn't spoken up. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, the only time questions get annoying is if someone goes like, hey, how does this work? And I go, oh, no problem, it works like this. And they go, hey, how does this work? But the same exact question, it's like, oh yeah, no, it's no problem. Like, you know, maybe something came up, that's fine. But after, like, the third time, you're like, alright, look, man, I answered your question individually before. That's the only time it starts to get properly annoying. Because as a creator, you gotta be comfortable with repeating yourself, just because the same questions do come up a lot, and that's fine. It's just when the same person asks the same question again and again. I get, like, getting caught in ads and yada yada. What's going on with the zombie back there? I'm pretty sure that zombie... Okay, there it goes. I was pretty sure it went crawler, and then it was just laying there, and I'm like, you go to sleep there, buddy? Okay. And of the, like, 8 spears we made, we're down to our last one. And I've killed maybe 20 zombies. Let's see, is the wooden spear, the entry-level crafted spear? You'd guess crude spear would be your first you can make. Wooden spear is the worst one you can make. Alright, so it's helicopter time. That's not bad, 2 p.m. helicopter. So what I want to do is I want to get north of the area we've been clearing and just kind of stick around there. Oh, that's before we forget. It's the 13th. Let's find where we are on the map. That's because we've been reading those other little maps. So we're here. So what we've been doing for that is we've been adding the radioactive symbol. Helicopter 3rd 08/13/93. So I did our first helicopter, 3rd helicopter, 2nd helicopter. I use that partly to try and help me keep track of when the next helicopter is going to be, because they can be, the most frequent they can be on my settings is 10 days apart. But, you know, it kind of lets me just go, okay, I've got that window where I don't have to worry about it. But basically, I'm trying to pull as many of the zombies in the area up here to draw them away from the barns. I'm really glad I didn't cut through those woods. I was looking at the woods the last time, I was like, man, those woods seem like they're pretty spicy. And as they've been going, we're just seeing like a steady pour of zombies coming out of those trees. So here's a note. Echo Creek, the woods north of these barns, that's a no-go. Hey, Bentley. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the gigant buy-in. Yeah, the trees are not your friend. Now, the dream would be, when we're done with this, the helicopter goes and leaves to the north and drags the zombies up there. The worst case scenario would be the helicopter goes southwest, because that'd drag the zombies towards the barns, whatever those buildings. Regardless, I think this is a good spot for us to be. It's nice and open. We can do our laps fairly safely, avoid the zombies. It's a good place for me to dump a bunch of zombies that we can clear out later over time. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, Dredge is free on Epic today, or right now, I don't know when it ends. It's a good game, definitely recommend it. I don't think it comes with the DLC. That's usually the trick with the Epic free stuff, is they'll give you the base game and then you gotta buy the DLC. But I mean, that's still not a bad deal. I usually don't use Epic, not for any, like, moral standings or anything, just I don't really like deal with it. Yeah, having all the different versions of, hey! Alright, another pass. Each pass usually means way more zombies, because you have the ability to draw more zombies from farther away by having continuously pulling to the same area. Usually 1 and 2 passes isn't too bad. 3 and 4 passes could get real spicy real quick, depending on what's nearby you. I do think next run I'm going to get rid of the random variants on the walk speed and the hearing distance and the eyesight and all that. I like it in idea, but in practice, making the zombies way easier to deal with when it comes to, like, I don't have to worry as much. The zombies were out getting nowhere near as many responding when I make noise. But it also means I get very inconsistent behavior with the zombies, which in certain aspects is more dangerous, but also in certain aspects is much easier to manage. So I'd say like the overall difficulty from that standpoint is easier, with like some little nuance difference of having the handful of pinpoint. But I'd rather the zombies, you know, be more consistent in their behavior. Because I feel like it's limiting way too many different strategies we've developed over the years that I don't feel are unbalanced or unfair. Like, being able to, like, ball all the zombies up and walk away, I feel is a good thing because it takes a lot of timing and skill to get to that point. And it lets you use that strategically. So kind of, I wouldn't say high risk, but like moderate risk, you know, and decently rewarding. That you have a certain amount of control versus just being like you're being subjected to the zombies, but you really don't have a lot you can do to influence them. Feels not as great. There we go. All those zombies coming from the south we're seeing, all of those are being dragged away from the shed. And also, for people who haven't been seeing the updates with honey, for those who aren't aware of what honey is, it is, and I'm not sponsored by this is not a sponsored thing, this is actually kind of the opposite, that it's kind of come out that they're like a pretty shady, awful, borderline scam going on. It's one of those things that you load up with a browser extension onto your browser, and it grabs coupon codes, supposedly grabs coupon codes, so that you can get a discount on lots and lots of different places. In reality, though, it does all sorts of really awful things. Like, for example, if you went to my affiliate links and you clicked on someone, like, oh, cool, I don't have a shoe thing, but let's say there's a shoe thing down there. Okay. Oh, cool. You know, Rual pointed out these shoes. That's pretty cool. You click on the affiliate link, you buy the shoes, and let's say, you know, they were $100-something shoes, and maybe I get a kickback of $20, $30 for you buying the shoes through my link. Well, what Honey will do is if you click over and you go to that other area, and Honey will be like, oh, hey, let me check. I might have a coupon code. Hey, look, I do have a 10% coupon code. And then you click on the thing to apply the coupon code, and what Honey actually will do is it will replace my affiliate cookie with their own and basically take credit for the sale. So I get nothing and they get the full amount. And then it goes a step farther than that, is if it pops up and it goes, oh wait, never mind, there was no coupon code, and you click the like, yeah, okay, I understand, there's no coupon code. Even though there's no coupon code, they still replace the affiliate link and take credit for the sale, and then take the commission and all that for the affiliate link. You know, taking the money. It also gets shadier than that if you actually look at the coupon codes with Honey and what it applies. There'll all be like Honey 10, Honey 5, Honey 15, or whatever. And that's because what they actually do is they work with the companies and create their own coupon codes so that you don't go looking for the better coupon code. Instead, you settle for like the 5, 10% or whatever that Honey offers you, instead of maybe they have a 30 or 60% coupon code elsewhere. And that's negotiated with the companies directly through Honey. And it's like, it's just all around it. Even the business gets kind of conned in that they'll have some pretty egregious contract agreements and all that kind of trap you into using them. And so it is just one of those things that, like, it really is just scraping money off of absolutely everyone involved and not even doing any of the things that it promises to do for any other people. Because, like, their whole thing is that they get you... They're supposedly, they're marketing to consumers that they will get you the best price, you know, with that. And they spent a crap ton of money marketing with a whole lot of people. Generally, whenever you see these things, if you look at it and go, okay, but how do they make money? That's usually a major red flag. If you can't look at it and go, what is their monetization? How do they make money? What do they do to make their profit? They're making their profit somewhere. Yeah, no, that's, yeah, there's been, I forgot the creator's name. I was intending on posting a link in Tech News. I saw it really late last night. We have a Tech News channel in the Discord. If we can put the link there. Like, this isn't some discovery I've made. I'm not taking credit for it. But, there's been a couple people investigating. There's a pretty big YouTube video came out yesterday kind of really walking through it all. I was like, oh man, it's pretty awful. And if you're wondering what company would operate in such a shady manner, it's PayPal. If you need any further information, it's PayPal. PayPal's been a pretty awful company for a while. I'm gonna do one more lap around them to see if the helicopter comes by. If it comes back, we keep lapping. If it's done, I'm gonna go to the north to ditch the zombies. That way we hopefully draw as many of them out of this area. But as you can see, we drew a lot of zombies from somewhere. A lot of them did come out of the woods to the north, but there's a big chunk of them that came from the warehouse direction. You also notice for most of this, I am just walking around, not running. I'm just jogging when they're kind of closing a gap that I'm like, okay, let me just get, you know, thread that needle before they get through. And even then, I'm actually running way more than I really need to as well. And I am deliberately constantly broadcasting my position by yelling. I want the zombies to stay on me. But yeah, so now with the way they move so much slower, me drawing all these zombies to the field isn't really practical. I would have to keep going back and forth somehow with the faster ones on me while the slow ones keep up. Yeah, no, it's because I have different movement speeds. That's where I was just commenting at the beginning. It's like, I get why they want to do that variance, you know, variety is the spice of life and all that. But in practice, I'm finding the variety to be more of a negative than a positive. It's like, in a lot of ways, it's making this way easier to do and not die, which is certainly worth mentioning. But at the same time, it also is kind of making certain strategies just not work, and it wasn't like any of those strategies felt like they were overpowered or unreasonable. It could be. It could be a thing to, you think in high pop area, random speed will be more dangerous? Well, the thing I see that the high pop, or sorry, that the variable speed, variable hearing, all that does, is I find it really takes away the ability to distract zombies. Like to get a group of zombies, pull them off the side, and then circle back and go into an area. It's completely broken the Pied Piper kind of thing, where you slowly work your zombies over to like one side of the map or whatever. Like, those are the things I think have died due to that thing. Hey look, cute animals. Yeah, so we're no longer broadcasting our position. This is where I wanted to ditch the zombies up in this field. Now we're just kind of working our way till we stop aggroing stuff. Now I'm starting to think of YouTubers advertising. Well, it's one of those things that, you know, YouTubers and content creators and all that are just as susceptible being scammed as anyone else. There's certainly been no shortage of scams where genuinely the consumer side of it was fine and the business side of it was fine, but then, like, they had issues where they okey-doked the content creators. Like, there have been ones that have been put, like, such ridiculously strict terms on the content creators that it was almost impossible to follow reasonably. And then would turn around as the company would try to argue, it's like, well, you didn't adhere to your part of the contract, we're not going to pay you. Even if you did so, like, to the best of your ability and, you know, you did so in good faith and all that, they just made it so it was such minutia in the contract that, like, obeying it was super duper difficult to do reasonably. Which nowadays people have gotten much smarter. When they see weird stuff in the contract, creators go, sorry, no. Because there's been a lot of scams around that side. We're getting from the consumer side, like, you get the good at the normal price. And then, like, you know, the business is obviously selling it at a reasonable price. They're basically using the content creators as free marketing. Because, again, just make the contracts impossible to follow. Yeah, no, you actually have a lot of stuff that comes through, like, YouTube and content creators in general that's actually on the up and up stuff. Like, we've definitely done a bunch of sponsors that are 100% on the up and up. Like, I try to be very picky about my, my sponsors. And yeah, we've done HelloFresh and Factor 75, but I think those are actually really good products. And they're not a bad price. So I would definitely not call those a scam. But yeah. It's one of those things that the big red flag to watch, whether you're hearing it from a content creator or a newspaper or television or anything like you get like that, is if you look at it and go, but how do they make money? Or, oh man, I can't imagine they make decent money doing that. Both of those should be an immediate red flag. They're like, okay, hang on, wait a second. Like, this is a business. They have to be profitable. Like, there is a way they are making money. And if you can't figure out how they're making money, that's usually a real big red flag that there's something unsavory happening to fill in that gap. So is Twitch a scam? No, Twitch is not a scam. Like, you'll certainly have people who go, oh, I disagree, like, I don't think it's worth that much, but there's a difference between that and a scam. Like, we all make our own different value propositions and all that. Versus a scam, you're like, no, what these people are legitimately doing is trying to use deception as a means of business. That, to me, is a core aspect of what is and isn't a scam is, you know, was being untruthful, deceptive, misleading part of the business practice? And my personal opinion is anytime deception is a core aspect of your business shouldn't be permitted to exist. Like, you know, if you're paying for lawn care and they have hidden fees that, you know, they say, oh yeah, it's $20 a month. Whether or not that's a reasonable number is certainly an argument. But if they offer their services for $20 a month, but then they have the gas fee, and the transportation fee, and the arrival fee, and the convenience fee, and the payment fee, and the documentation fee, and the maintenance fee, and all that. Like, you get the point where it's like, it's really, in reality, it's like a $70 lawn mowing. That's fine if at the very beginning you say it's $70. But if you're stacking on all the hidden fees to get there, as far as my concern is, that practice should be illegal because that's deliberate deception. Because if none of these fees are optional, then they're just the price. Your favorite is the water heater rental scam. Instead of buying a water heater, you can rent it. Don't worry, no fees, regular inspections. You force the company to have an inspector come? Yeah. But you get the idea. And there's lots of these, like the airlines are famous for it, Ticketmaster is famous for it. As far as I'm concerned, what they are doing with those hidden fees and all that, and those obligated fees are a scam. Like, just, they should be required to put the price there. Let's see, TV uses a model similar to broadcast television, right? Plus private consumer subscriptions. I mean, a lot of broadcast television is paid for, unless you're talking like the public channels. When you mean broadcast television. Because that would be true, that like a lot of broadcast... I mean, well, not really, because a lot of broadcast television on that, there's a lot of that is government funded in the sense that, like, you've got your educational channels that are available that are covered by government funding and donations. Thank you, Hoots, for the 250 biddies. I really do appreciate that. It means a lot, so thank you so much for that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Some pre-PC build makers have a lot of hidden fees. Yeah, no, my 100% belief is that hidden fees as a practice, like, if you look at the price and you cannot get that price that they list, like, you have to tell me what the price is going to be at the time I'm purchasing. You can't wait until I actually have to put in my credit card information. Any fee that you try and tack on at that stage of the process should be considered unlawful. Like, tell me what I'm paying. Just tell me what I'm paying. Like, right at the gate, and if you gotta hide it, that's a you problem. In UK, probably the EU, they banned hidden fees. The Ticketmaster, like, yeah, the US talked a big game about doing away with it, and then, you know, they talk the game when it comes time to actually write the bill and all that kind of stuff. It never ends up actually happening. And those two keys are for these cars, which will never drive, so I'm gonna ditch them. I'm a little worried that I saw those zombies moving southeast. I'm worried the helicopter went southeast, so we might have that. I know you didn't want it, but here's your $300 extended warranty you didn't ask for. Thank me later. Oh yeah, no, that's a normal thing. Yeah, here in the US, it's very often they'll play games to try and show you a really good price, but then when it comes to trying to actually get that really good price, that isn't actually an achievable thing. And that's the reason why I'm like, that to me means deception is a core part of your business, and therefore your business shouldn't be allowed to operate. Because when it comes to any type of contractual agreement, which, you know, when you buy something is arguably you have made a purchase, there is an agreement happening there where you have exchanged money for a good and or service. Like, both parties are supposed to be fully informed for that to be legally binding. And if you are deliberately hiding stuff, that contract should not be valid. Alright, so we're just waiting until it's a little bit later. I'm gonna need to be careful going in and out of these woods, because like I said, I saw a couple of zombies heading southeast, and I am southeast from where they were coming from. So I don't know if they'll get this far or not, but it is a risk. Alright. So we got a little bit until we need to check the broadcast. But yeah, and that's been a thing, and it's not even like one industry is particularly egregious. Like, there's certainly a number of industries that are egregious. But there are a lot. So you're all good. The question is, where are my other cows? Are they still in the zone? Yeah. Okay, I don't really care as long as they're still in the zone. They can be wherever they want to be in those trees. Okay. Start cleaning up her clothes. Let's see, Rual. You heard a rumor that people find band-aids inside wallets? Yep, I've seen it. Have you ever gotten anything useful inside zombies? Useful, no, but there have been band-aids. That is definitely me throwing shade at the usefulness of band-aids. There's a bottle opener keychain now? Yeah, I found that. That isn't, in the wallet, though, that I've seen. Maybe. I haven't seen it, though. I have seen on key rings, though. But you had one reason or another went for total AV before you uninstalled it. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, a lot of the antivirus... Like, right now there's some weird stuff happening with, like, VPNs, antivirus, and all that, where, like, under the hood, they're all kind of using the same tech now. Not I mean, like, literally the same definitions, technology, and everything, and they're just slapping a bunch of brands on top of it. And it's, like, not really... Like, there's an ethical concern on the marketing side of it, where you are presenting these all as competing brands, but in reality, they're all the same brand. Or, sorry, they're the same company. And there's something to say about that being a little ethically questionable. But, you know, it's fine. It's the fact that they, like, kind of try to hide it. That's more like the, this feels a little shady. Even though, for the most part, like, the products are fine. Like, they actually do their job. It's that industry has changed from, you know, Norton has their definitions, and Microsoft has their definitions, and Symantec has their definitions, and McAfee has their definitions. To just, they all kind of have been outsourcing all of it to, like, the same people on the back end. And then just going, okay, well, we're gonna bundle this thing on top of it to have this different stuff. So it's kind of just one of those things that, all that. You had a renewal email today, total today for $120. By the time you canceled for the 5th time, it was 90% off. I cannot stand that practice. I cannot stand with, like, internet service providers that to get, like, the good price, you have to be like, no, I'm getting rid of your service. Oh, well, here, I think I can take $5 off. No, I want to cancel my service. Oh, here, we can take 20% off. No, I want to cancel my service. Okay, well, look, we can take $60 off. Okay, fine. I'm like, look, man, if that's the price, just give me the expletive price. Don't make me go through this song and dance every year to get what you actually are willing to, you know, accept for payment. I understand they're profit-driven and yada, yada, yada. But it's the same kind of con that, you know, when you go to the stores that they give out the constant coupons because they want you to go in and feel like you're getting a deal and coupon shop. I'm like, you know what, just skip this whole middle part and just give me that as the starting price. There's a reason I don't go to places like Kohl's that really depend on you having a mountain of coupons to make it what you would normally be paying in the first place. That's in town, you literally have 2 ISPs, and each year, one plus cheaper. You know a lot of folks who cancel one year and switch to the other one every year. Yep. Oh yeah, a lot of those things you can actually get relatively good prices that we should be paying to begin with, but only if you're willing to play the game of, you know, going through again and again. And if you're in an area you don't have a second option, they kind of just laugh at you and be like, yeah, that's not going to get you anything. Well, that's not what we wanted. Alright, well, we dumped all the zombies from the next grid over onto this grid. And they've already redistributed. So we did get set back as far as where we're at a big way. We're actually still making progress. It's just we drew the zombies we wanted to kill from over there to over here. Yeah, this actually shouldn't take us too long to clean up. And these things happen a lot in 16 times pop. And that's because when the helicopter left, it left southwest, or southeast. So it brought the zombies towards us. I'm surprised that trowel hasn't broken yet. Is that a spare screwdriver or my main screwdriver? That's my main one. This is gonna be a long day. Oh yeah, no, that's very, very genuinely, you'll have people argue it's like, oh, if people just would lower their prices, they'd get more business, and that's certainly true sometimes. But I've told the story a number of times that the company I was working for a long while, we had very reasonable prices. Like really, really fairly cheap prices. And it was one of those things that we were like, okay, well, let's not just go on our own assumptions, let's test things. Let's test our prices, see what we can do to do the business. So we turned around and we had some lower prices that were like barely scraping by kind of prices, and we also experimented with higher prices, and we got more conversions, more people who actually went where we presented them the price, who bought our product when we raised the price. So literally, if we made the product more expensive, no other changes, more people purchased the product. And that's because people do associate quality with price. Whether or not that makes sense or should be that way, that's certainly an argument to be had, but it is a thing that happens. So it is just one of those things that very genuinely we ended up raising our prices because that's what we need to do as a business to get more customers. Which again, is super counterintuitive, but it is just that whole, if your price is too low, people see your product as cheap, and probably not worth it. And we all do it. Yeah, the gunshot did draw the zombies back to the west. I don't think it's going to be enough to, like, clear out the area they went into, but it should help a little bit. But yeah, for one thing you'll find, though, is in a lot of ways, companies, one of the things they will test more than anything else is messing with the price, up, down, and otherwise. Yeah, 5 cents cheaper bread, amazing. Half price bread, must be something wrong with it. Exactly. That's just the mentality that comes across with it. You found people that want to pay more just due to social status. There is that thing, you know, about paying for a brand because there's a recognition of the brand. That is a thing. I would argue a lot of Apple products are in that place, that you look at it from a practicality standpoint. Sure, Apple quality is not bad or anything, but often, like, you know, spending $45 on a freaking USB cable because it's got the Apple logo on it, that makes no sense. But people do it. That meta event literally may have just saved us a lot of work. Yeah, no, you definitely have that. There's definitely people who pay for something just because, like, having that high price tag is, you know, its own status symbol within itself, that you are someone of means who can afford that obnoxiously expensive thing. This isn't even getting into that, though. Like, we were targeting, like, teaching people technical skills and all that. And had what was considered one of the industry, I mean, yeah, it was actually the industry leader at the time. So far as both the quality of work and everything. And one of the largest customer bases in our sector. But it was, like, literally raising our price is what it took to increase our sales. And I don't mean, like, increase our revenue. It's not the whole thing, like, what's the sweet spot between sales lost and price tag. It was literally we would get more customers if we raised our price. Now, I'm not saying everyone should jack up their price and everything. There's also certainly where you look at something and be like, hey man, that ain't worth $30. Like, that is the thing that happens. And sometimes that can be unreasonable as well. Like, if we think about the cost of, like, you know, high-end games, it wasn't only until, like, the last couple years that the prices actually started going up. One of the reasons why we have MTX that are so bad is because you look at the price of a video game back in, like, the 80s, and it was 50, 60 bucks. And then you look at the price of video game now, like, let's go back, like, 10 years, it's 50, 60 bucks. Despite, like, 30 years worth of inflation happening between then and the cost of making the games going up in that time. And it was because there was kind of this hard ceiling that people perceived a game's value as 50, 60 bucks. And because there's, like, no wiggle room, these companies needing to, or not needing, wanting to find higher profit rates and all that, they had to figure out a way to get you to part with more money. And that's when MTX kind of really blew up on the scene. So you effectively had a game that ultimately would cost you way more than the $60 you would buy for $60, but then they'd get you for an extra 20, 30, 40, 50 bucks after the fact. You remember $70 Nintendo games? Yeah, and that's the thing that's wild, is when you think about it. Stagnant wages in the US. Australia has higher wages and higher game prices. Yeah. There's also, like, market acceptance and all that. Go back and get the hand fork. Man, I don't remember where it was. I was gonna grab it. I don't remember where it was, though. Like, I thought it was somewhere around here. It's one of these bodies in this area. Because they haven't killed a zombie in this area until today for a while. Middle strip just past it? Okay. I'll do it with you in a minute. So, like, down here. But yeah, because that's something I do want, because we're, like, right on that fence of getting our maintenance 1. Yeah, we're, like, 7 XP away. Yeah, there you are. In that lady's leg. But yeah, there's a lot of psychology that goes into pricing and sales and marketing and all that. Some of it gets pretty shady. She just twisted like a pretzel there and it was deeply upsetting. Some of it gets like pretty shady psychology manipulation kind of stuff that's like, okay, there's that invisible line between like, okay, what you're doing is just trying to encourage your product in your target market and yada yada that, you know, is on the up and up, nothing shady going on. But it can be a very fine line between there and you're actually looking at something that's being extremely manipulative in a really bad for society, bad for people kind of way. Now, we are going to want to clear the zombies on our way out. I'm not going to go, like, cut across the entire field and look for them. But the ones near-ish to the road, they're getting to die. Oh, actually didn't. I figured with all the stabs, he probably would have ruined those leather gloves, but I'm not going to complain about a new set of gloves. Yeah, no, I noticed the, like, the meat fork was way more durable than I anticipated. The crappy knives are still just as crappy as always, that they're only good for, like, 1 or 2 hits. But I have noticed that there's definitely been some things I remember being way less durable, actually being pretty okay now. And that probably goes into these tools now having durability from use as a tool. That they up. Maintenance 1. We're free. We're finally free. I can make my own weapons. We can get back home, we can make hammers, we can make axes. Fall over right now. Fall over right now. Too slow. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind, like, it leveling a bit slower from here doesn't matter. It's just there's this giant monolithic cliff you have to climb over for maintenance 1 because there's so few sources of it until you're able to do other things. Like, I can't repair anything until I have maintenance 1 for the most part. But it does mean I can go back and all these tree branches we've been hoarding and all that, and all those flint chunks and all those stones. I make a ton of hammers and axes. Yeah, no, I think just all they either need to take is 1 or 2 of the things that currently requires maintenance 1 and just take the maintenance 1 requirement off of it, or adding something new at the bottom. And I think genuinely making the stone hammer accessible at maintenance 0 might literally be all we need to do. Alright. Alright, so let's back off and rest again. What's the quickest way to level maintenance now, then? Most likely, it's to go get yourself a crowbar or something. If you're playing on easier difficulties, our maintenance problems won't be nearly as big for you. If you go and manage to fetch yourself some, like, decent short blunt weapons like claw hammers, nightsticks, that kind of thing, or you manage to get your hands on, like, a crowbar, you can probably level maintenance to 1 really quickly. But if you are doing any type of wilderness or very difficult or very low loot runs, that's where it's, like, really a problem right now in its current form, is you are kind of gatekeeped. Pretty hard by the current settings. Yeah, or you just get any of the many skills that have maintenance 1 as it. I think that was one of the big changes they made, not this last update, but the last little patch, but the one before it, is I think they did take a bunch of the starting starting professions, and they gave it maintenance 1. Because they kind of recognized that currently maintenance 1, like, there's so much locked behind it that you can't even engage in the basic things in that profession without the maintenance 1. So I just think they need to calm down with the maintenance 1 requirement for as much. Oh, come on. I thought we were standing on her. Yeah, that's fine. Let's back off and not play that game. Do-it-yourselfer with short, blunt maintenance is looking pretty good so far. Oh, yeah. You know, generally getting bonuses to your short, blunt weapons and maintenance skills was always a big one. Getting a couple of like, getting anything towards nimble was always a really easy be like, yep, do it. How many days? 1 month, 6 days. Alright, I think, yeah, the third one fell way behind, so we can do this pretty easy now. And we can kill the last one. All right. The only skills you can't go without is nibble and maintenance, as you say. Are those rats or glasses by the barn? It's poop. It's lots of cow poop. Because I didn't really see a reason for me to be picking it all up, because I don't really have a use for it yet. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not lugging all this cow poop home. It's just not what I'm doing. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a thing. I do imagine there's probably a pretty good use for the poop. I'm gonna guess it'll be fertilizer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But I've also not really looked into it that far. You're a fast mover, so let's back off and let the fast mover come to me. Alright, we probably should also be ripping up more clothes here in a minute. Make sure I have enough to actually make said hammers and axes. Come on. You know you want to fall over. Okay, and with that, we head home. Can you use that hat from the last zombie? I can use any hat the zombies are wearing. I didn't see a hat that stood out as one I particularly want to use, though. I'm looking to really complete our 90s look and find ourselves, like, a bright blue hat. Yeah, no, I realize the rags. My concern is I won't get home in time to do stuff in the dark. I should have some. If I have to get more, I have to get more. But it'll get dark relatively soon. Need some slap bracelets? Yeah. Let's see, anyone know how to power the basements? And by any chance you can't place them indoors, you place them outside, will it power only the floor? It will only power the first floor. I think above now it will not. That's new, because it used to power both floors above, yeah, it used to power floors above and below, so long as the light switch, or what you're trying to power, was in range of the generator. But yeah, it used to not be a problem up and down floor-wise, because you used to set generators on the roof of buildings to power the floor below it. I've done that in the prison more than once. If it doesn't work that way, then it's a bug, and probably should be reported. It could be a bug with how they've implemented basements. I don't know what the code is behind the scenes, but I could see it doing some, like, shenanigans where it's kind of its... Oh. Please stop ringing in my pocket. No, I mean, generally, I've mentioned this a number of times in the past. To me, noise is a benefit, not a burden. You want to be loud. Loud is good. Like, I would still say stealth, while it is better than it was before, I would still say stealth is not in a place where I would recommend it as a playstyle. You can do it as a challenge, certainly. But, outside lower zombie pops and all that, I just don't see stealth being a thing that works particularly well. Yeah, no, it'd be neat if we had, like, baggy pants that had their own, like, mini inventory. I wouldn't want it to be, like, super generous or anything. Alright, and with this... Why am I not seeing what I'm expecting to see? Oh, requires workbench. Yeah, we got a workbench right there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So what we need to do... We just need to grab the things we need to make stuff. It's just my workbench isn't close enough. There they are. I was gonna say, I had an obnoxious number of branches. You can use a lot of flat surfaces, so this will let me use it as a workbench. I don't believe there is this is a workbench. It's just, this is a table, this is a chair. People have found that you can use the bed as a workbench. So what qualifies as a workbench is pretty lax. So it's not Minecraft where you have to have the thing called a workbench. Yeah, a large rock even counts. If you find, like, the boulders and you walk up to them, they count as well. There's a flint. More stone. More flint. More flint. Don't tell me it's like literally out of rags. I don't know if those are the same stones we saw. Yeah, that's the same stuff. We're still in range of the other ones. Okay, so I actually do have a bunch of rags. I just wasn't close enough for them to pick up. Cool, cool. So we can drop these here, and that'll give us a lot of tools. Okay, so first up, we're going to make ourselves an axe, and we're going to make ourselves a hammer. Oh, it's because we're chilly and drowsy and a whole bunch. So it's like, man, we are working slow. Okay, so let's check. Just real fast. We don't see anything new here. This will give us some napping skill. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is being able to assemble the various workbenches is definitely confusing. We're just going to make as many axes as we can until it gets too dark for us to make any more. Should be any second now. It seems like it's around 11 p.m. that suddenly we can't. Yep, so we can't make any more because it's too dark. So for right now, that is the axes box. I want to keep one hammer in my inventory to use as a hammer. Get more flint nodules. We'll want to bring that down there. We'll want to bring this down here. I don't We'll bring one of the knives and we'll drop it down there too. Grab the clay. Steel bar and the aluminum fragments, even though I don't think those will be relevant. Grab the limestone. Grab your clay. Grab all that. I'm basically trying to grab everything I might want for crafting and just dropping it right here. I am going to need to sit here and make like a workbench and put storage right next to it kind of thing just to do that. A chance to get nails? Now I got a hammer, I just need to find wood things to take apart. And while the odds of getting a nail per unit's going to be pretty bad, I still have the opportunity, so it's just a matter of reaching something I can take apart. The aluminum fragments will drop on the ground. I'll drop that knife on the ground. That should be close enough for us to go to sleep. Actually, let's sip the water first. And now I can go to bed. Can you craft a saw? Probably. Yeah, no, I remember seeing like a crude saw as one of the things we can make. Alright, so let's start working in this stuff. So let's smash up all our limestone. Oh, right, yeah. Thank you, Stoka. So we're working on some skills right now. Because a lot of these are going to unlock more and more stuff for us. Limestone pieces there. You there? Okay. Okay, no new buildings to worry about here. Next up for processing stuff, let's do the flint next. I'm basically going by the strategy of let's process everything into materials first. To see if there's anything else we can build. Doing this gives maintenance, right? Depends. Certain ones give certain skills. Like, this isn't giving me maintenance. This is giving me, napping. So it's giving me points in this. Which is for, like, breaking rocks, all that kind of stuff. So that gave us the flint. Okay, what's next on the agenda? I don't think we want to process all of that into rope, because that'll break a lot of things. So we can start making ourselves a bunch of crude axes. So you have light fog, moderate rain tonight. Clear skies tomorrow. Man. Making stuff is slow. Like, I'd be like, oh yeah, we're just depressed, it's fine. Like, that makes sense, that's that slow, but... We don't have any penalties here. At what point we find a heavy jacket for sleeping, cold overnights? So actually, during the night, you really don't get that cold. It's more a daytime concern. Alright, there's a bunch more crude axes. Same deal. You chuck them in the cabinet. You grab these rope, and these rope, and the paper clips. Okay. Nothing new I care about. Yep, so meanwhile we could update these. So 2 planks, 2 nails. It's our next thing we're trying to get a hold of. Put this axe away. Now I go over here and start crafting the next thing, which is the hammers. Ah, I must have run out of cloth is what I must have run out of. Yeah. So I need to rip more cloth. No? Oh, it's not letting me use the dirty stuff. A lot of the recipes will let you use the dirty cloth as well. Okay, so put one on our back. Grab one in our hands. Put 1 or 2 of these in our backpack. Or however many we can... Okay, that's what we can get away with before we start having to worry about weight problems. And for the moment, wash rags in the river. I thought you needed to have clean water for that. Alright, well that's going quickly. You think you can, but it's bugged. I'm not too worried about it. I probably should drop off all that cloth, but that's whatever. Oh no, the cloth is on the ground. Yeah, so we've technically dropped it off by not picking it up in the first place. Else can't wash them in sinks. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We can just go tear up some clothing and all that. We'll be good. And all of these are basically more axes for us in the future. Oh, you're supposed to be in the trunk of the car. There. Because those are the keys to those cars and they're wrecked, so they'll never drive. So once I've looted them, those keys serve no purpose. And keys have weight now, so... Alright. But like I said, dirty rags still have a purpose. I know we were building walls and that kind of stuff using the dirty rags. I was actually surprised I couldn't make the axes out of the dirty rags. Does the... Sorry, I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Fell asleep while typing. You don't know what you meant either? That's like, does the key mean what now? Alright, we don't want to spend all day ripping rags. No, they're like the house keys. It's one key per thing. It's just like real life. I can't just grab, you know, a key to like a Ford Focus and then walk up to someone else's Ford Focus and just use that key. Like in real life, there technically isn't a number of infinite number of key varieties or whatever. But the point being, there's enough that the odds you just grab a random key for a car and walk up to another car and just plunk it in and it works is pretty low. Merry Christmas to you as well, Belter. Your friends get started car. Yeah, no, there's definitely when you look at the keys, there's certain patterns to them. And if you have the same pinouts and all that, you could use a key from one to the other. But it isn't one of those things that, like, this car has this pattern. Because then like, you'd run that problem where all that. Sometimes they just don't have enough variety of patterns that get used, and that's a problem. Alright, we're kind of pushing what I can get away with weight-wise. But my expectation is that these acts probably won't last super long. Yeah, it's gonna probably be the limit. Yeah, so we went to heavy. Right now, honestly, you can keep those dirty ones. I just want the clean ones for the moment. Thank you. There we go. So don't mind being slightly weighed down, but like actually overweight kind of thing. That's a deal breaker right there. Yeah, actual weapons time. We can fight for realsies. I don't know why everyone is going north. I'm very okay with it, though. Just... Hey, cigarette pack. So all you smokers, you would have gotten just one thing of cigarettes. What is going on here that, like, the entire town is just rolling north? Let's back off and not get caught up in this wave. Something. I heard you got weapons now? Something like that. Probably triggered migration. Deal with the cleanup in a minute. I did notice we did get our splint or our flint back. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. It's just considered worn. Please die so we can rest. I'd like you to fall over quickly so I can kill that crawler. Alright, so let's back off, because that was entirely too many zombies. You don't like the fence? No, generally I avoid fences. Fences can actually be very dangerous. It is a thing that, yes, you can get yourself a very significant bump in damage, but all it takes is one zombie behaving weirdly where it tries to turn around on the fence, and then suddenly things aren't what they're supposed to be. So it's one of those things that you can do generally safely if you know what you're doing a lot of times, but every once in a while, a zombie just kind of does funky stuff, and with the lunge offenses, that can get you into a lot of trouble. So yeah, most of the time I won't fence cheese. Plus it's one of those things that it's just, as a gameplay, I don't really enjoy doing that. That's one of the reasons why you'll see me almost never play sprinters, is I've done sprinter challenge stuff and done fairly successful in it. I just don't enjoy it. Because really when it comes down to playing sprinters in Project Zomboid, it's you pull one or two. If you get more, you either immediately run away and get away from them because you cannot fight more than two with reliability because there's like a lot of RNG around it. Or you have to take them to a fence and or a door, or sorry, a fence or a window or something to effectively make them not sprinters. Which is why sprinters will never, is like one of several reasons why sprinters will never be a vanilla setting. Like, when I say vanilla, like a default setting, is one, they go against the lore of Project Zomboid. In Project Zomboid, the lore is that, you know, all the zombies are the shambling style zombies. It's also why we'll never ever have special infected. Because that goes against the very lore that they've introduced for Project Zomboid. Hey, Elder Druid, thank you so much for the Christmas wishes and the 5-stream streak. I really hope you've enjoyed the stream. So thank you for that. But yeah, it is the pro and the con with the way that the combat works in Project Zomboid. The pro is, due to its rigid nature, it's actually very fair. Like, if you die in combat, it is almost always something you as the player did. It's very rarely like any type of bug or RNG type death. I'm not saying it can't happen, but like you can master combat in this game because it is very structured, very rigid. But the downside is because it's very structured and very rigid, it's very inflexible, which does limit what they can do with the combat so far as like what the zombies can do before combat as it's implemented starts to break down. Hey, Belnar, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Bear with me for just a second. I want to deal with my my rowdy neighbors here real fast. We'll get you a proper shout out and proper welcome in and all that good stuff. And for those who don't know Belnar, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I'd definitely recommend checking out and all that good stuff. Plays a whole lot of like indie games, plays a bunch of like survival crafter games, all that kind of stuff, so good times. So what were you playing today and how did it go? And I also understand if you got a raid and run, no problem, just do that thing, take care of yourself and all that, but you're obviously welcome. Our character's probably in like extreme pain in their arm right now because I'm just completely ignoring muscle strain. We were geo-guessing and time guessing. Neat. Fun times there. Oh, we still have the broken branch. I was like, man, why are we so much overburdened? I'm breaking things. And where is my cologne bottle of milk? We'll finish that off. Yeah, no, I've seen Time Guesser. It's interesting. Unfortunately, some of those times get pretty heavy topically, where you see somebody like, oh, that was a very significant event. It's fun, but there's definitely a couple of places that come up. You're like, oh, that is. Yeah, that is a very not feels good event. That, you know, it could be stirring of meaningful conversation. It can also be stirring of difficult conversation. We're just like, yep, this is that. You know what we're doing with that? We're moving on. We are leaving that event exactly where it is. Yeah, no, absolutely, very educational. Yeah, no, I saw Simcopter 1 play it one time, and it was one of those things. You're like, ooh, some of these get pretty spicy, but it's good. It's good that people can like recognize it and all that kind of stuff, and whatnot. You learned that your wife can pinpoint the exact year by looking at people's boxers. The superpower that no one asked for. That is, you know, there's a whole meme about like, what's your weird superpower? That's a good contestant. That sounds fine. Just need to check one thing real fast. I usually don't keep an eye on my phone. Da-da-da-da. Okay. Getting questions about stuff going on tomorrow. Let's see, do cornfields actually block vision? No. So, they act like trees when it comes to walking through them. But they don't block vision in any way. I think if you go into sneak in them, they do have a reduced chance of seeing you. But, it doesn't like, it's not like a tree where if there's a zombie hiding behind it, it's just straight up invisible. Going through those axes real fast. You like short blades? Short blades are always my favorite. We'll see what weapons end up being the standouts in this version. My money is it's going to be the short blades or the short blunt weapons, because I need that to not do that. They've added like the new full screen animated response garbage to the phone. And so when my family's having conversation around like holiday planning, the phone is just doing all sorts of Christmassy, trippy stuff, and like, I can not have that in the corner of my eye and pay any attention to anything. Okay, so we're up to the point that our pain is actually penalizing our attack speed. And that's because I've just been completely ignoring it. I'd like you to cooperate, ma'am. Oh, come on, I was standing on you. Call him BS on that one. Alright. Yeah, because we have a lot of muscle strain on my arm, I'm trying to not use the axes right now, so I'm not wasting them. I wonder if the perfume bottle can hold liquid. Yep. Alright, this is getting to the point I need to start being careful. If we keep pushing, we're gonna downward spiral and not be able to fight at all. Like, we are towards the end of the day, they need to be heading back. It's just one of those things you gotta be careful of, that if I push myself way too hard, I hit, like, exhausted and very tired kind of thing, and I get caught by another group of zombies, it's a really, really easy way to get yourself in a death spiral where you can't really fight the zombies, you have too many damage penalties, but also, you can't really run away anymore either. And that's one of the two main ways you die in runs. The first being you just botch it and zombie grabs you in the face and you just die straight up. The other one is you get in that spiral where you're just getting more and more exhausted and tired until eventually you just cannot do anything anymore. As you honestly, like, you when it comes to the phone ADHD, you turn off most game and app notifications for a reason. It's overwhelming. It's just too many distractions. I got stuff I want to do. And hey, Night High Lord, Merry Christmas to you as well. Is muscle strain new? Yes. The only way you could get muscle strain in the Build 41 was through exercise, which was a little bit of a different mechanic, but very similar. But muscle strain from fighting is new to this version. It is something that has been fairly controversial in its response, where a lot of people were very upset when it came out. It is completely disableable, though, which is just, like, kind of one of those things with Project Zomboid, is just being aware that any new feature, for the most part, you can choose to disable, work around. Sometimes you need mods, but the bulk of the time you just go to Sandbox and be like, don't like it, turn it off. But it came out with a pretty significant impact to combat when it first dropped, and then they nerfed it down to being only 60% of what it was. And I'd honestly say, by nerfing it down to 60%, it's not a complete non-issue anymore, but honestly, I only really get muscle strain when I'm using a new weapon at a very low level, and then just kind of throwing down at the zombies. The moment you get a couple levels in a weapon, it stops being meaningful. It's one of those things I do think maybe what they had it at the beginning was probably initially reasonable, but, you know, players just hadn't adjusted to it yet. Because it does feel like one of those things that by the time you hit weapon skill 3 and 4, it becomes basically a non-mechanic. Like, you have to push such extremes before it starts to become relevant at all. What skills am I focusing on? I don't focus on skills. My approach to the game generally does not involve going, I'm working on this or working on that. Not always. There is the rare occasion where I do specifically need one thing, but most of the time I'm going to play to survive, and the skills will come as I do things. It's like I know there's people who start the game, they hoard some food, and they literally just do like push-ups and all that kind of stuff and all that until they have like good stats. And my general stance is, if you're gonna do it that way, just give yourself the stats to start with. Like, skip the tedious part of just grinding a skill and doing nothing else. My general philosophy with most games is never approach it with a grind. Like, just play the game, you'll get the skills as you go. If a game requires you to sit down and just bang rock for long hours until you're good at banging rock, and there's nothing better for you to do, that's a poorly designed game. Like, you have to bang rock to be able to do anything with rock, you know, for long hours. That's just tedium. Now, if it's one thing that's like an RNG thing that you bang rock looking for materials, that's fair. Like, I think that's reasonable, because you bang rock, and if you don't get what you want, you move on to new things. But, like, I used to grind out, like, tailoring in the game when I was really new to the game, before I realized how unimportant protection is. And yeah, just sitting there for, like, long hours, you know, putting on your patches, taking off your patches, putting on your patches, taking off your patches, putting on your patches, taking off your patches, putting on your patches, taking off your patches. It's no fun. No one wants to do that. That to me is an empty gameplay mechanic, when you have to resort to that kind of gameplay. And well fed, not thirsty. Oh, before I forget. We have a perfume bottle of milk now. We have a cologne bottle of milk now. Okay. What about the water bag? It's still full. I've really not been drinking from the water bag hardly at all. You can drop the rags here and drop those rags here for making more weapons. Drop the clay, drop that, drop this, drop you. Drop you. Yeah, we still are detecting things. It seems like they've given the range on some of this, made it relatively generous. Alright, we can probably just go to sleep. Alright. So pretty soon we're going to probably need to bundle up at least a little bit. Now we're awake in the morning. Go to our crafting. Anything new listed here we care about? Not really. We could go here and continue working on these skills. We can get our limestone. What, do you have a dirty bandage? Oh, we scraped ourselves on a tree last stream. We've been scraping ourselves on a lot of trees this time. It definitely feels like something changed to make that way more possible. Because I've been getting lots of, like, minor cuts and all that from getting through the trees and whatnot. Alright, so we've got that going. I'm not going to carve the spear. I have so many of these things, I can make 14 more axes. Okay, we can go back to this. What's our planks and nails go for? The butter churn. Because the butter churn, we can make cheese, and with cheese, we can maintain our weight. Or not cheese, sorry, butter. The other dairy. You see what you mean by the time guesser? Yeah, no, they have, like, natural disaster pictures and, like, war pictures. You're like, okay, like, don't get me wrong. That's a historic event. It is relevant. But also, not. Definitely one of those ones where you go, yeek. Cheese isn't possible yet? Yeah, I actually don't know about the stats of cheese in the game. I also have no idea if we're getting, like, what skill you could potentially be gaining by making all these crude things. I'd assume we're getting something. Oh, it might literally be maintenance as much as we've already got here. Let's see, so we are at 36.57. Yep, so we are gaining maintenance by making the axes. I don't think we're gaining anything else for it, though. No, I don't think that one will be carpentry, unfortunately. Okay, so you're full up on axes. I have a full cabinet of just axes. Yeah, so it looks like it's maintenance, but maintenance does block a bunch of stuff now, so I don't mind that we're getting maintenance. You make butter, but you still have not figured out how to make cheese yet? Yeah, no, there might not be cheese. I just misspoke. Okay. So we cannot make the hammers again, so my assumption is that we ran out of the other stuff. So let's go ahead and put you on the back. Oh, I see, I already had one. Okay. And that fills up our inventory. Yeah, so that took us a bunch of time, but that's okay. We're at the stage of just trying to get this stuff up. We are slowly clearing all that stuff up, putting it to use now that we can. So we'll need to grab more cloth and all that, that's fine. But yeah, so we are losing a lot of time that we could be clearing zombies just because I am sitting here working on, getting rid of all of the, all materials we've been hoarding into actually making them into weapons. Why do they make tearing clothes slow now? I think it's you need, like, knives or scissors to make it faster. Huh. I wonder why it didn't work. Because the pungent command literally is supposed to just be a username. Like, you don't have to do, like, the @ thing or whatever. I think @ might cause a problem, but you didn't do that. But yeah, no, it's usually just pungent in the name. It should have accepted that argument. Unless, like, you actually, like, put 2 spaces in between, maybe? Maybe that threw it? Huh. Someone literally used that command, like, yesterday. I'll have to look at what's going on with it. Oh, it's definitely exclamation mark. It's that unknown argument used is it's complaining about the second half. It doesn't know what to do with it. So, like, the username part of it. But I know that's literally how it's supposed to work. So I gotta look at what's happened that it's not working. Oh, maybe you have to do the @ Interesting. I guess that would make sense. That way people couldn't just, like, accidentally mistype names. It would only work on names of people who are actually here. So I think that's fine. I guess we just have to do the @ thing. You have a bug you want to report. Yeah, no, I think it has to be, like, @ username. Like, you know, whatever their username is. Because I'm willing to bet the way I've got the command written is that you do the exclamation part pungent for the command, and then you probably have to provide it a username. You need better error reporting? I mean, that is literally just the way the bot works. I don't have access to that much error reporting through the bot. Like, when it errors, I get whatever its reports are. I don't get to make my own error handling for it. I can make guard code. Feels very good for 60 times hot. To be fair, this is an area we've kept clearing and clearing and clearing. So this area being relatively chill is understandable. We've killed almost 1,000 zombies almost exclusively on this individual road. How many in-game days? 1 month, 8 days. Yeah, that helicopter set us back as far as reaching that building, though. We just drew the zombies from that building and the force to the north here. Which is still fine, we're still securing the area. It has delayed our ability to get into that place. Alright. does seem really easy to get axes now. Now granted, the muscle strain does seem to be punishing to the axes specifically pretty bad. Because axes already had the problem by being heavy. Yeah, it's a letter opener. By being so heavy, you got exerted very quickly. But the heavy also means you get muscle strain quickly. Likely to go to speed penalty on our attack soon from muscle strain. Muscle strain, muscle fatigue is still in the game from exercise. Yeah, they both exist. They do have some pretty significant overlap. Yep, and this is actually why I'm not a huge fan of axes. Is just their weight has always been just one of the big things that makes them really rough to use long term. Alright, so 2 is manageable. Go away. We're tired. But axes are the new spears, you guess? I doubt it. I mean, other than, like, the meat cleaver, I could see the meat cleaver being a particularly strong weapon in this version. I genuinely think the big winners this version of the game, barring major balance changes, is that we will likely see short blunt or short blade be the ones that really shine. Just because the much lighter weapons will mean less muscle fatigue and less regular endurance stuff. Whereas I think the two-handed weapons are going to be specifically in a bit of a rough spot. But don't get me wrong, that's kind of always been the thing between it. It's just... Oh, accessibility-wise? Yeah, the problem is you gotta get that maintenance 1 before you can make the axes. Don't screw me with that meta event, please. I'm already stuck doing cleanup from the last meta event and helicopter. Right. I would doubt they nerf muscle strain even more. I would honestly think they're gonna make it worse again. Between nerf and making it harder, I do think they're probably gonna make it tougher. Probably not as bad as it was to start with, but right now it is one of those things that at the beginning of the game, it's a little bit rough, but it's one of those stats that, like, it affects you for about 30 seconds. And then you get to, like, level 3 in a weapon, and it's basically a non-mechanic at that point. You've just completely mitigated entirely in its current settings. And I do feel like that's a little too... Like, at that point, why bother with the mechanic? Because it just disappears the moment you play for any length of time. I would suspect they won't make it weaker. I think they'll make it worse. Like right now it's at 0.6, where it was at 1 when we first got it. I could see them trying to like split the difference, settling in at like 0.8 or something like that, making it a little bit worse, maybe not as bad. I honestly would be in favor of it. I know it's not a mechanic a lot of people like, but I do really like that it does change the flow of combat in the early game. Because it used to genuinely be I could just start a run, and the very first day start throwing down the zombies with 0 strength and 0 fitness, and I couldn't really do much to make it hard that wasn't just tedious. Right, you gotta keep in mind, I haven't been able to get maintenance 1. These are literally the first weapons I've had. I have no weapon skills at 2 or higher, I don't. No, actually, I think short blood I have at 2. My play here is very, very atypical. A normal player by month 2, you're probably sitting on 3, maybe 4 in a weapon skill. So is a real update coming out? Do you mean like when is this going to be not the unstable branch? I don't even think Indie Stone has a clue of when that's going to be. I would not imagine that soon. I think this version's going to sit on the unstable branch for a good at least quarter or longer. So you're debating if you should wait before a couple patches to drop in or not? Would it be worth the wait to nap for heavy stone axes? Are heavy stone axes a different thing from stone axes? I haven't looked through all the crafting stuff to see what all our new options are. Yeah, because these are 1.4/2 weight, 1.4 equipped to not equipped. Sorry, that's the lie. 1.4 on my back. But as far as weapon goes, they're not super heavy. But yeah, if you're someone who can't really... Will this update be better than 4.1? I don't believe there's a meaningful way we could do a comparison of that nature. You're comparing multiplayer versus a crafting update with some environmental changes. I do think the multiplayer update will be the one that has brought way more players to the game. I do think we're going to have not quite as long of a lived of bump in numbers of people playing Project Zomboid. Because the difference between people returning because they enjoy the game and people returning and bringing in all their friends and everyone else they can convince to try the game for multiplayer stuff. I think those are two very different situations. But as far as, like, is it better than 4.1? It depends on what you care about. If you care about playing the game with your friends, no. If you care about, like, crafting and long-term survival and, you know, having a bit more of a challenging game and more interesting map stuff and all that kind of stuff, then yes. But you can't, unfortunately, you can't do, like, an apples-to-apples kind of comparison with this, I don't believe. It's like going, what was the better DLC for RimWorld, ideology or biotech? And you'll have people argue that to the ends of the earth. Thank you for all that. Can you tell the new stuff they added? So the big new things they added is they have expanded the map. There's a whole new area to the west. There's a little bit to the south as well, but it's mostly to the west that all the new stuff came in. They completely reworked the lighting, which does make going into buildings in the dark absolutely, utterly terrifying. They have reworked zombie distribution to be a little bit more focused on urban areas and a little bit less focused on rural areas, so you have quieter parts of the map that are a little bit more, like, more reasonably distributed and all that. That kind of thing. They have added muscle fatigue, which is this mechanic here you see where my character is, like, in pain because of fighting and all that. That goes away as you level up your muscle, like, as you level up your combat skills. Strength also contributes, but it's mostly around your combat skills. So, like, the better you are at using an axe, the less muscle strain you'll get from axes. There are 4 new towns. What happened to your torso? We got scraped by a tree. Just cutting through the trees. We're gonna get scraped up a lot, so if you see injuries here, just assume I got cut up by going through trees. Until I go through and start chopping down trees, that is our existence. Yeah, fishing got a complete overhaul. Hunting is now in the game. You have animal husbandry has been added to the game, so you can take care of cows and sheep and all that. What was it, zombie tree? No such thing. The trees bite is hard, but you hear their bark is harder. Yeah, spears got a pretty steep nerf. They're still usable and all that, but early game spears have always been really terrible, and it is way, way more difficult to craft spears and get to end game spears. So, it's a pretty big mound. Can you put a zombie on a meat hook? Nope, wrong kind of game. This is just not that kind of game. You will never be butchering zombies, you will never be doing cannibalism, you will never be, you know, meat hooking zombies. You'll never have, like, traps that eviscerate and maim zombies. It's just not that kind of game. I actually don't remember how I've got the whole pungent waiting list thing implemented. It's those ones that, like, almost never got used, and now I don't remember. Muldrow got complete... Yeah, there's Muldrow and a couple of the other towns got complete rework to make them nice. No zombie treadmill machines? Nope. Not that kind of game. The zombies do one thing. They walk at you and try and bite you in the face. That is all they will ever do. I mean, I guess technically they bang in your walls and furniture and destroy that too. But that is in pursuit of walking up to you and biting you in the face. And because they've had to add it to their list of things they'll never implement because people kept asking for it, because people are messed up, you'll never be able to have adult relations, quote unquote, with the zombies. Because yes, people kept asking the devs to do that, and the devs were like, absolutely the hell no. We'll also never get, like, procedurally generated maps, because that's been a hard no that the devs have said in the past as well. Like, which is sort of a weird thing that kind of the basements are sort of semi-ish procedurally generated, but it's not, like, they have the set places that kind of swaps them in. Let's see, so why did they make going in the house so dark that you need a flashlight? Because that makes houses scary. And that's just a direction people want the game to go. You also have people who don't want the game to go in that direction, and you can just turn it off. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, Excessive Ace. But, like, it was literally requested enough times that the devs felt obligated to be like, look, we're never doing this. Please stop asking. I don't remember where the list, I think it's on their forums, but they have a list of many things that are commonly requested that they will never add. Special Infected was on that list. It's never going to be Left 4 Dead, where you have, like, spitters and, you know, jockeys and tanks and all that. You'll never have, like, boomers. You'll have regular zombies. Like, sprinters are non-canon to the game. You can set a game setting for them, but they'll never be base. They have a very specific lore they want the world to have. That said, you could do all that crap with mods. Yeah, no, it is. It is a thing. So the quote unquote procedural generation, I would say, for the basements isn't like it's one of those things of what you do and don't consider procedural generation. It's in that middle ground. But basically, the way it works is certain houses are labeled as being able to be like they can have a basement. One run they might have a basement. The next run they might not have a basement. What basement they have will vary run to run. But it is like just the ones that are eligible for it. There are certain buildings that, you know, will always have the same basement. Like, it is a scripted, this building has a basement. But that's usually, like, buildings of points of interest kind of thing. Like, the prison might have a dedicated basement that's always the same. So far as, like, the layout and everything. Whereas, like, the random houses will typically be, like, okay, this one might have a basement that, you know, they've got a bed with a camera. That one might have a basement just storage. You know, this one will have a basement that's fitness equipment. Let's actually check here first. Yeah, so we got a couple of log furniture things because they drug a log over here. I don't really want to focus on that right now. We can go ahead and keep making our flint. There's apparently a nuclear bunker point of interest in Build 42. Like, pseudo-related to that, there was an article I was reading that was interesting that basically they had a study they performed a while ago and found that, like, nuclear bunkers are basically worthless. Like, if you had a nuclear bunker and an actual nuclear event happened, it's not going to help you. Like, beyond maybe the initial blast, it's not going to help you. Because you're still going to, no matter what, be dependent on external resources. If you're in an area that's actually getting hit with, you know, radiation, it's going to seep in through your walls because they cannot make it perfectly contained and all that. As they're like, yeah, so it's really not useful for anything like that. But then they were also saying, also, people's purchasing of nuclear bunkers is, you know, has been found to be on, like, an uptick recently. And they're kind of just like, it helps me, I'm still alive, you never died to a nuclear event, yeah. But as well as things that's like, okay, you can build them, but, like, genuinely, these things don't really work. Yeah, it's one of those things that you can certainly do it for like, hey, this is cool, I wanna. And if you got the F it, I'm spending the money, sure. It was just one of those things like, this is a thing you buy that serves no functional purpose for you. But, you know, whatever. And you'd be like, but I can put stuff in it. Yeah, but you don't need a nuclear bunker for that. You could just get a storage unit, or it could even be an underground thing. They call it a cellar. Those are not uncommon. Considering the half-life of the main radioactive elements of nuclear fallout is 50 years. Yeah, exactly. They're like, if you're close enough that the nuclear bunker, you know, a nuclear bunker could help you, you're close enough that the nuclear bunker can't help you. A bunker would definitely work to survive. I mean, you're talking literally the people behind, you know, government, like, planning for nuclear events and all that going, yeah, these things are garbage. We're gonna stop using these even for, like, government officials, because they're not worth doing. It wasn't a couple of college grads got together and wrote up a report. Like, they were subject matter experts. You can want them to work if it makes you feel better, but, you know, it doesn't change the reality. Now you're planning to survive the winter with this setup? Oh, that's easy. Like, literally, I just put on clothes and we're just good. Because in the winter, you don't usually get wet. So actually, in some ways, it'll be easier for us to not get cold during the winter. I won't even need a fire, necessarily. I mean, we'll probably will because of, like, fish and all that. We'll most likely be surviving on milk. Or, sorry, butter. Yeah, no, the problems with nuclear bunkers come into a whole lot of things. One, almost no nuclear bunker is actually properly sealed to the outside environment. As human beings, we require, like, fresh air and all that kind of stuff. So at some point, you can't fully make it entirely enclose the system that can sustain you for any reasonable period of time underground. It will need external air of some kind to supplement whatever you've got in there. And on top of that, you know, to make a system that could appropriately do it, you'd have to make such a substantially large bunker that in itself becomes its own nightmare to deal with. And on top of that, you're not going to be able to sustain any meaningful amount of food time-wise in there. Sure, you can put a couple weeks of food in there, but if you're talking a nuclear event has happened, a couple weeks isn't remotely enough. And if you are in a situation where that would be enough, you're far enough out of the blast that the nuclear bunker is entirely unnecessary. That's the problem. That's the rub of why they don't make sense. Alright. Did we get to the point where I'm actually able to start making other tools, or was that... Yeah, so we ran out of rip fabric again. That's fine. You mean like a Fallout vault? Yeah, so like in Fallout universe they can work because they have like the magic of fusion power where they can run for hundreds of years with no outside resources, that they can recycle every drop of water. Every bit of air can be recycled all internally. And it's just one of those things that in the real world reality, we don't have that technology. Like, we can get recycled air, certainly. Like, we do have people in space and all that. But doing so in a way that can be sustained for a length of time is not really a thing. Because when you look at, for example, the space station, they do basically bring in materials to keep it running constantly. Like, it's a very high-maintenance thing, actually. And that's about the closest you have to that. Is there a renewable source of cloth outside of zombies? I'm actually curious if the sheep would actually take over that, because that could be possible that maybe you can make cloth. You would effectively need a submarine with a self-contained farming facility. Yeah, you'd need, like, a nuclear submarine that could continue... Well, I mean, you could have solar or something on the surface, potentially, but more than likely if you had a nuclear event, the dust would cake your solar panels. But you need some form of long-term power. Which, you know, nuclear would work for that. But some form of long-term power. And you would need some type of water handler, recycler, whatever you want. And that's, the water one's not that bad. The problem you run with the water one is that not all of the water goes back into the system. Sure, you could have it where you drink water, you use the restroom, and then you reprocess the water back into, you know, potable water and all that. But stuff like sweat and all that, that water escapes the system. You know, as water gets absorbed into stuff like fabrics and all that, because that's just a thing that can happen, that water is removed from the system, so you will gradually be on a net negative of water, despite being in an enclosed system. Then when it comes to the air thing, a lot of our air handlers are based on biological components to do chemistry to convert the air. And that's fine, but it is one of those things that, again, those things end up having their own requirements for materials and all that have to be maintained. If you don't introduce new material into the system, you end up with a system that, like, one part or another part of it falls behind on its needs and fails. As you've been starting to see water generators that pull moisture out of water. Thought the mainstay item is probably far from now. Wait, pulls moisture out of water. That's just... Is that not just water? Because all moisture is water. Oh, water out of the air? Yeah, no, that's already been a thing. Yeah. That's been a thing for a long time. But the problem is you have more than just the air absorbs the water. And so unless you're going to go and, like, find a way to separate the moisture back out of your couch, it's there. And, like, plastics actually do a pretty good job of absorbing a lot of things into them as well. Gotwar sounds gross? Yep. Makes the mold. It's the reason you really don't want humidity in your spaces. Oh, the moisture in, like, capturing your furniture, that would be nowhere near enough. You couldn't, like, wring out your couch seat and get water out of it. But just the idea is you lose a little bit here and there and everywhere. And so it's just one of those things that you do have to introduce new materials from the outside. Yeah, no, I could see having, like, some type of submarine be a completely viable way to ride out a nuclear blast that should be in the submarine, because the difference with that is if someone drops a nuke where the submarine is, the submarine survives. It can just go out of the area that was hit with the nuke and then resurface and do all its normal stuff. You know, get more water, get more power, you know, restock its food supply. Yeah, power is probably one of the more solvable problems of the whole fallout shelter thing. At least in the short term. Oh, we want to break that. Let's see. Chernobyl had far more nuclear radiation by far than the modern nuclear warheads. You wouldn't need to survive 50-year gun bunkers may never be used, but it's not useless for its intemperance. Well, no, here's the problem, Lomac. Is again, if you are close enough to the explosion that a nuclear bunker is relevant, like you are in the blast zone, that going into the bunker is relevant, then you are also too close that you're going to have to be massively exposed to everything coming out of it. It's just the idea of riding out the nuclear radiation at ground zero kind of thing in your bunker is kind of a dead-in-the-water type thing. The point being is a lot of expenditure you would make to build one that really doesn't benefit you. Again, if you want to build it because it's cool, like, do it. But just know you're building something that really doesn't serve a purpose. Right. And would you have enough advance warning to make sure your bunker supplies are all freshly stocked up and everything for when an explosion drops? Would you actually get the warning well enough in advance to make it to your bunker in time to get to safety? Like, if you're at the office a 1-hour drive away from, you know, from your bunker's useless. There's just better things you can do with your time. That's why you work from home? Hey man, if that's what it takes to get it so I can work from home reliably in other jobs, sure. I have no idea who Tunnel Girl is. That's why you build thousands of bunkers everywhere around you want to live? Okay. Now, having like a bunker is like a panic shelter or something, that makes sense, but not the point is a nuclear bunker. Having a place where it's like, oh, if things get violent, I can lock the door and, you know, stay down there for a week. That's fine. It's just very specifically a nuclear bunker individually and specifically is the thing. It's that it's just not viable for a nuclear situation. But if you're talking just like, oh, you're in an area, severe political unrest, you just want to kind of put yourself under the ground for a while and, you know, let it blow over for a week. Yeah, that's fine. That'll work. Yeah, a 12-hour bunker is much different than a 12-year bunker. Nuclear vaults are a different thing. So far as like storing stuff in it, is that what you mean? Like where you store stuff where if an area was bombed that you can come back way later? Because that would make sense because you wouldn't have to care about like, does it have air, food, water? You could just put the important things down in the bunker, slam the door shut. Just making a fall reference? Gotcha. Because they do put storage underneath, you know, buildings that carry important stuff. Or, like, if there was, you know, someone burned down the building that they should be safe. Yeah, no, I get you could be in, like, the blast right after it goes by and just try to evacuate as fast as possible. But with the radiation, you're probably still looking at severe long-term health things, so it still gets you. It gets you on the slow burn kind of way versus the you have been incinerated in a blast kind of way. Yeah, no, I also agree. Anything like nuclear warheads is a very much you're taking the tactic of, well, we all lose, but do you lose more? Which is not really a good strategy for anything. Yeah, a respectable bunker is like tornado protection. Yeah, the official government term is mutually assured destruction. Yep. Like in the products out, the best place to survive a nuclear blast is out in the open, in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, no, the best way to survive is to not be in the nuclear blast in the first place, which means staying away from anything that would be reasonably targeted. Not that I go into my day-to-day life being like, oh goodness. Your husband said if we get nuked, he's gonna stand in the road. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, if you're right in the middle of it, in a lot of ways, I think the going quick and being done with it would be the way to go. I hear death by radiation poisoning is pretty horrific. No, I do not need to see pictures. I've heard tales. And I'm like, nope, I'll go with the instant incineration, thank you. Also, stuff won't land on you if you're in the road? I have no idea on that one. Yeah, the helicopter leaving southeast really did screw us pretty bad. It's fine. we could just keep equipping more and more axes. You relate? You live 50 minutes from an Air Force base / missile silo? Yep. No, I definitely remember that there were people really panicked that where I used to live was going to get attacked because we had the space center right there. And it's one of those things in the moat, you understood everyone's panic. But it was also one of those things that you sat back and went, wait a second. So we got the vehicle assembly building. It's designed so a rocket can literally explode inside the building, fully juiced. And the building will still stand. The cows are fine. We moved them down towards the house because they were getting dehydrated. So they live near us now. But, and then, like, the headquarters, good luck hitting it. It's also not actually that important of a building, because there's multiple of them. There's one there, and then there's one in, like, Houston and everything. You know, like, they could hit a landing pad. And it's like, cool, they hit a landing pad. There's, like, even in Cape Canaveral, like, 4 of those. Actually, I think they're up to 6 now. But there's multiple of those. And so, like, after the time when you've had a chance to, like, really think about it, it's like, oh yeah, it would make no sense. Yeah, muscle strain's a bit rough. We only have level 1 axe, so it's gonna be bad. It'll be something that gets better as we go. That was a bold swing. Ah, we just hit the point where our pain was enough to slow us. I was like, that was a bold swing for me to go on that one. Yeah, it's too many. Alright. The question about nukes is, would you rather hit the population center and say, if you were rather missile silos can't fight back? Yeah, no, it's a thing. Like, we don't need to dig into this too much farther kind of thing, because it very quickly turns into very not great topics. It's like, when you're in the moment and worrying about, like, oh man, I could be a target, but then you be objective and step away kind of thing, you're like, you know what? But really, a lot of these places that people think of would be primary targets just wouldn't. They wouldn't even make the, like, the tertiary list or anything. No, that's more zombies going southeast from that one. Why, meta events? Why gotta be like this? I'll intercept this one. I'm trying to intercept some of these ones going into that forest, because that's where I live. Okay. Well, it does seem like we intercepted a bunch from heading towards our area. But then again, like I said, it's gonna be it's going to be a thing that we need to worry about. One kind of pro and con with having the cows on this side of our area is if we notice the cows missing, that's a real strong indicator there's zombies in the area. So blood does nothing? Nope. The only thing being bloody and dirty does to you is if you get injured, you have a higher chance of regular, old, boring bacterial infection. So not zombie infection, but just like real-world infection. But in Project Zomboid, real-world infection is a pretty meaningless mechanic. About the only things it does is it does ever so slightly slow down the rate you heal from the injury, which is kind of a nothing burger. And it does cause a minor amount of pain, which does hurt your damage a tiny bit, but is also kind of a nothing burger. I mean, that's my second one, so I'll use that as a weapon. You thought the Indie Stone was going to make infection a real problem eventually, like bacterial infection means? They might. They did add a setting to the game now where it's supposed to get more dangerous if you didn't treat it, but we turned it up halfway on the last character, and we certainly weren't treating our injuries well. And we never did have it escalate in any meaningful capacity. Now, it could be an RNG thing that, like, only sometimes it escalates, so it's kind of a risk thing or something like that. But from what I saw, I never once had a situation where it's like, oh no, like, we didn't bandage this, we're getting hurt by it. Now, it could be that just doesn't, it's like not really implemented. It could also be that if you don't set it to like 1, it, you know, stays meaningless. Alright, it's 7 p.m. That's kind of been our retreat time so we can get back home in time we can hopefully see what we're doing. But I still need more fabric to keep making our axes. So you're telling me you can ignore your infection? In Project Zomboid, yes. Project Zomboid, regular old bacteria infection where it says infection here, not a big deal. It does, like, very, very lightly negatively impact your character, but it's one of those things that, like, it'll go away on its own. It'll go away in a relatively quick time. Like, to give you an idea, in Build 41, if you were doing something that your character got injured regularly, most of the time all you would do is just leave the bandage on your character forever, because there was no reason to ever worry about taking it off, no matter how bloody or dirty or disgusting it got. If you got injured, the bandage would come off because it would replace it. But yeah, it's why first aid in the game right now is a pretty useless skill. The one primary use of first aid is, well, yes, it does heal your injuries slightly faster. In practice, it's pretty irrelevant. What it can do is if you were to take a fracture, so you like fracture your leg or whatever, and you have high first aid, make a splint and apply it, you can have it where you basically move at just about normal speed. Whereas if you don't have high first aid, your character gets a really bad limp while they're in the splint. But then you got to do that thing where you grind your way up to like 8 first aid to get the better one, which requires you to basically keep maiming and cutting and damaging your character constantly to grind it up. At which point you can go, okay, so I can grind this to ever so slightly improve my movement speed in the very unlikely case that I fracture my leg. Which if you do fracture a leg, you're already making some pretty egregious mistakes. You don't fracture something in normal gameplay. You gotta fall off a roof, or you've got to wreck a car to fracture stuff. Yeah, and you can grind it. But you get the idea, is if you've taken a fracture, you done goofed. Like, not minor. Caffeine pills gives you a burst of energy. The amount of time trying to roof your house you fell through the fake roof tiles and broke your leg. Pro tip to dealing with that, use walk 2. So if you're on a roof and you got fake tiles, this will make the tiles that aren't real red, and your character will not walk to the red tiles. So like, say that tile is fake, if I were to click here, my character would go over, up, and that way. So you'll watch me if I ever get on a roof, I will approach it with absolute paranoia. Because it is one of those ways you can just end a run, and it's just like a very unsatisfying way to go. You would need to boil the water, Secret Squirrel. You have to have clean water to wash the rags. Unless something's changed, you're supposed to have clean water to do rags. Which, unfortunately, I don't have anything that can really boil water in right now. Hey, the Yed, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry you all landed in the middle of an ad break. I can't do anything, it was already going. But thank you so much for the follow in that raid. You know, I'll just give my apology to everyone who got caught in that ad when they get here. You get to experience what it's like to get a pre-roll. That actually isn't a pre-roll. It's just badly timed. But, oh, Blue Squid, good to see you. Yeah, if you're able to hear me, like, what were you playing? How'd it go? Let me actually see if I can see that real fast. According to Twitch, you were playing Sons of the Forest. Now, Twitch has been known to lie about that, because it does just pull, like, what you were most recently playing kind of thing. And so if you switch games midstream, and a lot of times it'll just be wrong. But yeah, no, Sons of the Forest, that's one of those games I never got into, because, like, the whole cannibal thing just really shut me down and all that. Sons of Forest with crowd control. Yeah, no, I've seen people play that. That looks like absolute chaos. But yeah, and I've heard really good things about it. But yeah, no, crowd control can be a lot of fun. Very hectic. It's one of those things that I only do on the rare occasion, is, like, do Twitch integration and anything. But yeah, so if you're looking for Sons of the Forest, and you want to do some, like, Twitch stuff, like, I don't know if that's a regular thing on your channel or not, but, like, that's a thing that can happen over there. Alright, so we should stop ripping these, put them away, we're already way overburdened. But meanwhile, we're playing some Project Zomboid. And we have been living a really tough life because we're playing on sweaty try-hard settings. We're actually getting low on food for once, which is unexpected. But, we're playing on sweaty try-hard settings, so we do have 16 times population and all that kind of good stuff, which does make it really hard for me to get into towns and do anything meaningful like that. So if it seems like I'm just always out in the wilderness fighting zombies, we are trying to fight our way towards town, but it is going to take me killing probably a couple of thousand zombies before we get to set foot in town. So other settings we've changed, we do have multiple helicopters, so we have the sometimes setting, which means we can have helicopters as frequent as 10 days apart. I don't know exactly how far they can be. I'm pretty sure we've seen up to, like, in the 20s days apart, but that's kind of an outlier. Usually it's roughly around 2 weeks apart, give or take a bit. So I don't see any cows here. You still in the zone? No. No, they're not. All the Okay, this is really bad. We have zombies in our home zone. In our area we live. So that last med event dropped the zombies right to our door. The question is, how many? That was a real dangerous miss right there. Stop killing all my plants. Don't run into the lean. That stacks of damage penalties are absolutely wrecking us right now. Come on. I need you over here. You, join me. Because we're really in a bad situation. So I'm trying to do real fast is we want to drag them out of here. I need you to keep up with me. Die fast. I need you to fall over fast. I need you to fall over fast. Would you fall over? Because we had 4. There's 2. There's 3. But where is 4? Okay. So realistically, we are not going to be able to rest before we go to sleep. The hope here is we did manage to make enough noise to drag out the handful of zombies that were right by our base that we could sneak in a quick sleep here. Then we want to go to the northeast, try and make sure we get the zombies out of there and retrieve our cows. Because the zombies did go to where our cows were and scattered them. So our cows are somewhere running around in the woods. I did try to carefully maneuver the zombies to minimize the damage to my base. They did trample a bunch of our crops and kill them, which I'm pretty unhappy about. But they didn't actually destroy any of my buildings, which is good news. I'm gonna hold shift left. That way if a zombie goes to us in the middle of the night, I'll run to the left real fast and probably get away with it. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, so that last meta event really kind of screwed us there. That drugged the zombies right over our home. We already have a trowel, so that's a spare. So I'll put this trowel on my right hand. Put the seeds away, put the seeds away. We got the rags here. Drop those down, drop those down, drop this down. Drop you down. Put an axe on her back. Oh, I probably ran out of branches. Okay. If it shows a straight up black screen, try like uninstalling any mods you've got. There's a very good chance you might have mods messing with something. If that still doesn't help, try doing a verify on the files. That can quite often help with those kind of things. Yeah, that way first thing, had to force close and relaunch. Yeah, there's a bunch of things you can do, but yeah, like, try force closing. If that doesn't work, try checking to see, like, if you have any mods in your stuff. You know, you can turn those off. Try verifying your files. Those are all the early ones. Build 42 won't launch unless you use the alternative launch. Gotcha, I've also not run to that one either. Like, build 42 didn't give me any grief. Okay. So put the bug away, put the bug away. We'll keep the caffeine pills on us. Thank you for the follow. Hope to stream. We'll put the kitchen knife back down over here. Oh. Right, because we got a bunch of stuff here. That's fine. Okay, so we do need the 4 rope. We're trying to retrieve the cattle. Or not cattle, the cows. Cattle's, that's actually appropriate. They didn't die, they just got run off. So we gotta look to see where they went. So first, the livestock zone shows no animals in it. So none of them happened to walk back in. We got a zombie over here. It's gonna be a little tricky to get the cows out of here because we can't like call the cow back or something like that. Strength going? It's going pretty good. Heli happened? We had a heli earlier, and then we followed up with the meta events, and the problem was the meta events drugged the zombies our way. And so now we're cleaning up after the meta events. So most likely the zombies coming this way would have scared the cows either over to the right or through our base. Oh, there's one of them. Is he back by the zombie you killed to the north was a black one. Zoomed out, you can see it. Gotcha. I can deal with that one. Let me get this one retrieved first, since we already got it over here. I'm trying to not retrieve a bunch of cows simultaneously, because that will become more and more of a hassle for us. You report on the forums, but that said, I already know that's a known bug. That and the rat duplication bug are both known bugs. Okay, so back where I killed this one, to the top right, zoomed out. That's it. To the north, yeah, so top right. To the north, zoomed out, you could see one of the black cows. Not seeing it. Top of screen? Oh, so not northeast. Oh, I see it. I see it right there. Thank you. And you assume baby and mom are together. Yup. Oh, you can attach them to a tree? Interesting. That's not what I want to do. So we're still missing the bull. Is the calf male? Yes, it is. Okay, so we're doing fine. The tree is good, isn't it? I have no idea. So it does seem like it scattered most of the cows to be kind of north this way, like they got pushed towards the river and then they kind of rebounded out as the zombies closed in close to the river. Pop out to this side, see if we see the bull up here anywhere. I don't imagine it's going to be way out this far. Oh, so they don't graze, they have to be by the feeding troughs, and it could be a thing that I could tie them to a tree and maybe that keeps them from retreating or forces them to come back. I don't know. Just trying to cover more ground. Yeah, that's, it could be a possibility that as the cow gets thirsty, and it detects the, you know, the trough nearby, it might come back on its own. But I have no idea what their kind of range for detecting that is, or how smart they are about any of that. It also very well could be just mashed up against this wall. This wall's a no dice. It's just the 3. South of the fire, is that just a rock? I'm also curious if they scared to the other side, like not over here, but like around the corner of the river. North would be where I'd check next. Oh yeah, that's a piece of flint or something. We got zombies down there. Do the cows drink from the river at all? No, it has to be in a trough. We just had a meta event drag zombies across our home, so it scattered our cows. We got all but one of them brought back. To be fair, the cows are running away from something they perceived as a threat. It's probably not that bad of a survival instinct. Yeah, that meta event screwed us hard. Imagine the bull charging the zombies. I mean, it'd be fun. I doubt the cow got all the way down here. Get another zombie over this way. Yeah, my guess is that the cow got scared to the east, because if the zombies came across this way, they'd either push the zombies through our base, which means I'd expect to see the cow over here somewhere, since it wasn't that dense of a group of zombies, or would push them up the other way on the river, and since it would want to go against the river's edge, and that's more likely where the, you know, the cow would retreat to anyways, I could very well see, just making sure it's not behind this or something like that, I could very well see the cows getting scared up along the river and kept getting pushed. Because the one went over here, the other ones went like kind of straight up from there, so I got pushed aside, and then when the zombies got close, they went away. Is that the bull right there? Oh, you're standing like 2 tiles outside your zone. That's fine. He's probably just sitting behind these trees or something. Well, my assumption is if the bull fought back kind of thing, then the zombies would be allowed to attack them. Right now, the zombies can't attack the animals. Especially with how long it takes to... Alright, cooking pot. Yeah, I'm not going to complain about that find. Well, we could boil water and do all sorts of cooking now. Where do you get cow food? Right now I've been stealing it from the barn they were at. But yeah, so I've got a cooking pot now. That's a really good find. So an empty cooking pot. Ah, it has condition to it now. With empty cooking pot, it can collect rain and all that sort of stuff. We can also cook a lot of stuff in that, so that's a pretty big win. Drop that rope back down there. Can I get a shout out for Mr. Lamprey, by the way? For those who don't know, Mr. Lamprey, absolutely fantastic content creator, so I definitely recommend checking out. Honestly, let's put away the trowel. I don't know how durable those are. I've got plenty of axes for the moment. And it can hold a lot of milk? Yup. Yup. So yeah, that was a really big find. So yeah, we just need to find 2 nails and 2 planks. Is it a weapon now? Is what a weapon now? Oh no, most of your tools now have conditions, so eventually I would need to replace my cooking pot. Now, how fast it loses condition, I have absolutely no idea. I'm hoping it's not too egregious. That's super weird that the bulls won't fight considering how many "the ram broke my legs" posts there are on Reddit. Oh. That's if you attack the bull. The bull will defend itself if someone actually hits it. The zombies won't actually attack the bull. Man, if you walk up to the bull, it's no threat to you unless you go and whack it. At which point then the bull's gonna mess you up. As it should. Any memory leak issues? The game is using 90% of your resources at the Rosewood Military. You mean the Rosewood Military like the little barracks to the north? Generally speaking, Project Zomboid doesn't have a big memory leak problem that I've seen. The thing that can get you in trouble with it is as you explore more and more and more and more of the map, it will consume a little bit more memory as you run around those places, because it's loading more and more into the game. There is a problem you can run into that as you've explored more and more of the map, it can become a bit of a performance issue. Like, I don't know if any of that's changed with Build 42, but that was definitely true of Build 41. It's one of the things that become kind of an issue in our really big marathon runs. You explored more and more of the map. You'd have occasionally you'd want to reboot the game and all that. Raven Creek had a memory leak problem? Gotcha. That's a mod though, so that doesn't help one way or the other. Now it could be that Raven Creek, like there was a memory leak and Raven Creek exacerbated it or something. But I personally haven't really noticed memory leak problems. Project Zomboid is capped at like 4 gigabytes of RAM. Yep. There is things you can do to expand the amount of RAM it has, but it doesn't really help that much. It doesn't help none, but there are pretty hard limitations on the engine and all that it's just not able to expand to take advantage of all hardware. It's kind of like where a lot of games are not multi-threaded and that kind of thing. It doesn't matter how many CPU cores you toss at it because it's not multi-threaded, so it still just uses one. Yeah, okay, 8 and it just used it all? Yeah, that's the whole thing. You said go ahead and load up all of this. Yeah, and like the weird uppercut with the axe animation. This whole thing. As a random question, maybe you've not been around enough trees to experience this. Have you been getting cut a lot more, Lamprey? I have been getting sliced and diced by the trees. I think we're up to like 5 or 6 injuries. It's not like running through the trees, it's like literally just walking through them. It's a new tree in town, it's Razor Pine. Alright. I want you to die so I can rest and deal with my muscle strain. You don't know much about the Java version product Zomboid is rocking, but multi-threading should get better with JavaScript 21. Yeah, so it's the problem has nothing to do with like Java itself being able to multi-thread or not multi-thread or multi-thread well or not. It's a very, very, very big common problem with not just games, but applications in general, of just not being designed to multi-thread. Like, in games are especially notorious, that usually most multi-threaded games are only 1 or 2, like, or only, like, 2 cores kind of thing. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Where they have, like, 1 core deals with one part of the simulation, and 1 core deals with the other part of the simulation that they could pretty safely just handle independently with each other and ignore the other one. Who needs asynchronous? Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing, is it can be very difficult, because you can get yourself into some real gnarly bugs if you don't handle multi-threading well. Where, like, the timing of processes is the problem, not what's in the processes. So, like, everything runs perfectly fine, but then this one time that this normally slower process happens to run faster, and then, like, the whole thing, all hell breaks loose because you just didn't handle your asynchronous code well. I have seen a lot of those kind of problems from when, asynchronous code started becoming more and more of a thing in, C#. That's like, nope, the software's doing exactly what you told it to. And it's doing it well. Just, you know, you didn't write it well to begin with. It's doing that dumb thing you told it to really efficiently. Computer programs are neither smart nor stupid. They do exactly what you told it to do. If the instructions were dumb, it will carry them out as efficiently as it possibly can. I kind of don't like that the broken flint heads pop off, because I just don't want to deal with the clutter all over the ground everywhere, and it's just creating clutter all over the ground everywhere. That I imagine eventually I will need to go through and do them. No, I'm not a developer for Project Zomboid. I have over 15 years in software development, which does give me a certain bit of knowledge on how a lot of these things work. And I have looked at Project Zomboid's code, what we can get at, you know, which is a lot of it actually, myself before. But I don't dev or mod for the game. You hate race condition problems? Yeah. It's like cache invalidation problems, where you just scream into the void. Rual develops robots that make anime girls real. It's a true story. No. No. No, I want nothing to do with any of that. No, I've done a very, very wide range of things. I've done association management systems, so like dealing with all the boring bureaucracy around nonprofits and all that, all the software to handle that stuff so the nonprofits can spend more time doing what they want to do versus dealing with bureaucracy. I've done software that has, like, I've done, you know, e-commerce stuff, but that's not really here nor there. I've done stuff that deals with education sector side of things, where we were writing software to help people learn how to write software. Oh, I missed a kitchen knife. For the longest time, the billboards, and I don't know how widespread these were. I wrote the software that runs the digital billboards between the airport and Las Vegas, as well as a number of the billboards in Las Vegas, were running my software to actually, you know, display what image for how long and all that, and do so in an intelligent way that you would just go in there and be like, hey, I want to put this advertisement up on this main drag here. I wanted to have this amount of time on the screen, and, you know, you'd get your price and all that, and, you know, assuming you agreed to and paid for it, it would show up there, and we'd even have a thing where the camera on the billboard would take pictures saying, like, here's the evidence. Oh, you're not dead. I was like, why can't I loot the zombie? She's just chilling there, napping, pretending to be dead. I don't know if that software's still deployed there. Like, that was over a decade ago. Which, one terrifying thing is almost all those digital billboards are running on, like, unpatched Windows XP machines with internet connections and all that, which every single time I saw that just made every hair on my neck stand up going, no. Like, it's fine if you got this, but, like, don't plug that into the internet. It's amazing that those haven't been hacked yet. And, like, you know, displaying pornography or something awful, you know, on the main highway. Which wouldn't be my software's problem. My software would be doing its job. I can't help you if you just let someone just hook into the machine and do what they want with it. Oh no, that's known and documented. That's not me revealing any secrets. That was, they had, man, that'd be like 5-6 years ago. There was a digital billboard. I can't remember, it was like Oregon or New York, whatever. Someone had hacked an individual digital billboard and played pornography while they were stuck in traffic. And it kind of brought up the attention that, like, almost none of these boards and, like, those roadside things have any meaningful security. I'll keep that duffel bag. Like, it probably won't keep it on me all the time. Oh, we need to be heading back. It's 9 and we've had zombies at our house. The last Java land we talked to, and with other developers, their other companies told us they're still in Java 5. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. I still know there's people who run .NET 3.1. Was it 3.1 or 3.2? It doesn't matter. Like, the old school .NET. So even if you're like the old school before they made it cross-platform properly and all that, even cross-platform properly was like, what, 4.2, 4.5 or something like that? And you're like, oh my god, you're running a version of .NET that is literally 12 years old now. Like, there is a point that you should be held accountable if you get hacked for criminal negligence. Like, and I'm 100% down that if you're that far out of tech and you get hacked, you are fully liable. Because there needs to be a certain point where you're like, hey, if you're going to be storing credit card numbers on your system and all that kind of stuff, and you're running crap that is so far out of date that we know there are entire lists of vulnerabilities and it's no longer getting any maintenance, absolutely. Well, I mean, to your point, you're saying for tech companies, you agree? I would argue in this day and age, unless you're handcrafting stuff and then like selling at your local farmer's market, you're a tech company. Because this day and age, everybody's a tech company. It may not be your primary focus, but like if you're farming, you're using robots, you're using automation, you have all sorts of systematic checks, you have all sorts of automation on your infrastructure and all that, you're a tech company. It may not be your focus or your discipline, but you're up to your armpits in tech. And I know there's a lot of people who hate it, but it's, like it or not, it's the world we live in right now. If you have data, you're responsible for protecting. I agree. My thing is I'm willing to give a little bit of leeway for like 0 days and that kind of stuff, or fairly recent vulnerabilities. Sure, there's a reaction, there's a time. But my argument would be, you can no longer be like, oh, we didn't know, if you know, your stuff is no longer being supported at all. The company who made it says like, hey, this is in the trash. Like, you would have some grace period that's like, okay, you got X number of years to sort this out. After which, like, again, you would be fully liable. So for right now, I'm just going to chuck the duffel bag in the ground here. Later on, when we have more strength, that could be worth carrying around as the, like, backup bag. You can confirm that I've heard a lot of people say that you can get milk from sheep. I haven't personally done it, but I've heard from a lot of sources that I would absolutely trust. So you don't see any headlines where Visa or MasterCard had a data breach? I mean, for one, a lot of them have so much liability involved, they would get screwed. It's not that they don't have data breaches, everyone does. But they are pretty good about saying relatively hardened targets. Versus the really big offenders tend to be mostly medium-sized, small-medium, because there's a cost to upgrading things. And, you know, I understand that. But like I said, there's definitely a point, like if you're using tech and it's dropped out of support like 5-10 years ago, there's a certain point where it's like, hey, you as a company are putting a lot of people at risk. And it's not even that you'd be like fined for it. It's just if anything happens, you're fully liable, 100% accountable. I do also feel though that there should be basic requirements. If you're going to store certain types of data, you must adhere to at least a minimum level of security. Like, you can do more, that's fine. But you at least need a minimum level. And I know the counter argument is like, well, the moment you set the minimum bar, that's what all security is going to be. It's like, hey, if that's still on average better than our current security, it is a net gain. Let's see, the security we have is incredible. You can protect yourself from 0-day security issues. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes into giving yourself proper security. Part of it is, don't store data you don't need. IT is always putting people at risk. 0-day vulnerabilities, you know? I mean, Right, there's always a risk with technology, but there's also a risk with not technology. Clean them cookies? Yep. They are, but they're loopholes in other ways. Used to corporate ATT. It's stupid things they get away with. Yeah, but I mean, that's the reason you need to have rules that they're not these giant monolithic things. The rule is just very straightforward. It's like, if you are storing this, you must have at least this level of encryption. Like, no wiggle. If you are storing this type of data, you must have this level of encryption. If you are storing that type of data, you must do this thing. And yeah, there'll be people who figure out ways around it and yada yada. But the point is they gotta go through a whole bunch of loopholes to get around it. And if those loopholes getting around it are more of a hassle than just doing the thing, they'll do the thing. Hospitals are one of the few places that have some of the extremely strict data storage because of HIPAA. Oh yeah, no, you actually have a lot of places. There are a lot of places that actually have very, very strict data storage. Like, if you work Department of Defense or Department of Justice kind of stuff, they have some pretty strict rules. The big problem they run into is because everyone subcontracts and subcontracts. You know, once you get far enough down the pipe, you start introducing vulnerabilities as you start getting farther and farther away from the initial thing. Because every time you're going to, like, well, we're going to go to the next cheaper person, sooner or later you get to this point it's so cheap that, you know, you get what you paid for, as they say. Yeah, corporate policy means nothing. Corporate policy is terms that they can change at a whim. There's very little legal binding to literally anything, so aren't worth considering. And then usually you have federal policy as your minimum bar, and then state policy can be a bit stricter, not the other way around. So, like, for example, you have your federally set requirements, and then you have places like California who go, but we're going to require more out of you. Like, we're going to require you to be stricter. So it says, you agree, you have tech support over the phone. You had access to thousands of card numbers. You don't even live in the States? Yep. Well, those are things I also think there is ways to secure that as well, where you as the individual doing the tech support doesn't have the card numbers specifically. You have access to the accounts, and so it's not that you couldn't do anything malicious. It's you only have part of the pie to do stuff. And it can be a real pain in the butt when you're troubleshooting things, and, you know, you need access to more stuff. And, you know, that stuff is under a protected status. It can make your job difficult, but it is one of those things that you're making the job difficult for a good reason. Like, it's one of those things that software developers, you can kind of tell an early career software developer versus like a mid... Oh, it's fine. We can't have the helicopter today. An early career software developer versus a mid-career software developer if they're dealing with server-side stuff. Because the earlier career one is like, just give me admin access to the server so that I can do what I need to do. And then, right, you start getting to the point of some seniority, it's like, no, I do not want access to the server. Like, this is something I don't need and I don't want. Yeah, just give me a pipeline admin. Exactly. Just give me someone I can communicate that when I need some procedure done with like some database backed up or restored or something like that, that I have my person who their entire job is around like making sure the backups are good. Like, let them deal with all the infrastructure and all that. Let them specialize in that. Let them get really good at that. Because you know what I want to do? I want to write good software. And if I'm busy having to juggle a whole bunch of different random servers and backup practices and policies and deployment strategies and all of these kind of things, that's its own special discipline that people get really good at and is a full-time job in itself. Okay, from what I thought I grabbed something I didn't need. Who's beeping over here? GitOps does all that, no need to touch server. Oh yeah, and there's lots of solutions, like GitOps and all that. Yeah, it's very much one of those things that, like, on the software dev side, you're like, look man, I do not want to have to load up a SQL server, pull up T-SQL, and go, yeah, update table. I do not want to do that. Am I capable of doing that? Yes. But I know there be demons in there. I know that is playing with some serious fire. That one typo and you just hosed a production database. I do not want that access. I should not have that access. If you've given me that access, you as a company are doing a very, very dangerous thing. Because all it takes me is having one bad day and your entire company goes down. Don't give me that power. It's not in my interest to have that power, it's not in your interest to have that power. And that's because of, like, sir, I'm over here. And it's not even because of, like, mistakes or anything kind of like that. It's just literally, you're just creating a lot of risk for no reason than other being a little bit lazy. And I get it. And I get it when it's one of those things that your team is like, you got the one software developer, you got the IT admin, and like 2 techs. And you just don't have the resources. Sure, I understand. Small business gonna small business. But there's definitely a lot of places that do that kind of stuff. You're like, nah, man. That's how I feel working about cashier recently. You don't want to be responsible for that much money. Oh yeah, and there's also those kind of things where you sit there and you empty the till and you've got like tens of thousands of dollars and you're like, there should be some mitigating factor here. I don't want the possibility that I just accidentally grabbed one bill too many, and now, like, this has become a major expense and I gotta go talk to a manager about it. And that's like, as far as big money goes, like, not that big an issue. But there's definitely a point where you have access to stuff that you're like, this really shouldn't be in just one person's hand without some type of check and balance. There's just too much room for things. Well, and especially you go into some of these companies, they treat their staff like garbage. You know, laying off devs, overworking them, making them do like mandatory overtime, and then also giving them access to like literally everything. And you're just like, why are you doing this? Do you not see where this goes bad for you? All it takes is that dev to have that one day that they have that lapse of judgment where they're like, F this, I'm burning it all down. And it's gone. Because most of your worst damages to companies that are like company ending stuff usually is internal. Disgruntled employee, that kind of thing. Treating IT staff like garbage, are you talking Amazon? I am talking a very, very long list of companies. That is not a particularly exclusive club. There's a lot of companies who treat IT as a necessary evil, that it's that thing they don't really want to pay for, but they're going to pay for because they kind of have to. And that's about as much as they're going to give it. All right. That muscle strain and and exertion really undermining her damage. At least with every one of these swings, we're getting a little bit of weapon skill, a little bit of maintenance, a little bit of strength and fitness. Like, tangible progress is happening now. Versus, like, with stomping, we're just getting a tiny bit of fitness and a tiny bit of strength. Place our shoes. It's been a good long while. Let's see, Zomboid has all the guns, but they're a trap. No, you can absolutely use guns. Guns can be good. You just gotta be smart about using guns. Let's see, did only the pistol aiming change, or did the melee... So it's only the guns. The melee, as far as I'm aware, has remained the same. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Product Zomboid is not a run-and-gun game. They do not have sufficient supply of guns to reasonably use them full-time. The only way that happens is if you have maximized your ammunition loot, and you've got something like Brita's gun mod going, so you can just have an obnoxious amount of guns in your world. But normal Product Zomboid, you do not have nearly enough ammunition to consistently use firearms. Sometimes with, like, multiplayer, with, loot respawn and all that, you can get away with it. Just make it, like, a routine that you, go by the local gun store and loot it each respawn. But yeah, no, it's deliberate. And they have deliberately put the ammunition that low. Because otherwise, if it was like, people would be like, no, it's not realistic, this is Kentucky. Sure. But if they had a realistic amount of ammo, you'd just go to Grandpa's arsenal, and you'd just use guns forever. So they have respawns in buildings. As far as loot, only if you turn it on. It's off by default. Yeah. No, the whole setup of Product Zomboid, is... It was the end of days, there was no hope for survival, this is how you died. The story setup is basically you are reliving the story of your character's death. Your character, at the moment you start the game, has already died. You're telling the story. The goal is to make it as long of a story as possible and as interesting as a story as possible, if you will. To make it something, you know, something meaningful, fulfilling, and fun. Yeah, at the moment of the game, there is no aging. It's just not a mechanic because there's no reason to introduce it. Like, I can't imagine anyone staying interested in the game to a point that dying of old age is a realistic concern. Swing and a miss. How's her pain? It's getting pretty high. That's a no. Could be an old trait? I don't think that'd have value. Like, yeah, you could add an old trait, but in all practice, like, almost no one would probably run it. You'd have to do all the dev time for aging to be a thing in the game. and so you're putting a lot of effort into something I don't realistically see as being a big deal. I'd much rather they focus on, you know, getting multiplayer on this version, expanding the crafting, getting a lot of the other stuff. That's half the stuff when it comes up to that. It's not even that's like it's a bad idea or anything, it's just on the list of ideas, you know, like where's the actual impact? I'm gonna kill one more and then we're gonna go back to stomping. Come on. Okay, we've got the attack speed penalty from pain going now. So we don't want to bother swinging our weapons anymore at all. Yeah, it's not going to be set up easily. Let's see, the number of Zomboid runs that run multiple years has been under 1%. Yeah, no, it's not even like a little under 1% either. You're talking way under 1%. Yeah, so just trying to back up far enough to let them, you know, separate out. Most of your runs go to 30 to 60k kills. Yeah. Well, my cows are scattered because this one's back up here. So I know we got zombies at home again. So it does mean there's a zombie down by... down by our home somewhere. So kill these three that followed me this far. Most likely what it is we've, that med event probably drug a bunch of zombies into our area. Oh, don't do that. Come on, man. I'm pretty spent. See if we can't just execution animation this guy and be done with it. Come on. We can get the execute. We can do it. Come on. Any moment now. Nope. Fall over. They really need a break. You gotta wait your turn, lady. How do you get rid of the tile blends in your window? The tile blends. What? Oh my god, please. I should have backed off a long time ago, which is the problem, is we're like super exhausted now. So I can't really retreat from a fight one. You got an option when you click open the window that says tile blends? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. Yeah, maybe a mod. I don't know. You said window that says tile blend. Yeah, I don't know what that is, so I don't, like, I've never seen that before. So I unfortunately don't have an answer for you. Open a window. I think it just seen yours, and I don't have the same info. You mean this? Oh, you mean the tile report blend street? Yeah, that's for reporting bugs. That's for reporting bugs. There's actually a mod to get rid of those things, but it is part of the unstable branch. Sorry, when you're saying tile blends, I'm like, what? I'm thinking that was just the name of the tile that was underneath it. Okay, so we're finally at least rested up, so we're not super awful shape. So I'll grab you. Oh. Put you back in the primary. Attach you to the left. Attach you to the right. Alright, so the catch is... our cows got scattered again. We saw the one over here. Now, we did pull some zombies out of the forest, but I don't think we got as far in as they would be. Yeah, there's another one over here.
Hey.
Don't go anywhere, cow. Oh, hey, that's why you went someplace. I was like, I'm plenty far away, you don't need to run. Stacking damage debuffs, don't like. We're at maximum pain, so our attack speed's now slowed. Oh good, you went crawler. I can actually work with that pretty well. If you'd fall over, I could work with it. Fall over. Fall over. I can work with that. There we go. Crawler gone. Okay. Got another one down here. Alright, so our one cow ran a little ways into the field to the north. The other ones are probably scattered down there as well. We'll have to see. I think, one of the other cows right down here. Okay, we got another zombie over here. Yeah, so it looks like... I'm thinking we had a redistribution, that the meta event drug a bunch of zombies here, and then the redistribution spread them out in the woods, and that's what's happened now. And so I've got to deal with that one. I just keep turning around, there just keeps being more of them here. All right. So our home base looks like it's probably okay. Next up, I need to go over here. Because most likely there's a zombie in this area. We may have already drug it out with all the noise you're making. No, it's right there. Okay, you did see me. Let's back away from those trees. So back away, recover endurance. We've also got a zombie down here. You miss spearfishing? Have you seen anything around the honey scandal that's come out? Yeah, I actually was talking about it on stream earlier. If you have the honey extension, it's basically a scam that's hurting pretty much everyone involved other than PayPal. It hurts creators, it hurts you as a person using it. There's like an entire video on it. Like it's pretty bad. No, we're talking Honey is a mobile app or mobile extension for your browser. And what it's supposed to do is provide you discount codes. Like find you the best discount codes, whatever, and auto-apply them, you know, make you save money. Generally speaking, anytime you see something that you can't figure out how they make money, like very clearly, always, always, always approach with caution. you can't figure out the monetization strategy, there's going to be something you're not going to want to know about. That is their strategy for monetization. The classic, if you're not paying, you're the product kind of thing. But no, they're doing some pretty awful stuff. Like, you'd click on an affiliate link. So say you went to my thing and you're like, oh, Fractal. Fractal sponsors the channel. Oh, look, Fractal stuff looks pretty good. I'm going to use Rual's link to buy Fractal stuff. And, then, I would get a kickback, because that's how affiliate link works. And everyone's win-win-win. Fractal gets a sale. You heard about a product that you are genuinely interested in. And then I get the commission. Well, what Honey would do is you would click on my affiliate link, you go to the page, and Honey would be like, yo, let me see if I can't get a discount code for you. Cool, I got you a 5% discount code on the purchase. Well, what ends up happening is now Honey takes the entire credit of the sale, and I get nothing as the creator. Also, that 5% would be negotiated with them to use as a coupon code for Honey, and not actually necessarily the best coupon code available either. And like, it really is like all around bad. Even if they don't find a thing, it's like, oh, we didn't find any coupon codes. If you choose the okay that they didn't find any coupon codes, it still steals the sale and puts it under their own commission. It's pretty egregious. Yeah, my understanding is a lot of the systems like that work in the same general manner. That basically they're taking advantage of the fact that the last person involved in a sale usually gets the full commission of the sale. Just because that's been the easiest to facilitate. Not because it like strategically makes sense or whatever, it's just implementing it makes it easy. Alright, so we're holding shift and left in case the zombie finds us. Alright. We need to go here. Grab the rope. So the problem is I need to retrieve the cows, and I need to do all that. Curious, do you remember which build you started playing Project Zomboid? Oh, like actually getting into it? It was when build 41 was the I will back up my save build. So as far as, like, being in Project Zomboid for an extremely long time, I wouldn't say I've been that. But, I have been it for, like, the last couple major versions. For, like, the launch of Build 41, the launch of Build 42, and all that. Cool. Just some rough weather. Let's put you away for right now, except for the last rope there. I can go ahead and put you on my back. You in my hands. Alright. Actually, let's check their inventory here. Let's drop this axe off. We're running low on inventory because I need to stop and, deal with food. And it's been a problem. Okay, so let's take a look here. Check livestock zone 1. Actually, the bull is still in range. But the 2 cows have gotten scared off. And I believe we saw one of them running around up here, one of the black cows. And then the multi-patterned one was across the road in the field. Yeah, so that's the bull. Yeah, somewhere in this area I had seen, I think it was the baby cow running around its mom somewhere in there. And then the other cow ran across the road up here. Is that it? No, that's not it. It ran up here somewhere because the zombie scared it. I lost track of it. Oh, we are searching for cows again. Okay, that is the cow. Because we brought them back, and then we ended up having the cows get scared again by zombies. Yeah, it's the second time. Like I said, I think it's a combination of we had a helicopter, and then we had a couple of meta events that multiple of them brought the zombies towards our home. And so now we're kind of cleaning up our home. Can you drag by the rope like that? No. Your interactions with zombies are extremely limited. You can kill them, you can loot them, and you can drag their bodies. And that's kind of it. And I think that's totally fine because half the stuff that people suggest in addition to that gets... Yeah, that's the bull. The bull is inside the zone. We're good there. But yeah, and I think it's good because, like I said, most of the suggestions that people have are just, they get to the point of like creepy and weird and all that kind of stuff. Like not weird as just like disagreeing kind of thing. It's like, oh man, look. It's just one of those things that like zombie lore tends to bring out the edgiest of the edge. Yeah, I could have sworn I saw the baby cow run around with its parent around here. But it's entirely possible while I was fighting everything that it got scared off somewhere. Else could just be like in the wrong spot. Are you against zombie mannequins? You need to be able to try out the wolf pelt. There's mannequins just in the game. They don't need to be zombie mannequins. Just use a mannequin as a mannequin. It's what mannequins are for. You don't want them in your yard? I mean, they disappear after 9 days. Like, they just decay into non-existence. It's the reasons why most of the time people are like, oh, what do I do with the bodies? It's like, well, is it inside the room where you're trying to sleep? Yeah. It's not? Okay, don't worry about it. Just ignore it. It'll go away. I know you're there. Okay. Yes, a good chance that zombie... I do really hate that we've been yelling over here earlier. I don't like this change, because it's not a fun way of making it challenging. Because all the tools we get in our toolkit to deal with this. Oh, you're way the heck over there. Oh, wait, do the cows come to you when you yell? What? Oh, no, they're just getting their water. It's not because they love me. Oh, no, they follow you.
Hey.
Okay, cool.
Hey.
That makes this way easier.
Hey. 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 Hey.
That's way less of a pain. Now, the question is, do they stop following me right away, or is there something I have to do to make them stop following me? Yeah, more than likely there's more zombies in here. And because a bunch of them are death trait now, they do just stand there until you run into them. Yeah, I've said this a couple times. My next playthrough, I'm taking them off the random stats. I don't feel like it's a fun way of making it challenging. Like, a lot of ways, it's making it way easier. Like, the helicopter event has been total snoozer, even with me being near high pop areas with some of them, where we had, like, just large numbers. But because of how slow the zombies were, it's just like, okay, I'll just walk in a big old circle. It's fine. I'm gonna go left right now, and the reason I'm doing this is we need food. So I don't go this way hardly ever. So we're looking to find some berries and other goodies. And honestly, let's check our map. Were there any buildings we saw nearby? Probably not, right? We didn't really check. There's a farmhouse down there. We could check if I could reach that farmhouse with all the helicopters that we pulled to the north. Maybe we forge across the field towards that farmhouse, because like I said, I'm trying to get 2 planks and 2 nails, because the moment we do that, our food is in great shape at that point. Let's put that back up there. And I do think pretty soon I'm also going to want to take a certain amount of focus to just hacking down some trees around where we live just to give me some breathing room. Yeah, no, I can make axes and all that. Alright, well, I'm not looking at tangling with this. That's not important for immediate situation. That's a full rally group over there. I think it's just 2. Bunch more hurt us because pinpoint hearing nonsense. That's that whole group. Alright. Yeah, this pinpoint hearing is tiresome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, this is fine. We're not in any real danger with it. It's just really annoying that you kill one zombie. It's like, alright, well, I just gotta clear the area. I mean, if they want to go for stealth, this literally is about as counter to stealth as you can get as a gameplay mechanic. So they gotta really drop the pinpoint hearing at a bunch of zombies and the combat volume. I want to just cut across... Man, we got whole rally groups over here. Okay, so we got still one or two managing to follow me. Oh, come on. Oh, you're only pretended. I thought it was weird. I wasn't sure if she was, like, actually dead or not. Because it made a crunch as like, huh. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's go ahead and deal with this one. Fall over so I can finish this and not have to make this into a whole big kiting session. Yep, I figured that was coming. Okay, that's my last axe for the moment. We're really spent still. Any progress with blacksmithing? Oh, we haven't done literally anything for blacksmithing at all. I've been just struggling to try and hold my ground because, like I said, those two meta events that we had after the helicopter really just screwed us so far as our progress. Crimus 1993, and then the, when Talk Boy from Home Alone 2 led the zombie apocalypse. What are meta events? What do you get? So meta events is where you hear like a scream in the distance or a gunshot in the distance. What they effectively do is they ping a loud sound that makes all the zombies, not all zombies, makes a bunch of zombies move that direction. So what ended up happening in our case is we had a helicopter and I handled it up here in these fields. And then we had one meta event that drug the zombies down towards our home and a second meta event do it again. So it took all those zombies we dumped over there and just be like, what if those were your backyard? And so the issue is it's kept me from being able to progress in my objectives. So I haven't been able to secure some more food for us. I haven't been able to work on getting some planks or nails. We just kind of been in this war where the zombies are coming to us. Now, the good news is we are still just killing these zombies. It will just be a matter of time before the numbers start wearing down. It's just a little frustrating to make progress and then just because of RNG keep having it taken back. Like, don't get me wrong, it is literally a mechanic in the game. That's fine. We just had some bad luck. If I have a saw, and I don't have a saw. I also really don't like that those fall off. Here's a question. I don't think I've never tried to dismantle those. I've dismantled fences before. I haven't just dismantled one of those style. It's not real is why. Okay, fair enough. I'm pretty sure you had metal fence. I see you, crawler. Trying to be all sneaky, hiding in that bush. So I'm going to try and do is take this road to the left here, assuming there's not a bunch of zombies on it. And I just want to see if we can't get to there's a building down this way. If it looks like there's a bunch of zombies, we're just going to ignore it and just continue on with the way we've been clearing. But my hope is that I might be able to cut over here, just pop in there, and be able to find a piece of furniture or two to take apart. Because if we take a couple pieces of furniture apart, is jewelry used for anything in Build 42? Not that I've seen. That doesn't mean it's not. I just haven't seen much. I haven't gotten to explore most of the later crafting. Tomato seeds. I mean, I couldn't imagine there's much good that gold would do you. Because gold is a very soft metal, so it's not like it'd be good for weapons or anything. Normally use gold for stuff like electronics and all that. And we really don't have much in the way of electronics in the game that you make. Yeah, it's a bunch of random ones. Yeah, we're nowhere near far enough down that that's going to work out. I think it could be weapons? Gold? Gold is a very soft metal. Like, and sure, they could arbitrarily make it stronger than steel and all that, but I think every one of the, you know, a whole bunch of people cry about. Silver's a relatively soft metal too, though. Is that a sack? Hell, oh, that's a compost bag? Okay, I mean, it gave me 43 foraging, which is a lot of foraging. Man, silver? Yeah, no, silver's also a fairly soft metal. There's a reason why we use those with, like, fine jewelry and that kind of stuff, and not much industrial use outside of, like, electronics and all that. The magazine was unread? Wait, was that, like, not just an entertainment magazine? Did I accidentally overlook it? Because most of the time the red magazines... Yeah, it's just an entertainment one. Yeah, the red magazines I found almost always be just happiness entertainment. And I usually don't bother with those. Yeah, foraging is fine. It's better than it used to be. Like, it's a very powerful mechanic. But it's just like walk around in your little circle. Man, there's just so many zombies in the area. Alright, so we have aggro and another one if we pushed. Yep, those two. Because if you push with the hunting knife when you're on just one target, or with a short blade, that means you'll almost certainly have aggro on more than one. Because otherwise you'd likely execution animation them instead. Nope, we got a bunch of them running. What do you have in you? Ah, it's just like a little blade or whatever. Okay. To be honest, foraging is a difficult skill level. Also, no, that's foraging is a very easy level to skill. I would argue foraging is one of the easiest and fastest levels to skill in the game right now, and that's true at build 41 and 2. You literally just walk around in circles, and you know you get skill in it. Like, it's not necessarily like the fastest skill, but just walking around will give it to you. It's not exciting to level. Alright, well, let's try going in here. I wonder, you know what? Those might be the walls we can take apart. If those are walls we can take apart, that will be a source of planks. I can't remember. I know, like, the log cabin walls you can. Why is... Yeah, none of that seems to be interactable in any way. They put under here somewhere? I'm not keeping that menu up on a hostile area. Because I'm looking for stuff I can disassemble. Oh, come on. The feeding trough, you could definitely disassemble that. I was kind of counting on being able to disassemble those. Minimal display bars is the one and only mod I'm using right now. I don't know. We have a hammer on us. Like, normally when you can't disassemble something, it'll give you a prompt that's something like none of this is interactable. That's weird. Yeah, we're not going all the way up there. That sucks. Because like literally all we're missing to kind of solve our problem right now for food and all that is just 2 planks and 2 nails. Oh, minimal display bars build 42 is just all of that. Like, I don't think they have separate versions at the moment yet. Nope. Yeah, and to be fair, I'm gonna probably ditch a bunch of these different ones off of here. Get rid of like the lipids, the proteins, and the carbohydrates lists and all that. I mean, one thing we could do is run up to this highway and walk along the highway, see if we see any buildings, but realistically, we're gonna see zombies anywhere we find a building. Just with the way the distribution feels. Like, you're not... It's very unlikely we'll find some random cabin in the woods with no one at it.
Hey!
Oh, let's not do that? So I don't get too close to the cows and pull them out this way. Let's take 2 seconds real fast and check the crafting stuff. Saw. We have replacement saw, we have that, sawed off things there. Make plank with saw. Okay, that already requires a saw. So those aren't saw blades there. I thought I saw that there was a crude saw. But I don't see it there. But that's kind of the thing, is because you have stuff that's like locked that you only see some of the blacksmith stuff when you have the anvil, and you only see certain stuff when you have the this or that. Which I get, it's to make it, like, not more cluttered than it already is. It does kind of make it hard to figure out what we can and can't do. Oh, did I break all of them? No, we still have axes back home. I need to start using some of those axes to chop down trees to give me more materials for more axes. Put the rope away. Broken stick away. Put the seeds away. Alright, so... Trying to do the sea crop info to see like what's dead and what's not. Okay. Seedling done. Add compost. So now I've got a sack. And so with that sack, I can grab stuff like sand and dirt and make other things. So that's kind of good. Alright, so we've got all that set up. We're doing relatively okay on all this. This is going to be a little bit dangerous, but I do want to try and chop back some of these trees. They'll give me more sticks for handles and all that. So I'll put that in the back. Both hands. Yep, we've been working on it. Just trying to get what we can done. Just gonna knock down these two for right now. With the intent of trying to farther secure this perimeter. Because nothing else, this will give me carpentry and other stuff that we can work on. Please finish chopping down that tree. All right. Oh. Too dark to pull up my map. This is late enough. We're sleepy. The zombie was probably close enough to wake us up. And I see nothing. I would guess it's more than likely an actual zombie in this particular case. Just by the fact that we've been having zombies in the area a lot. It could be just a nightmare. We also just did something really loud by where we sleep. One thing to check is the livestock all here? So livestock's all here. So So that's encouraging. I wouldn't doubt at all that there's a zombie around here somewhere. So I'll be loud here for a moment, see if any zombies show up. What was the icon on the top? That's like panic anxious, breaking point. They usually only shows up, 1, if you're zombie infected, 2, if you have like a zombie banging on a door or something. There's a couple other sources of it, but not many. In this particular case, I think there was a zombie close enough to us that it did mess with our character. Yep, there's a zombie over there. There's a zombie over here somewhere. Our animals just fled. It's part of why I'm being deliberately really loud. We'll go back to cutting that in a minute. I still don't see it, but you saw like a bunch of the cows. Oh, you know, it might be up here. There you are. Yeah, I knew we had a zombie because, 1, us having that breaking point, more likely the zombie was like right up here. It was just close enough that our character could hear it while they were sleeping, and so kept panicking. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, those are the lone zombies that you worry about. The ones that are just chilling in a tree. Yeah, so I'm trying to cut back the trees because they'll give me better line of sight. So if we do get a zombie in the area, it's not like the cat and mouse of where's the zombie. Alright, we can do that. Go over here. Cool. But with that, chat, it's about to be time for an ad break, and I really have got to use the restroom. So I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was, like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Get out of my way, man. Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like, hit him with the axe and ran through him? I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. Whew, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy.
What is going on?
A raid.
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Europop.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor eventually and kill us all.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for this.
That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in there. It's like headbanging. Alright. And I'm back. I actually never had... Well, no, that's not wrong. I did actually have that. I thought you were talking about the violin sound. Yeah, no, that was, oh man, what plugin was I using back in the day? I had a plugin where you could do... I can't remember if it was points or bit. No, that was, it was Blurp that you could do as something like 10 bits or whatever to make it play the, like, the chomp sound. I haven't used Blurp in a long time. You know, I just felt like, it's one of those things, it shouldn't feel weird to do stuff for money as a content creator because, you know, I gotta pay my bills. But it's always like a fine line on where you feel comfortable doing it. Because, like, there's definitely a thing where it's like, yeah, I'm doing this thing to support the channel and yada yada. And then there's also something like, but is it really worth it? Like, like, you want to make sure the people spending the bits and all that, like, they feel like they're getting their money's worth kind of thing, not you're doing this thing, it's like, oh, but you're really not taking advantage of people, because that's overstating it. But you get where that's going. There's definitely a point where you're like, okay, but I'm like shilling a little bit. Why are you sad? Oh yeah, if you stay stressed out, you get sad. I forgot about that. Look, man, this game just doesn't support a healthy work-life balance. Some days, you just get to be in a perpetual state of stress. It is what it is. Go pet a cow? Yeah, no, we're gonna do that. So I think what we're gonna try and do today is, one, we'll go pet a cow. I am debating, and I don't know which way I'm gonna go with this, but I'm gonna have to make the decision relatively soon. Okay, I thought I heard zombie. I am debating whether we go up the highway and just hope we can find something to take apart. You tied to channel points now? Yeah. Okay, so there's still 40 food in there. Like, start working our way up the highway instead. Because really all we need to do is find any place I can take apart a little bit of furniture, And I just need enough to get 2 nails. The nails should be relatively easy. And a couple of planks. The moment I get that milk churn, we're set. Literally all I gotta do is keep doing what I've been doing. Killing the zombies, and we will gradually wear down the population. Also, as a side note, where things are looking pretty annoying with the zombies spread all over the place on me, if we get our next helicopter, I could basically pull them all back up to the same place. I think we'll see what's nearby on the highway, because we don't know anything on the highway right now, do we? No. Like, we went up that way. We haven't gone over here to see what's over there. I know I have that farmhouse, but there's a lot of zombies on this road. We're getting zombies building up over here. This is town. That's a nightmare. This is where we've been trying to push to. And we kind of got ourselves screwed by those meta events and all that. Like, that area to the west might be clear of zombies because they're here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The problem is we don't know, because it easily could be we pulled town out to that point and their stuff out to me. And so now the west side of town might be clear. Like, all these zombies we are killing, they're not spawns. Like, these are zombies that have been in the world the whole time. We've just moved them from wherever they came from to where we're at. You know what? You can keep that cricket. I about walked right in there and got it. Because the worst thing is, I think once you lean over to actually do the grab on the thing on the ground, I believe you can't cancel the animation. Don't you mean ho ho ho? No, no, wrong one. Oh, we are putting on that lipstick. We'll get there. We're gonna have some fancy lips. And I don't want to fight literally everything the way up here, but I do think these ones are clearly in the same grid as we are, where they will eventually migrate to where I live. These ones are worth making a priority. Please fall down. Thank you. So there's no one right over there. Yeah, so let's check down the highway on the east, see what the next thing over there is real fast. Alright, I think past this point we're not going to worry about fighting stuff. Not unless I get myself in a situation where it's like, no, really gotta deal with this. Or we see someone like rolling around with a katana in their gut or something like that. I absolutely will target that zombie. But yeah, so today's an explore day. Because we do have our hammer on us. And I think I could disassemble a decent amount of stuff with it. But I'm not sure. I can never remember, because I remember there's certain hammers you can't disassemble with. I know, like, the ball peen hammer had limitations. But there was some stuff you couldn't take it apart with. Okay, so those aren't like actual roads, or just spots of mud. You know, up here is clear as zombies for the most part. Like, you got one over there. I'm imagining these are most of the zombies that we did have up here, the ones that got drugged into the forest. Because over this way is where we've been doing all of our helicopters. Sorry. Gotta cross the other side of the road. Things I want to drop just because of weight. Honestly, for right now, the stick can go on the ground. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? And we can take... Oh, I didn't remember to refill the, That's fine. I still have a big thing of milk right there. Alright, so this is where we want to check, is we want to see if there is anything nearby to the east on this main highway. I don't think there is, but even like a little fruit stand or a cabin, we could potentially take apart furniture in. And that's all it would take to like really give us some good stuff. Christmas Day is there, and you've eaten all the food. Yeah, now me and Toom had a pretty decent lunch. She got stuck working today, unfortunately. One of her coworkers had a pretty serious health thing happen. Well, actually, for right now, I actually have a bunch of those. There we go. I don't want to be overburdened if I can help it. Not unless it's overburdened to hold the planks and the nails. I will go overburdened for that. I've been liking Build Part 2. I've been enjoying it. Let's focus more on... Oh, we're going to get right up to the side. Yeah, I'm going to get away, so... Oh, it's just the one tree? Yeah, I'll just cut back. I don't want to be near a tree right on the edge of the road. Just in case, you know, there happens to be a zombie right there. You're happy about the animal? Looking forward to Farmville Expanded. Yeah, there's been some good stuff. I'm also trying to watch for... Gotta start discarding those. There we... I guess no berries for me. But it will be interesting with your setup. Stop, Ruben. Your setup, that you can really clear towns and things will be looted with the new mechanic. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. For people who've seen me do these playthroughs before, it is just a thing that very quickly... Alright, a zombie by themselves, that's curious. Got a couple zombies down there. It looks like there was a bridge maybe down there. But yeah, that was, I think it'd be interesting with the towns having way less loot because they get looted over time now. With what we're doing, I am going to have a much more difficult, but it is a thing that generally when you're playing this game, you only need a little bit of, like, you actually really don't need hardly any loot to survive. The only thing that was kind of a must in the past was, like, something you could boil water in. Because while you could just drink water from the lake and all that, there was just a point where it starts to become impractical because of other things going on. So having some type of cooking implement helps. Yeah, so none of them have backpacks. I'm going to skip fighting the rest of them. I could fight through each and every zombie on the way, but that's not really our priority right now. I was just trying to see down if, like, one of them had, like, a backpack or something we care about. That zombie we didn't kill. This is our first time down here. I thought I'd seen a bridge, but I guess not. Yeah, so I'm willing to go out here and spend like a day out and about here. Can zombies just fall over? I mean, not really. They have to like trip over something or anything like that, but they don't die from it. It's more exciting when you actually come across good loot and systems. Plus, oh yeah, that's the thing. It is one of those things that in these runs, I usually will get the early items, but once I get like one or two things, I genuinely stop looting houses entirely in the past. This one I'll probably still do it, because I want to see all the new stuff. That just used to be a thing, is you got what you need to survive forever, and so it's just, you know, you grab stuff if you happen to see it, but there was no, like, prioritize being like, oh, need to loot the subdivision. You just end up with lots of overfilled bags. And, like, you know, just to have a bunch of stuff that just sits in boxes that you never need. Star in West Point at 16 times pop. Promptly got chased in the woods. Yep, that's 16 times pop. If you didn't get immediately chased out of town, you're probably not actually playing 16 times pop. That's just the normal thing. We've done like the really sweaty runs where you really just try and hold your ground. And it's just, you can get it started where you get a day or two in if you're really lucky, but it is the moment it triggers redistribution. Because you just carved a tiny little hole in the middle, half the zombies just close in on your area, and then there's just not a way you can kill them fast enough. Well, the downside is it's looking like there's not a whole lot in this direction on the highway. Yeah, it's about the same thing, Raisin here. So far as, like, the whole... I've been playing 16 times pop for a very long time. You end up paging for 16 times pop? Yep. And that's why it is a non-standard setup. Cool, so we got ourselves a tomato. There was a meta event. We're far enough away that should have no impact at home. Which, pro or con, it may have been worth letting it happen near the house. Because maybe I would have gotten lucky and would have pulled the zombies away from me. Or away from where we lived, but... we're not there, so it doesn't matter. Well, this is disappointing. It's just a bunch of highway. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There we go, some other goodies to eat. Okay, so we got a road that's turning over here. There's a good chance on one side or the other that road will lead us to something. We just gotta figure out, is there something here at the corner? Do I need to look up the road? What do we got here? Alright, so I'm not seeing a sign. Let's follow the little road, because the highway feels like I'm just going to keep going for a while. And as I mentioned before, there's a very good chance we're going to push ourselves pretty far past when we should be returning. And need to go to sleep in the woods. There's a lot of risk to that. Hi, lone zombie over here. I'm glad we killed you. Huh. Those are some interesting boots. And you already got leather gloves. My curiosity was, would we find keys on them? Not carrying a log. Alright, so it got weirdly where the road switches width. Alright, but the hope here is that we'll find something. Is the reason why you can't see the recipe for stone axes right now? You can search for it. I can't remember if they call them a different name, but it's still an option there, but you have to have maintenance 1. Have you done hunting? Yep, not worth it. Unfortunately, right now, when you butcher the deer and all that, you get next to nothing out of it. It just needs balancing. It needs a number bump. The amount of deer you need to catch to sustain your weight would be significant. Do you get leather? I haven't seen it, but I'm sure there is a way to get leather, because they do mention leather. I just don't know if it's like deer specifically or what all goes into it. So yeah, being this is a smaller road, my anticipation would be that we would see farmhouses or something like that off of here. Oh yeah, no, it's real hard to go back to regular populations. You just get to the point where you could feel like you just could just like walk through town and knock it all out in a quick session. That's exaggerating it. It's just how it feels though. That's what I keep, like, when people ask me, it's like, oh, you should just do a regular population situation. And I'll be like, yeah, I'll do that. And then usually I last not very long before I'm, like, genuinely bored. I'm just used to the game putting so much more pressure. Yep, this is 16 times pop. We started at 0 fitness, 0 strength. We've actually been alive for a while. We're about 1 month, 13 days in. Got a power pole here. Right now what I'm trying to do is we've got everything we need except a board, like 2 planks and 2 nails for being able to make our own butter. And so I'm trying to go out of my way seeking. Yeah, the overweight trait, yep. I'm trying to go out of my way to seek someplace I could take something apart to try and get that. Yeah, butter's pretty broken. The problem is right now in build 42, most of the other things that you should be able to gain weight from, like butchering animals and all that, just doesn't work. You get, like, negligible calories out of it. Which does mean, as a result, you're kind of forced to turn to the stuff that is working. And so for right now, that is fishing and the animal husbandry, getting milk and making into butter. Both of those are a very good way of getting your calories up. Trapping is probably good, but I haven't been able to find the magazines for trapping, so I gotta deal with what my options are. How did fishing change? They changed it so you can no longer just sit in one spot and stab the water and suddenly pull up, like, enough fish for a week. And instead you actually have to go to where the fish are. Like, look for the bubbles in the water and fish, and then there's, like, a mini game. That was, like, kind of, you can pull the line in or let the line out kind of things. But the fish you can catch right now are absolutely absurd. You can catch, like, a 40 encumbrance fish, and then stare at it and go, how the am I getting this in my bag and home? Could the garbage bag have contents? I moused over it and I didn't see anything. At least I believe I did. I guess technically it could have. And I could get badminton racket. I get a couple zombies down there. That clearly looks like it's meant to be a road. To something. Okay, is it one group, or is this like some spicy woods that we're gonna duck out of? Right, we didn't sleep well last night because we kept waking up. I think that's just one group. Hey, Alana, how's it going? You rated? Probably Jess? I don't think Jess rated us. Oh, no, Bellinar rated us. And the Ed. So probably Bellinar. Alright, so we got a handful of zombies up here. Hey, Bambi, how's it going? You get to live today because even if I wanted to use you for meat and everything, like, I'm not in a position to take advantage of that. So I'd be killing you for literally no reason. But yeah, for those that don't know, Lanarama, absolutely fantastic content creator. 100% recommend. Definitely a good time over there. And also, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I'm getting a little concerned that it's starting to get dark. Well, it's starting to get to the point where we get dark soon. And we are just wandering down this, like, weaving dirt road in the middle of the forest. And I'm getting worried there's going to be one of those ones that has a log cabin at the far end. And there's going to be a bunch of zombies. And I'm going to be backtracking in the dark. And that's probably not going to go great for us. But I also feel like we've committed to it this far that it is worth us just kind of seeing it to the other side. We're definitely getting a bunch of zombies these trees. It's not dense zombies, but it's not no zombies. Oh, you feel like the end of a path, and I'm not seeing anything here. Please tell me it's just some trees grew in. I mean, this still feels like a road. There's this weird weaving path through the trees. Like it's going up this way now. Okay, there's more road up there. I was like, alright. It's just like, this looks like one of those ones that if you get later in the year and it grows in, you're never finding your way around here. Really starting to sweat because we're getting pretty close to what's going to start getting dark, and we definitely don't have enough time to run back this whole way. We don't know. We were exploring, looking for a place that I could potentially get a hold of nails and planks. That wouldn't just be meat grinding the zombies for the next 3 months to do it. Because pretty soon, food is going to start getting harder to come by, because the amount of stuff we'll find foraging is going to go down as we get into winter. Oh, this looked like the big opening?
Thank you, Elizabeth Regina, for subscribing for 4 months.
And thank you, Elizabeth, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get that once a month, and you chose to use it here, so I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. You know, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and all that good stuff for everyone who celebrates, and for those who don't, you know, I do hope you have a lovely day and all that good stuff. Alright, so we're back to the not road. Man, we are out here. Like, just straight up out in the boonies of this forest. I'm really hoping this isn't like a military base situation where we get over there and suddenly the population goes to the moon and just becomes a non-starter. Q is the win button. 2 seconds. Alright. So if we look at where we've got... So yeah, we have been walking way out into these woods. I'm hoping this isn't some quote-unquote shortcut between the highways, because it would be terrible. Like, if this is meant to be like a path you would follow trying to hunt things. I'm really hoping that's not the purpose. I'm also not sure. I think the road goes up this... Yeah, that's the way. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, that's a real long way we can see ahead. We haven't had some zombies in a while. Alright, what do we think, chat? Left road or right road? We check left first. See if we see anything. I also see if we can see around this corner at all. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I just want to take a quick peek. Just check this opening, and if it zigzags a bunch more, we're going to go back and go for the right road. Yeah, so I think you're right that that will connect somewhere up there. Like I said, I'm really hoping that this isn't intended as like a short, a shortcut that'll take you longer to drive. And wear your tires out more, because if you off-road, it really destroys your car's tires and suspension. Let's see, is part of the Z to H challenge not uncover the map? Z to H? I have no idea what the Z to H... Oh, 0 to hero? Not uncover the map? To not uncover... Oh, no. If you're looking at a 0 to hero challenge, there is no hard rules. Like, what people define as 0 to hero will be entirely different between different creators. Some will have it, like, my definition is we literally start with no stats. So 0 across the board, no skills, no nothing. There are some that it's just no strength, no fitness. There are some that it's like you must take every negative trait, which I have zero interest in that after messing with that for a while. That one particularly just becomes frustrating, not fun. Okay, so this is really dense trees. There's still clearly a road here. But this is much more grown in. Which makes me feel like this will have the more interesting thing on the other side of it. But yeah, no, if you're looking for a 0 to hero challenge, there's no formal rules to it. The only challenges you really see that have kind of formal rules in Project Zomboid is there's the, oh man, was it One Painful Year? Which is, honestly, a very mid-range difficulty challenge. It's not that hard. What we're doing in our run is pretty directly harder than the One Painful Year. That's a challenge that pops up every once in a while, is the One Painful Year challenge. People are like, oh man, you should do it, it's so cool. And then I do it, and people are like, oh, that seems kind of boring compared to what we're used to seeing. I'm like, yeah. Are we lost? No, we're exploring. We're exploring, seeing if we can't find a location to get ourselves some nails and planks. We were just walking along the highway, and we did see us branch off, and we're like, okay, what's back here? And it's just been this ridiculously long mud trail. I'm expecting something to be along it. I'm gonna be really disappointed if it just weaves back and forth until, you know, it reaches the highway again. Which I guess, again, would be if you wanted to hunt deer. It is a way to go through the area to seek them. Like, that might be its purpose. There's a rabbit over there. This is honestly feeling like literally it's just a dirt road that... Not entirely sure which way is forward because it's getting... Oh, there we go. Getting kind of dark. A hiking trail, maybe? Yeah, but is it a hiking trail that serves a purpose? Alright. So it's getting dark. We haven't seen a zombie in a good while. So let's go duck ourselves into the brush here where it's denser. And fast forward so we can sleep on the ground. Because if we get into that point, I can't really see what's happening. And that's going to be a problem. How are the cows? The cows are doing well. Okay, so it's almost time that we'll be able to go to sleep. You know, it very well might be a hiking trail, but as far as gameplay things, I'm like, man, I like, other than walking down the trail just to do it one time, I don't see people doing this again. Could you... There you go. Well... That's very subpar. It's fine. I should have turned off the alarm. But now it's woken us up, we're not going to be able to get to sleep again for a good while. Yeah, because I'm getting this bad feeling that this is just gonna hook up to another highway. Or it could go to a really big open field, I guess. I think this is supposed to be another intersection where we go left or right. I'm going to go with right. Cabin in the woods? Well, that's what I was thinking, is like, if we found a cabin in the woods, I could probably find, you know, maybe fishing equipment, which would be good. Oh, calm down. You'd go left? The big problem is I couldn't really make out what was and wasn't the road to the left. Like, some of these paths are getting a little bit more tenuous out here. Like, this almost doesn't feel like a road here. You got another opening with more road over there. What was the point of being able to sleep again? Was that an event scream to draw zombies? So the screams and gunshots and all that, they don't draw zombies to or away from you specifically. It's like they just kind of drop a noise on the map and the zombies move towards the noise. It's just generally around you. So with how few zombies we've seen, unless there's like some hidden building in here with a bunch of zombies around it, I'm not expecting to see issues. I think that's the road and it's just a pocket. Like we haven't had any like actual like mud trail in a while. I've been zigzagging along. You know, very undefined path. That might be it or that. This is, I think it's that way more. So there's a field over there to our left. And honestly, that doesn't really look like there's a trail anymore there, so I guess this literally just feeds into the field. Yeah, I think it's just like a nature trail that goes through. I think that might be literally intended for if you want to hunt. Ways you can cut through the woods. Not deal with that. We're not in good shape for a fight right now, because we are right about to be at the point we can sleep from being too exhausted. So I'm gonna go ahead and duck back into these trees. Try and push it so we can get back to sleep before we start trying to run through where we're gonna have zombies. Because they're not gonna be fighting everything. There's no point. Like we're not near anything that we're aware of. Yeah, like a game trail. Just for me with the game's like, okay, I could see if you're hunting maybe, but with the way hunting works in the game, I don't know that you'd actually want to do it that way. So eat the poisonous berry. And it'll take a sippy sip of the milk. So I don't know where we've gone, but we're way, way far away from home. And we're definitely seeing large numbers of zombies here. But I'm going to try at least get a look at what we're looking at over here. Yeah, I don't see us avoiding aggroing these. We'll go around this top section first. But if the zombies have that amount of concentration, I don't see us getting around it. Grab some more food. At least till we aggro the zombies and have to deal with that nonsense. Yep, okay, so jig's up. I figured it would be. I figured there'd be either zombies up here in the woods or something along those lines with the crowds you're seeing. But it'd be good to see if there's a farmhouse, if there's a town over here. If there's just like a major road, if there's a major road, we'll just take it back towards home. I mean, that was actually... Was it literally just that... Oh, no, there's more over there. I was about to say, is it literally just a handful of groups just, like, holding the line? Yeah, so that's disappointing. There might still be something back there we missed, like, where it branched. I'm like, I don't know if there's a path to the left. There might be. It could be that there was a cabin over there or something like that we missed. That's fine. We're not going to go schlepping through that, like, 3 or 4 times to find the thing, like... Either that there's something that we missed, or there's, like, literally just nothing there, and we just waste our time. My hope had been, or my hope still is, I guess, that we could find just, like, a cabin in the woods, or a farmhouse that doesn't have a lot of zombies at it, or something that we can knock down a couple of zombies, get into a building... Maybe get a little bit of loot, but most importantly, have some furniture and all that I can knock apart to get ourselves the planks and the nails. Okay, so we've got a road over here. It does look like a pretty major highway. That is a house on the other side of the road. So let's try to only grab these individuals. And see if maybe that house is not swimming with zombies. At a minimum, I could probably take apart that fence. And suddenly we're being closed in on from all sides. This is a big property. The whole lot of gnomes and flamingos. And we're not seeing, like, any zombies at the property itself. We're seeing some stragglers running around. Oh, zombies in the backyard. So the problem we have right now is with the pinpoint hearing, I'm trying to avoid aggroing a lot, but if I start fighting, we'll probably bring in the entire neighborhood. I do have just a couple on me. We might get lucky here. But this is looking like a really good candidate for what we want. The big problem I have, we got limited time until it's dark again. We want to keep our eyes open, because there's a very good chance these zombies could give me a key. Alright, well, at a minimum, we have a window we can go in. Okay. I'm gonna rally them up. And try and ditch them somewhere. Cause yeah, we got more and more coming through the house. Hey buddy, I need you to pick up the pace. Yeah, and this is my big problem with like the pinpoint hearing thing. We killed like 1 or 2 zombies with very few nearby. And now I've got zombies coming from the woods and everything. Like I said, it's fine if like I wanted all my zombies to be pinpoint hearing, but this like random chance pinpoint hearing is meh. Like, I'm half tempted to get like a game options thing that's be like, look, either crank them all up or crank them not. Yeah, now I got too many that we're gonna have the stragglers, and because a bunch of these have pinpoint hearing, it means Pied Pipering them away like this. Not really a doable thing. Not easily. We're gonna keep picking up the ones that get too far and they drop back to really slow movement. What about jumping the fence? I want to draw these away from me. Like, I'm trying to get them away from the house, is my goal. I'm not trying to ditch them. Ditching them's easy, I just walk away. I deliberately am trying to get them to not get separated from me. Now I want to try and ditch them. So I cut them along the corner so they keep catching on the fence. Yeah, we got a bunch of stragglers. Alright, let's try dashing away. Let's see if we can get away long enough that we can do that. Wait, what was that? Stitch? Oh, scratch ticket. Yeah, we don't care about that right now. Yep, they're all still aggroed on me. Okay. Yeah, no, we didn't ditch hardly any of them. They've also got a thing where they, like, just remember, like, they can just remember where you are for, like, 14 seconds. I don't think it was an intended setting. I think it's a bug. But it does mean ditching the zombies is actually really hard right now. Like, just kind of, you know, cutting them around, losing line of sight. The old getaways. I don't think it's an intended thing. I think it's a bug. But the problem is still the same, that ditching the zombies is now extremely difficult other than just walking away. And we can still just walk away, go up the highway, and then come back. I was trying to ditch them so that I could get back in there real quick. So it's not memory. Memory's a different thing. Memory is that the zombie remembers, like, if I line of sight them here at this fence, that they remember they last saw me there, and they go to there, and then they'll try and see if they can see or hear me from that spot. This is something different where, like, the zombie kind of corrects to know where you are, even if it can't hear or see you for 14-something seconds. Which is a new thing with Build 42. I don't think it was intentional. I think it is a bug side effect of some other change or something like that. Yeah, like I said, I think genuinely it was like it's a bug mistake, whatever. So this is bad because that seems like we're on the edge of an actual town, not just a lone house. Yeah, so this is where we're just getting away now. We're just not going to worry about this for the moment. Step one, get away, wait till we can see again and figure it out in the morning. Because there's definitely opportunity for get there, because it's not really that high population. It's just, with the current things going on in Build 42, sneaking into places in that manner. That's looking like we're going into a higher pop area. That's very much looking like we're going to a higher pop area. Yeah, it's clearly going into a town. Yes, that's not the way we want to go. That's definitely going into a town of some kind. And right now, our goal is to just give the zombies the slip until we can come back and we can see. I hate... when it's so dark we just don't have visibility. Like, I realize that's literally what night is supposed to be. It just sucks because I have this big, bright light in my face, and it just makes it that much harder for me to see what the heck is going on. That's the reason I'm kind of sticking around this middle area by these stripes, is I'm using the zombies blocking the stripes as a way of helping me see them. But that's why I closed down every one of the windows, is because right now my visibility is crap. Okay, so it looks like when you get over here, we kind of get out of town. Cut through some backyards. No, I can't. So what you see is brighter than what I see. So like, this area, I can see nothing. There can be a whole horde of zombies right there. I cannot see it. Like, I'm barely making... Like, this zombie I only saw because of its... I'm guessing those are its legs. So I very genuinely cannot see to run through a backyard. Oh, I wasn't looking... Like, because that looks like it's a business up ahead. Because we just gotta stay alive for a while. If I can keep doing this worst-case scenario, eventually it gets to be daytime again. Like, it's actually getting a little brighter now. Oh! Nope. Not that parking lot. That's not where we're going. Weirdly, only that one parking lot, though. Oh, if I could see in that yard, I would absolutely try and take my chance with that house. My guess is they got drawn by the helicopter, but maybe I couldn't see it. There may have been like a big fence they got stuck on. They can't figure out how to path out of it. So in our big group here. All right. Just because the moment is really spicy, we got an ad break, and I don't want people to miss if things go wrong. I also need to use a restroom, so it's a good time for me to stop and use a restroom. So I'm going to stop and use a restroom, and you'll just all have to wait a minute to see how bad that gets. There's also, I think there's like 8 or 9 zombies there. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. Gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm pretty sure I just got Brittle Dane killed. I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. We don't accidentally overpoison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh god. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. Alright, and I am back. Just wanted to pause for while we were stuck in the ad break, that way no one to miss what's going on. We are still wandering around in the dark, but basically, like, about 2 seconds after the ad started, just pause real fast. It did get slightly brighter. Well, that's interesting. What are you that you have all the barricades here? Oh! This connects up to home. I hear it, I don't see it. Interesting. That's literally the road to our house. Yeah, they died. Pretty much. Yeah, so this is once they've reached where we were clearing before. So there's a town of some kind directly north of us, as well. And I do not believe, well, actually that might be part of Echo Creek. Like that might be like Echo Creek goes up and to the right maybe? Like we might be on the south end of it. The downside is like that far south house after the business, there may have been a chance I could have gotten in there if we had been in a better situation. Right now, it's not looking promising with how many zombies I gotta get past up there, and then it was definitely not cleared. So I'm pretty torn how I want to approach that. But if I get in there long enough to take some stuff apart, that would certainly work, because I just need 2 nails and 2 planks. Now, one thing that could work for us... Oh, I think this is actually... I think this is the first day we can have the helicopter. Yeah, luckily it got a little bit brighter. Because, like, right before midnight, I was like, I can't see the road. Like, I can't see the zombies. I have to try and use the stripes. This is not too terrible now. Yeah, this is right by where we took one of our helicopters. Yeah, so we're just making our way home at this point. Yeah, so that was a round tour that was 2-3 in-game days of just walking around. We did see that there's a town north of us. Like I said, I'll have to see if I think that's Echo Creek or the next, like, maybe a little town north of us. That's a separate thing. If we had some proper weapons, I feel pretty comfortable that I could walk past that business to that first mansion we saw, or first big house we saw, and could clear out, you know, the 30 or so zombies that were chilling around it. But the problem is we don't have good weapons, and it is a really big hike. And unfortunately, also, with where we started walking up, I'm like, oh, that's town proper. Like, that's very clearly a higher density area of zombies. It is one of those things I'm like, okay, if I keep pushing that way, it's not going to do us any good. Yeah, because if we look at I can't look at our map, it's too dark. Oh man, we're pretty far down there. Start jogging. Are the cows? The cows are doing good last we checked. We've only been gone for a day or two from them. They got, like, in all that time, they've only eaten about, like, 4 or 5 units worth of food out of, like, 45. Alright, we got slightly better endurance efficiency running now. We're getting thirsty enough that we need to go with that. So we're going to slam one of those to prolong how long it is before we need to worry about hunger again. We're going to take another hit of this to keep our hydration up so we don't fatigue even faster. Let's go back to walking so we don't push our exertion too much, just in case things have moved around and we have to fight. Okay, and to the left is where we just took a previous helicopter. There is a trailer in the middle of that field over there, but we don't have a vehicle to do anything with it. So yeah, I'm pretty disappointed with that walking trail we went on. That we just went through this, like, really big trail through the woods, and then there was, as far as I could see, nothing on it. There might still be, like, a cabin back there we overlooked, but I don't think it's worth going over the whole thing, since I'm not entirely positive there was... Like, there was another route that clearly went to the road over here somewhere, but then I didn't see a clear spot where it's like, that's where the thing is. Like, there was one spot I'm like, there might be a trail to the left here, I'm not sure, and we took the right path. Yeah, we found houses. The big thing is, like, we're talking, they're almost half a day walk away. And then I do have to worry about going past an area that's got decent zombies, and I likely drug a bunch of zombies to the front yard.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting the sub to Arathon98.
Hey,
Hype
Allison!
trains go. Choo choo.
Thank you so much for the 5 gifty subs. It's very generous of you. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you, Allison_Adventures, for gifting a sub to Drake2396.
And happy holidays to you as well, but thank you so much. So Allison gifting 5 gifty subs a chow, and then Twitch throwing in the extra, well, I guess technically Valorant throwing the extra gifty sub on top of that.
Thank you, Allison_Adventures, for gifting a sub to Disalily.
So just dropping 6 gifty sub like it's hot, and then Senji Cookie dropping 100 biddies, so I really do appreciate that. Oh, that means a whole lot. Let's see, the original barns you were trying might be quicker. Yeah, that's the question mark.
For gifting a sub to Ico81.
I was trying to get to where we could check the map. Oh wait, we don't want to be this route. Hang on. I missed my turn. My turn's back here.
Thank you Allison_Adventures for gifting a sub to Illyrian the Red.
Yeah, so I think we basically repeat the thing we tried to do with the last,
Thank you Allison_Adventures for gifting a sub to Miss Candy.
I think we basically do what we tried to do with the last helicopter, just hope the meta events don't screw us this time. You love the new can't read in the dark? Yep. Oh, there it goes. And thank you, such a cookie. Really do appreciate that. People kicking off the hype train. Already got a level 2 hype train at 55%. So thank you so much for all that. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, because we drug all the zombies away from the barns, and then on the way back had one meta event that drug the zombies from where I picked them up straight towards the house. Well, straight towards the campsite. And then had another one that drug it straight towards the campsite. Am I good for the plus? So my plus doesn't expire to, I want to say, June? Because I'm only at the 60-40 split. I do need to see where we're at. We might be good for this month, but I haven't been pushing for it, which I probably should start soon. You know, just to make sure we lock it in before it expires, because that'd hurt. Part of the reason I haven't been pushing is I know January is usually a really, really rough month when it comes to, you know, bits and subs and all that kind of stuff. Because, you know, everyone's hurting after their holiday spending and all that. And then, you know, people having to deal with their taxes and everything else. So my plan was to start the push maybe February, maybe March. Which, honestly, is probably later than I should. Well, it's kind, and also it's being pragmatic. Like, if I push really hard at a month and I'm very unlikely to pull it off kind of thing, you know, that's just gonna have people feeling, what's the word, demotivated? So it's just doing what you can. Yeah, it could be both. Yeah. I mean, I certainly wouldn't complain about getting it. All right. So yeah, we'll figure out which route we want to go with. Because we've got some options here. I'm honestly kind of hoping, probably not this in-game day, but maybe next in-game day, that we do get the helicopter again right away. Because I am hoping that we can use the helicopter to kind of fix our current problem with the zombies being drugged into our area. Oh, hey, I hate that. It's like my front yard just about. Can't disassemble. Oh, it's too dark. Right. Where? Oh, okay. There you are. We haven't hit any of the major towns, but yeah, the towns are real spicy. About as spicy as I remember, if not maybe a little worse. And thank you for those 5 gifties. Well, I guess 60 gifty subs and 100 biddies. Really do appreciate that. That support means a whole heck of a lot. Alright, so that worries me a lot. I do like how low-key, as much as it's annoying that the cows go scattering everywhere, if I go down here and I see my cows not in the area they're supposed to be, that I know there's a zombie chilling in here. Oh, you're just running around in general. Okay, that's fine. Well-fed, not thirsty, calm, and healthy. Cool. Oh yeah, we learned that if you yell, the cows will come to you. Alright. So... we're gonna have to do something that's a... I'm gonna do something that's probably a bad idea. But I feel like for right now... I don't want us to go to sleep and pop up 1 hour later and still be fatigued. So let's let the broadcast happen. See where we're at with that. And turn around from there. Only if your acceptance is high. If not, they run away. Makes sense. Okay, yeah, we can go back to here. We'll go craft. Make these while we wait. Because it's kind of a mixed bag where if we do have the helicopter event, that'd be really bad. And we are in the eligible range where we can have the helicopter event now. Today's the first day. All right. Alright, we could take you. Drop you in here. Grab those axes, put them in her backpack. And keep working our stuff over here. Okay, so we got those made. We're not going to make the drill plank. I've got plenty of lighters and all that. Oh, right, I still want to do these because I want to get my carving skill up. That's right. I don't want to do the spears, but I want to get the carving skill, and that's going to be needed. I honestly might just chuck the spears in a box and pretend they don't exist until we can do stuff. So we got light fog today. Please, like, now today's not a good day for the helicopter. Oh wait, we have our caffeine pills. Worst case. Cool. No helicopter today. Did you find nails? No, but we found a place I could probably get nails. They just had lots of zombies at them. And just... it was really dark and I couldn't see anything. Alright, so with that, let's pop over here, get some sleep. So it's going to have our entire sleep schedule super messed up, by the way. Nothing else I want to do with this, that's right. Put that in our back. Let's get this off. That way people stop asking, like, what happened to your torso. It's like, it's fine. We scraped ourselves on a tree. It's gonna happen a dozen times. Both hands. Turn on foraging, because we still need food. They've added carton of nails in build 42 with 12 boxes. That is ridiculous. Okay, so the thing... We'll deal with that zombie mutt. The thing we gotta figure out... So, on one hand, let me go ahead and remove this marker, because that's done. Let's also go into here for... Where is loot? Where's the X? Why am I not seeing the X? There we go. So we've already looted that place. So the idea is, one, we can keep pushing for these. I don't think pushing down there makes sense. We had a lot of zombies along this route. We also have way up here. That was busy, but this house wasn't so much. But I gotta go by there, drop the zombies, and get in there. And I don't think that's practical. That house, I didn't really get a good look at what its situation was. So I kind of am like in a coin toss of, do we keep pushing this place, or do we go up the highway and see if we can't sneak in there? I have no idea what it is, but it is a problem of, this, I can do all this in like just a small fragment of a day, and then like I have to fight, and then the fighting is the delay that can take me several days, versus this one's a giant hike, but maybe not I have to fight. I don't think we can realistically sneak with 16 times pop. That's the catch. There's just kind of too many zombies with pinpoint hearing and all that to like probably go through. You might want more milk. You are right. I absolutely need to top off my milk. We basically drank all we had on us. Let's go grab the milk real fast. Where are the cows? Okay, there's a zombie in the area because the cows did ditch.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
You got the zoomies there, cow? Cow's got some serious zoomies going on. Okay, no, but seriously, Bull. Alright, yeah, no, if you're just zooming around each other, that's fine by me. Where is...
Hey!
There you go. There's definitely a zombie here somewhere, but it could have been that one that came out of the trees. Most likely there's another zombie over here somewhere.
Hey! Hey!
Let's get you all over here. You think the cow needs bigger space? To be fair, they can go in like a really big area over here. It's not my fault that the cow just wants to zoom in circles. Ah, there you are. I was like, it's close. Hate that. I hate seeing zombies wander from that side. Because that side's nothing but woods. Oh. Alright, so we're going to take a peek at what it looks like going towards the, what it looks like going towards the area we've been trying to clear to, the barns. If it still looks like we're going to have to still have, like, a long way to push because of that meta event, I might kind of back off on that, take my chances with that highway. We're at 7 p.m. already. Okay. Maybe West Point wasn't the best start after a long break. Doesn't sound like it would be. So I'm thinking we get a peek at what's going on over here. We'll jog because I don't expect to be able to do much because of how messed up our sleep schedule is right now. Let's try and get a peek at what's going on over here to the west. And like I said, I think the call is going to be, if we still see a pretty good concentration of zombies pretty far back this way, that just 4, or is it a bunch? I'm down to kill those 4 real fast. Oh yeah, no, my understanding is the 3 mansions is no longer that, like, easy to go safe place. With the redistribution, that those are actually maintenance too. The difference... Oh hey, more caffeine pills, I'll take those. The difference getting that first point maintenance made where I can craft my own stuff to get maintenance. Basically a hard place there? Yeah, that's what I had heard. Which I think was fair, because it was like that meta strategy of like, oh, if you start here, you book it over to the 3 mansions, you fight like the 5 zombies in the house, and then you got 3 big houses worth of loot. Do you check the wallets? No. There's just money IDs and on the rare case like band-aids and that. There could be other stuff I'm missing out on. But generally speaking, the stuff in there I don't care about. Can I put those in there? Nah. Gotcha. I actually have quite a few. The big thing is right now where all the stuff that is, you know, material charges like batteries and that just drain. I don't really see a reason to grab anything that can just drain. Like, yeah, there's ways around it. Like, if you have batteries, you can put them inside things and they won't drain as long as they're inside. But until that bug is fixed. Yeah, no, it's clearly a bug. But it is those things that, like, there's not really much reason for me to grab lighters beyond what I could carry in my pocket. Still can't make out how bad the situation is here. I'm gonna kill this one, I'm gonna get out. It's gonna be dark. Chat joked that a sandworm is stealing him. Yup. Or Sandman is stealing him. Absolutely, just sneaking in at night, draining your batteries. Yeah, it wouldn't be so bad except for like this. This update specifically makes it that much a bigger deal. Oh, I see you there. I'm just gonna keep going. I'll just ditch you by keep walking. Even with cat eyes, it's dark enough that I can't see garbage. Like, don't get me wrong, I saw, like, Lamprey had posted this graphic that, you know, he had grabbed it from someone else. But I posted this graphic that was like, you know, with the lights on, cat's eyes, no real different. Like, in the middle of town with lights off, and it seemed pretty okay. But it was like, mid-moon or whatever. And then in the forest with a bad moon, and it was like, you just couldn't see it. It's like, oh, I can make out the trees. I'm like, man, I can't see anything. I don't know what lies you're telling yourself. I can see jack all. But it's been a thing that very much as a content creator, I've come to accept that, yeah, the game is way more intense and all that when it's pitch black. It also really sucks to watch when someone's got a screen that's pitch black, you know, a third of the time. It's the same reason why when everyone was doing like the one painful year challenge and all that, I was like, yeah, I'm not doing the perfect dark setting. Or like whatever the maximum darkness, which again makes it harder, legitimately. But as a content creator, I always got to factor in like, yeah, but how does this impact people trying to watch my stream? And it was definitely a thing that when everyone was doing the one painful year challenge, I kept having more and more people who, you know, they tended to watch other people's channels more than my own, coming to my channel because they're like, I just can't watch it, man. It just hurts my eyes too much. It's like, yep, that's why I'm not doing it. It is what it is. If you can't see it, there's a little point in streaming it. Basically. It's just a thing you gotta worry about. It's the same thing like the death trait. The death trait certainly makes the game harder. There's no question about it. But when you consider like 70-80% of people lurk, a lot of them are listening to the game, your background noise. Having a game that is utterly silent, not good. So like I did that challenge run way back like one time, and then I never revisited it because like I enjoyed the challenge. It was interesting. It does definitely get to the point that you're like, I don't even care what the sound is. The silence is just, you know, I'm just not like, it's just I'm ready for some kind of sound. But from the watching perspective, it was one of those, like, don't get me wrong, some of the scariest, most intense moments I've ever had in Project Zomboid were on that death run. Because you get caught in the dark with death where you couldn't even hear the zombies or anything, you just stand there and be like, I don't know what to do. But that was effectively me talking for like 20-30 minutes with a black screen and silence. And it was definitely not the best content. Where? There. Okay. Yeah, not just those things. Alright, so this is going to wear us out a bit. But that's close enough to where I'm sleeping. I don't think we want to keep the body there. So I'm going to drag him down here. Alright. We might be getting time that I'm going to need to start putting on the hoodie and all that regularly. It's starting to get colder. How's Zomboid going? It's going pretty good. Alright, so let's see. We got clothes on the ground. Yeah, so the jacket's full of holes. I'm assuming you cover up my shirt. That greatly saddens me. I don't think we need to bundle up more than that right now. Yeah, that might even be too much. Yeah, I think that might be too much. Let's ditch that. That'll probably be fair. Okay, so let's see if there's anything else crafting that's worth doing for right now. You don't want to do the long broken sticks and make a bajillion stakes if I don't have to. We'll turn this on. There'll be a little bit of a waste of batteries. That's okay. And go ahead. We'll eat a poisonous berry. Well, probably poisonous berry. Let's see. You heard what other game sayings is have living zombies cause corpse sickness, the same as dead ones? I believe that's a non-standard setting. Oh, this broadcast we don't care about. That won't let me know about the helicopter. We gotta wait for the next one. It updates at 8 a.m. Yeah, I don't think that one would matter that much. Because the number of zombies you'd need to get for it to matter would be very significant. And then on top of that... Alright, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. But yeah, the problem is you need such a significant number of zombies to matter. You're already going to be in like a really bad place for that to matter. So light fog today, no real shockers there. The big question is, do we have a helicopter today? Alright, looks like we're good. No helicopter. Okay. So what I am noticing is we got ourselves some little big cabbages going on here. And what are you? Yeah, so I mean, we got a bunch of crops doing well. We might actually get some goodies soon. Yeah, the cows are all just doing cow things, so they're all good. Alright. So, like I said, we didn't get a really good look to see what the zombie situation was towards the warehouses or barns or whatever those things are. Gonna try and get a better idea here. Because we fought some. I kind of keep really hoping, like I'm really looking forward to the next helicopter to use it as a utility to draw the zombies out of my area. Oh man, that's so many zombies over here. Like this is the problem with all the zombies that got drawn in here because of those two meta events. I'm just cleaning my front yard again. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just a matter of time before we start depleting the numbers here. Alright. Yay, access to, and more caffeine pills. We've been finding lots of caffeine pills all of a sudden. That's our third container. You can put that away. Oh, hey. You came up right behind me silently.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting the sub to Duo Maxwell.
Alright, thank you so much, Randall Thor, for gifting 5 subs to the community.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Rekiling.
I really do appreciate that, and then also getting matched for an extra 1 sub from Valorant, so I do appreciate that as well. Giving us a whole bunch of gifty subs to channel.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Fatality IMBA.
It does mean a whole heck of a lot, I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're having yourself a good stream and all that. Enjoying your holidays and all that good stuff.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Gloomy Est.
Alright, so let's run back down here. Because these ones I feel I really need to go out of my way to kill, just so they don't send my cows scattering.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for
catch me in the night.
sub to Chloe B7.
It just sucks because it's keeping me from going there. 5 a.m. Christmas morning, time for presents. I'm not going to complain.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting a sub to IGAN.
Yeah, it's got this one over here. I think that's all the ones we saw right here. Got that one over there. And go and put this one on our back so we got our next axe lined up. You got something on your back. Unfortunately, another group. I think that's an axe. Oh yeah, fireman's axe. Alright.
Thank you, Valorant, for gifting the sub to Sparklist.
And thank Cormaz so much for the 5 gifty subs. Also having another extra Valorant sub pop in.
Thank you, Cormaz, for gifting the sub to the Miss Breeze.
So I do really appreciate all that support that all of you are showing. It does mean a whole lot, so thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Cormaz, for gifting a sub to J9S.
Okay.
Thank you, Corpmas, for gifting a sub to Space Potatoes Unite.
And thank you so much for all those gifty subs. It does mean a whole heck of a lot to the Sport channel. I believe we are actually still on cooldown from the last hype train, so thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Corpmas, for gifting a sub to Fats McBeardy.
Let's go ahead and eat a berry to top off our hunger. Then we're gonna take a hit of the
Thank you, Corpmas, for gifting a sub to Russian Princess 91.
a hit of milk to get our thirst down. And thank you so much for all that. We got a lot of fun people popping in here, getting their gifty subs. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All right, so we did kill those couple that were right by where we live. So hopefully that'll give us a little bit of breathing room on that regard. We did find a fireman's axe, which is pretty solid. Probably should keep doing this. We got a zombie over here we'll want to kill. Yeah, so I'm torn if we should be pushing the storage unit or not. Cool. Don't see anything moving there. All right. Cool. Just give myself a moment to recover some endurance.
Thank you, Corpmas, for subscribing for 11 months.
Thank you, Cormaz, for the tier 1
Rual
sub.
Hyperrave.
You've been subbed to the channel for 11 months. I really do appreciate the continued support and getting yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that support. It means a whole lot. I really do appreciate everyone throwing down. And why has the game been, like, just team no music all of a sudden? All right. So we keep focusing on the regular axes, the stone axes right now, until we get those broken, versus using the fireman's axe, just because we have so many of them, and they're heavy. So I just kind of want to slowly chip through their numbers. And then my other hope is that we'll be able to get like another pointed axe, is just get way more mileage out of our better axe. So you just logged into the game, and all your skill books and right-click mechs are missing. You reported the furniture tiles, they were in the room. That's the thing. Someone's been busy here. Yeah, the problem is we were way, way, way farther to where we wanted to be. And it was just an issue of we had a meta event. So we had pulled the zombies. You can actually see where the icon is there on my mini-map at the top left. And the problem is we had one meta event that drug the zombies down here, and another one that drug them all the way over to our house. And so we're still killing the zombies that were by the sheds we've been trying to get into. But the problem is we're killing them over here by home. And I don't like it. I'm going to ignore them and just walk over to the sheds and get a peek at what we're looking at. Like, have we just drawn all these and, like, half the town to the sheds? That's going to be this big slog to get to the sheds now? As in, should I pivot and try and go for that mansion or big house or whatever it was we saw earlier? or am I better served to keep on clearing? Because we can't Pied Piper them anymore, not practically with these zombies having random speed. But this is looking pretty grim so far as... I'm betting we pulled a bunch of the zombies out of Echo Creek proper. And so now we just kind of have town has come out to see us. And that happens. Like, if you've ever done, like, the 16 times pop with multiple helicopters at West Point, you usually get, like, 2-3 months in, and then slowly those houses get overrun by the zombies from West Point being little by little pulled out until you've got half of West Point on your doorstep. Yeah, and it's very much feeling like those 2 meta events screwed us and pulled Echo Creek right on out over here. Yeah, I think the big houses are going to be just the better choice. Because this is thick with zombies now. We got very okey-doked by that meta event. But the good news is, once we finally do clear this area, this is going to be like half of the northern population of Echo Creek just done. Yeah, that's just repopulate is what this is. Yeah, and this isn't respawns or anything like that before anyone goes to be like, oh no, they broke respawn. This is honestly what I would expect with respawns turned off. It was just we got real bad RNG on 2 meta events back to back directly after a helicopter. So we took all those zombies we drug in here with the helicopter, and then they got drug into my lap. Yes, this is a proper setback for pushing this. I'm glad I checked it though, so we didn't spend the next month and a half clearing back into here when I could reprioritize. So now we just get ourselves back to safety. Alright, so I think the new plan of what we're doing is until we have... What do you have? What is on your back? Oh, it's just a backpack that's pulsing? Oh no, it's just like a cyan backpack and the lighting is being weird. Okay. Yeah, so I think what the plan is going to be is for today, we retreat back to the house and just work around the house for a little while because it's too late for me to start pushing towards that fancy house. Tomorrow we wake up, we check if the helicopter's here. I'm going to take the helicopter not where we took it last time, but a little bit farther north. And we can just try and draw it up that way. Yeah, I know it's good for the 90s look, but I'm not willing up to give a good backpack for an okay backpack. So, aesthetics aside, I gotta be practical. And so, like, the shoes and the backpack are 2 places I'm not willing to compromise for the fashion Zoid. But yeah, so what we'll do is tomorrow in game, like kind of not at the trailer, but up here to the left of where that trailer is. If we have the helicopter, that's our goal. Take it over there, draw the zombies, try and pull the zombies back away from home in that direction. If it's not, we're gonna go and try and get up the highway relatively quickly to see if we can make a move on any of those houses up there and start going for the possibility of snagging some nails or some other goodies. You achieved the state of frozen newt egg rolls and teriyaki sauce. Sounds good to me. Take some oranges, that's fine. Yeah, so my plan right now is we'll do a little clearing of trees around the base, just kind of have a chill base day. I mean, by the time we get back, it's going to be not too long till dark anyways. But refocus on just trying to get north. Which is a hike. It's unfortunately a pretty significant hike. But my hope is if I can score the 2 planks and 2 nails, I don't really care about what else we find up there. We get those back, we start doing butter. With the butter going, we are then stable. And then I can start, you know, killing zombies, working on the base, not having to be like, okay, but how am I going to deal with our food? Because right now we're losing weight. We're nowhere near as bad as we were in the last run. But you can see we're at 66 kilograms. 35 is when it's legitimately dangerous. Last time we got to the low 50s when I was finally like, we got to drop everything and make the food happen. And that's how I got killed the last time. Which is not unusual. That's usually a way a lot of runs go, is you'll have something that becomes either urgent or perceived as urgent. And you'll go to address that, and that's when you'll go into the place that gets you killed. And genuinely, most of the time, it's not actually urgent. You just made it urgent for yourself. Okay, so we did manage to successfully ditch them. $66 in your 92 streams ago? Yeah. The thing to keep in mind is that is like a month. Did you see your traits? Sure. Basically, we took traits to ensure we had 0 strength, 0 fitness, and 0 stats in any type of skill whatsoever. And then just took a bunch of generically, like, positive things like keen hearing and all that. It is not a build I recommend. This is a self-sabotage build. I was actually expecting to break that axe, so... that could be not quite as overburdened. Okay. I didn't want to be quite as overweight as we were. Yes, we're still seeing zombies along here, which does not please me. Did you fall over dead already? And I saw your friend down here.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
There you go. Okay, 1 minute. On the bright side, at least with these ones in here, when I'm pulling them groups like this, we are getting them out of the woods. It's just worrying me that we keep finding like more and more and more. It's like, no, really, I need you to not be in there. But yeah, like I said, I'm hoping that next helicopter, I could use it to clear that out. Hey, Viper, how's it going? I'll get that hydrate I owe you in just a minute. Trying to get away from where we're at right now. And happy holidays to you as well. Alright, so let's get that. All right. At some point, I need to shred more clothes and build more wood walls. I've been putting it off because it's very exhausting. Now is actually not a bad time. Like, I do know I want to make the area large enough that, you know, I have, like, a place I could store my stuff and whatnot. It doesn't need to be a giant base. Okay, so the cows are still here. Are they all still here? No.
Hey,
There we go.
hey!
I'll probably need to enclose the cows at some point. Not quite to the point of being able to do that, really, though. Okay, so scratch electronics. That's fine. We have several things of the caffeine pills now, so let's go ahead and toss 2 of those away. I've got 1 on me. We can drop you on the ground. And you. And you. I think I'll keep that on my person for a weapon. Let's go ahead and take some of these spare tools and put them away versus keeping them as extra weapons as well for right now. Yeah, so we've got the 3 axes, we've got a hammer, I've got a hunting knife. We can go in here and eat a berry. Let's see what else we could do. Craft. Make a flint. Is this Subert Estate? I don't know what that's a reference to. Can make ourselves some more axes. Yeah, Return from Big Bad Beaver stream? Yeah, Big Bad Beaver's another fantastic creator. Okay, so I can make these. Drop a couple of these in this box. Drop one in that box. So we've got the logs. Let me go ahead and try real fast to grab the dirty ones of these. So I've got them. Grab 2 more of these. Two more of those. I think I have enough for 1 more wall segment. Is that... Oh, that's 4. I thought there was only 2, because I was going to say 2, 1, and 1. We still only have enough for 1 more wall segment, but I have some leftovers. Alright. So I've got all that. Yeah, so I can build walls out of the dirty cloth. Which is nice, it's a slow way of using it up. The other thing we can actually do is if I remove grass, I believe it can give the grass to the cows for feed. I say definitely hurt a zombie. So that says 38.4. Now it's 40.5. Okay, so we can rip up grass and use that as the food. So that's certainly one viable way of getting the food. Yeah. I think we got lucky, and I think it came down this way, so it didn't cut through the actual cows area. Let's see, what, this is what you expected Product Zomboid to become when you bought it in 2013. Oh, living out in wilderness on the land kind of thing? Yeah, it's a really fun way of playing, too. Toss with those on top, we could still eat more. Alright. Oh, I'm building a base and slowly expanding it outwards? Yeah. That... Okay. That was a weird cut in the audio, that's fine. Like, it wasn't like my audio mixer cutting either, it was just... Product Zom was like, you know what, never mind that track. Oh, okay, fine, I'll let you hear the rest of it. It's fine. I probably have to drag those zombies farther away from where we sleep. We're getting bad smell. Alright, so we're still chilly. So let's grab one more layer. Let's actually bundle. Nope, that's good. Because we're not fighting yet. Oh, wait. This isn't the one that can tell me air activity detected. I have to wait for the next broadcast. Okay. Yeah, so apparently these bodies are too close. That body's plenty far away, but these bodies are too close. But that's the reason I like this. I would have thought we would have been okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, I would have thought we were perfectly okay, but... Oh, actually, we might be. It's literally right here that I'm on the edge. Yeah, so it's when I step down here. Yeah, so I can ignore that. Those bodies are going to start decaying pretty soon, too. Alright. So, today's weather, let me guess, it's raining. Yep. So we have some periods of heavy clouds, so the night is going to be dark tonight, and there will be medium or heavy rain. So it's going to be a really hard to see night. Tomorrow, don't care about temperature that much. Tomorrow's clear skies. And no helicopter. We have 2 of the cows have left the zone yet again.
Hey.
Yeah, it's those 2. I think they just keep getting to the edge and try and get around a tree. And it's just far enough that they step outside of the bounds. Cool. Oh, and we got cut. We cut our thigh on one of the trees. Hey, Killer Fox, how's it going? Alright, so as far as our pursuit of all this goes, we are not looking at trying to fight all the zombies the way up here. Our goal for today, since we don't have the helicopter, is I want to get all the way up here. This house might be a target, whatever that is might be a target, or that one. This area is too hot. I don't know how the rest of it's going to look, but it looks like between those 2 meta events and the, are we still near the cult house? Sort of, yes. We are northeast of it. The cult house character died a good number of streams ago, like 3-4 streams ago. We're still in the vague area, we're just... Like, if I were to pull up the map, I believe the cult house is probably down here-ish. As you saw patch notes that they wanted to make medical more relevant, as it always felt neglected. Yeah. Like, right now we've got optional settings. Oh, we can't run for real right now because we cut our leg going through that tree. It's fine. We'll just keep slicing and dicing ourselves. Alright, Opie, you have a good lurk. And thank you again for, you know, tuning in and all that. You sleep well. So that's why you give you more cuts? Yeah, I'm actually not upset about getting cut on the trees that much more. I think in normal play style, you really wouldn't have to worry about much, versus I am going back and forth through the trees multiple times every day. So it's not super surprising I'm getting myself nicked up and cut on it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But do you feel like they will make first aid more relevant at first and maybe rework the health system later for human NPCs? Yeah, we'll see. I'm not super worried about the human NPCs. I think it's gonna be a very, very, very long time before we see those in any meaningful capacity. I mean, does it also tear your clothes? I haven't noticed because we already had at least one tear on our pants. I can't remember if we had 1 or 2 tears in our pants. Like I know we've had. Like what I mean when we start, I know we've had 2 tears, so there's not been an additional tear, and that's on our thighs, so it would be our pants. Medical could include hygiene practices. It could. But I honestly wouldn't mind Project Zomboid if minor injuries were basically almost unavoidable. Like, the only way to avoid it would be not engaging in a lot of activities. Like, I would be okay with it that you're doing a bunch of carpentry and you get, like, a splinter. And you could just, like, take the splinter out with some tweezers, and it'd be just a scratch, nothing serious. Like, it wouldn't put your run at risk. But, you know, like, little inconveniences like that. And at the higher your skill in the trade, the less likely you have to do it. You could also get a hold of various forms of PPE to help you. So, like, if you wore, like, proper gloves while doing the carpentry, you would have almost no risk of splinters. So, like, that'd be a whole thing. But, you know, then your gloves would have, like, wear and tear as you use them, so eventually your gloves would need to be replaced, that kind of thing. But you get the idea. Like, you wouldn't want it to be that you're constantly rotating out your gloves or whatever to protect your hands. But, like, I see, for example, the digging furrows in gardening is, like, a perfect example. If you have the proper tools to do the job, there's no risk of injury. But if you're just using your hands or you're using, like, poor tools or whatever, then you have a chance of cutting your hands. Like, you get the idea there. What's the kill count? How's the weight going? Weight is at 65 kilograms. And the kill count is at 1,089. Hey, rabbits. Someday I'll murder a lot of you. You're lucky I missed that. All right. It's when you were cutting your hands that you looked it up? Oh, so far as the gardening thing? Oh, no, you mean like cutting through the trees. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I think that's fine, though. Because like I said, me cutting through the trees like that is an entirely avoidable thing. It's just something about how I set up. That's a whole issue. So you got a rabbit, but you can't skin it. Do you need to learn the skill? No, I was able to butcher a rabbit right from the beginning. It's called Butcher. But you need to have the appropriate knife. You might need to have a flat surface to do it, like a counter or a table or a bed or something like that. Hey, Twist, how's it going? What are your thoughts about soft drinks right now? You're about to mod it yourself. You can't resist the temptation of drinking it every day. Oh, the soft drinks being, like, overpowered and that they basically fill up your hydration, and they, you know, basically put your character, like, maximum awake. Yeah, no, they're super overpowered right now. Definitely are going to get adjusted down. Me, I haven't been able to take advantage of them because challenge run settings. Yeah, no, a kitchen knife and a fillet knife will work. It could be if they're maximum dull, they might not work. Also, if it's too dark, you can't do it. Some people in Beaver's chat said they were awake for 3 days because of cola. Oh yeah, no, it's super broken powerful. Yeah, so we're gonna see if we can't get up to these houses that we saw yesterday in game. Not yesterday, a couple days ago in game. But yeah, can I get a shout out for Twist on Fire, by the way, if I got one of my mods here? Twist on Fire is another fantastic creator on the platform who also plays Project Zomboid. Definitely someone worth checking out. A real good time over there. Also does like a lot of difficult content in Project Zomboid and whatnot. And not exclusively Project Zomboid, they do play other games as well. Yeah, so you can just drop the follow up there if you're looking for more Project Zomboid. A lot of little things are get it out before Xmas shape. It'll get adjusted. Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, like for the record, there's not been any like absolutely game-breaking zones. You just spilled scalding black coffee on your crotch. You should deal with that and not be worrying about warning us. Because if it is truly scalding hot, that's deeply concerning. Automod grabbed that if you dealt with it first. I was hoping so. Yeah, no, Automod grabbed that because crotch, but I would allow it, but you know, I'm in the middle of something at the moment. Okay, so let's jump the fence over here. That way we get them, like, lagging behind us. We can try to avoid this group, cut through the farm. And that's because we drug a bunch of zombies by the last time we cut through here. Yeah, for the record, Twist on Fire does stream German. Does understand English as well, but does stream German. I do know I got a lot of people in the channel who German is their first language as well, though. Yeah, but you're not going to have those permissions. Very much Automata's like, nah, man. That's gonna be a big old nope in my book. So my hope is, if I cut relatively close to this, we'll get all the zombies caught up here. I don't know how busy this house was, but my hope is it'll be quiet enough that we can, you know, dispatch of like whatever handful of zombies we've got still on us after I go around here and cut to line of sight on these trees with the fences to slow them down. It's not looking too bad. I mean, there's a rally. Okay, there's a rally group down here and over here, so yeah, it's actually pretty terrible. That's okay. We already identified that one was a maybe house, versus this house up here, just past whatever the store is a far more viable house. So let's hop over this fence. Yeah, and that they're all stuck there from multiple helicopters and whatnot. Let's hop back over that fence. Never mind. This farm is not the quiet place. Yeah, whatever this place is, we have been dragging a lot of zombies there using the helicopter and all that. My hope is not here. But trying to get up to this house over here. So I want to get there with not many zombies on me. with the hope of being able to like get in there, maybe get a couple of tools and all that. The big thing is I want 2 nails and 2 planks if I can make it happen, or a saw. If I can get a saw, then that becomes much less of a concern. Yep, so that's the house we're actually aiming for right there. Is that a full rally group? No, it's just a couple. Now this is the big question mark. Can I get over here without a really big group of zombies? My hope is I can go up just a little ways north, circle around this fence side. That's a big rally group there, so let's not do that. That rally group kind of screwed that plan. Okay, if I cut along here, there is a risk that if there's like a rally group in here we aggro, that could be trouble. But sometimes you gotta risk it for the biscuit. Because that'll line of sight. We can line of sight a second time, and then see what our situation is on the other side. Oh, don't have a rally group right in the front yard. With the pinpoint hearing, that means I can't do crap with this. Like, that's the whole issue right now, is with this whole thing where they just remember where you went for like 14 seconds. Oh, we dumped a bunch of zombies right here. Unless we get lucky. Oh no, that door's just open. I was saying, unless we get lucky and they smash the doors open, and there's some planks or something like that. Yeah, this is way worse than the first house. This is just really bad. Yeah, no, a lot of the stuff that recovers energy. Okay, that's locked. I wonder if they break down the fence by climbing over it. Can we get them to give me planks and nails doing that? I don't think so. I think it'll just give me scrap wood. Now you can see where I was fighting some yesterday, or a couple days ago, and it was just one of those things that I fought them, and then we had zombies close in from everywhere, because, you know, combat right now is you have a boom, like, a big megaphone playing every single sound, and then pinpoint hearing zombies. So the moment you engage a zombie, the entire block knows where you're here. Let's see what the fence becomes if zombies break it. I really dislike the different walking speed. It makes corralling zombies just to be such a pain. Like, it's super easy just to walk among them now, which is certainly something. But as far as corralling them and moving them places, these slow zombies just absolutely ruin it. But like, looping back over paths we've already been like this should be a death sentence. Like, that I just did historically would have absolutely killed us. Because how slow they are now, it's just like... That fence should give out. Okay, so we did break one. That's what I want to see, is I want to see what debris gets left behind when we break the fence. That's the reason I've been deliberately doing an extra lap over that exact same spot. Because if we get lucky, and that'll drop a plank or a nail, then we can just use that to get what I need. Nice fire axe. I got one too. Just taking a quick sip of milk. Yeah, so, oh, actually I don't have a straggler over there. Don't screw me. This zombie right here. Don't screw me. I just want to see what we got here. Okay, what is laying on the ground right here? That is a nail and scrap wood. So we can get her 2 nails from that. We just need them to trash more fences, which should be straightforward enough. Them just going back and forth will take care of that. Nope, just scrap wood on that one. Yeah, so we're still on both sides of that fence. Let's not take the chance of getting ourselves cut off. This is us doing very disorganized carpentry. I really wanted to be able to go in this house, but like I said, the fact that they keep remembering where you're going for like 14 seconds makes it really hard to ditch in any meaningful, timely manner. And the fact that they do have slow ones. You can see those are still working their way over there. So like they kind of, the double whammy makes it so there's just no controlling the crowd of zombies like you used to. Which is kind of a bummer because it just doesn't give you a good means of getting into places without, you know, by being clever. They don't make it into wood planks anymore? I was curious. We did get a nail out of it, which is still something. But I still need to be able to score some wood planks. Yeah, so we got some zombies here. Let's not cause problems for ourselves with that. I was really hoping to sneak up here, even if I could only take apart like 1 or 2 segments of fence myself. Like, you know, take apart a chunk of fence and then immediately aggro them. Okay, they keep snagging on those bushes. We could probably get some good distance and maybe ditch them. Let's not immediately go in. Oh, there's a bunch that way. Oh man, there's still so many on us. I'm trying to do multiple line of sights here to see if we can't make them drop. That actually might be a good target. If I could ditch them with these trees, we try sneaking over to whatever that is. Because these aren't going to have planks. Those will have just straight up logs. And I can get my own logs. It's a weird backyard to, like, cut across this way. Log, sapling. Okay, we appear to have ditched them. So let's see if we can't do something crafty and sneak in. The problem is if I get in any fights, that pinpoint hearing is just going to drag him back to me. So I need to avoid being re-aggroed in any kind. So, like, there's a zombie inside here. I'm almost better trying to kite it around real fast. Come on. Like, fail it or succeed. I don't care which way you go, just do it. At least if you fail it, I could go pop a window. Danger, jump in. Okay. Plank. Claw hammer. Worn plank will cut it. We just need one more nail, chat. There's definitely a lot of zombies on the other side of that fence. There is a lot of zombies on the other side of that fence. I can just hear them making noises. Okay. We're gonna take our chances. I need a crude saw for a stool. I can take apart the oak table. Okay. Give me a nail. Please pick up the pace. I'm really worried we're aggroing all the zombies we ditched down there because pinpoint hearing. No nails. Are we still clear? We seem to be okay. Okay, that also requires that. So we can't take apart anything else in here that we care about. Yeah, I need a saw for taking apart anything else. Alright. So let's drink another bit of this milk. Chuck it in our bag. Alright. The door? I have a screwdriver. Wait, where's my screwdriver? There was one in there. That'll be fine. I don't think the door will give me nails, though. I thought the door required other stuff. Hinge. Oh yeah, I know the iron pipe's a good weapon. Okay, if we get down there, we'll have to fight them. We did ditch a bunch of zombies over there, but I also remember... What about the fence? No. The fence would be a dangerous one. Did we aggro the ones that are by the front door? Can I make this silent? Is it just you? Nope, nope. We got 3 pinpoint hearing ones closing in. 4 pinpoint hearing ones closing in. So, we got the planks. I can make the rest happen. Don't you do that. I don't want it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is we can get nails from them jumping over the fence. I don't see there's any way we're sleeping up here, so I do want to start getting out of the area because it's gonna be dark soon. But if we can get like a group of them to jump over a couple more fences, there is a very good chance they'll break the fence. I'll snag that second nail, and that will give us our butter churn. Okay, it looks like our legs healed up enough that we're not struggling to run. Hey, retired, how's it going? So these other fences we really damaged with the shenanigans you're pulling over there. That's a new broken spot over here. Got it. Nail acquired. We've got everything we need. We just need to get out alive. And butter is in our future. That said, we're not in a happy place. And it is 9 p.m., so it's going to get dark very soon. Don't be a group right on the other side of the fence, please. I appreciate that. I think that meta event helped us out, because this area, I think, had a big group at last we saw. You admire people who can make friends so fast. Look at all your new followers. Yup. Every corpse was once a follower. Wait a second, hang on. Let me rethink that. Actually true in Product Zomboid. I guess technically there's probably 1 or 2 zombies I snuck up behind of and slapped with a weapon before it had a chance to really acknowledge my existence. But other than that, every zombie did follow you for at least 2 or 3 steps. I'm honestly curious, this almost seems like a fully enclosed area. There's gotta be an opening along the side or something. But they're all just staying stuck right here. There's no opening here. I don't even see... Oh, you know what? I bet you there's a road back here that those houses all attach to. So that the way you pull in here is from the other side. Which is why they're all stuck here, is they can't figure out their way to go the whole way around. But yeah, so we did get... We check our bag. 2 nails... and 2 planks. The worn plank will work for our purposes. It is acceptable. We also got a claw hammer, which I'll keep as a tool, not a weapon. Alright, starting to work our way back down. We're gonna try to get home to go to sleep. Make our butter churn, and start getting fat. Permission to have a Merry Christmas? I don't know. What are you willing to pay? No, I hope everyone has themselves a Merry Christmas, a Happy Holiday, or if you're, you know, if you don't celebrate, I hope you just have yourself a good day in general. Okay. But there's weight gain in our future. Which takes basically all of our primary concerns out of the game so far as, like, worrying about food and water and all of that kind of good stuff. We're able to make our own weapons now. So, pretty much... I mean, it's literally Christmas, so why is it an issue? It's not an issue. It's just not everyone celebrates, so we try to be, you know, cognizant of that. Like, it's not like wishing you a Merry Christmas is gonna upset anyone. But, you know, you try to be inclusive of those who don't celebrate as well. Alright, back to, like, it didn't get out of there quite as early as I wanted you to be able to see. Yeah, this is the big concern, is the weather said we're going to have heavy clouds tonight, so it is going to get real dark tonight. So we're really trying to just rush out of this zombie-filled area to where it's not so busy as quickly as we can. I just don't want to start running now in case we run into a problem. It's literally, I'm saying people aren't going to be upset about it. Like, the war on Christmas isn't a real thing. You remember how you hear about it's like, oh no, they want to call it Xmas. Do you know where Xmas comes from? X is a Roman symbol for Christ. It's literally just the shortened version of it, and people called it the war on Christmas, because Fox News represents nothing of any substantial meaning. So if I say Xmas, I'm still saying Christmas. It's literally the same thing. And Happy Holidays is totally fine too. Because usually Happy Holidays is referring to the more broader holiday season, not specifically the individual day. But people gotta have something to be upset about. There's far better things to be upset about. Like everything that is the Honey extension that you should uninstall if you have it, because it is a total scam. That you'll literally think you're supporting creators, and it will undermine the entire thing by stealing the affiliate stuff. Actually a real thing. There's a pretty good YouTube video on it. Yeah, no, it's... I'm wondering if we're going to see criminal stuff in there. Because while the US lets you get away with a lot of shenanigans, there's stuff in there I'm like, no, pretty sure legally that is actually fraud. Not the kind of sort of ish fraud, but the literally fraud. Or like the false advertising where you advertise two entirely opposing things to your different demographics, which means one of them is an outright lie. And while we do let you get away with a lot in the US, there are limits. Let's see, you worked as a cashier for a long time. I learned that people who don't respond well with Merry Christmas, those who don't respond with Happy Holidays, they just went with happy, non-denominational. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, if I say Happy Holidays and someone gives me an earful, I'm like, alright, well, F this person. Because, like, I'm still wishing them well. They're literally making a fight over literally nothing. Because, as I said, Happy Holidays is a season, Christmas is a day. So both of them are totally applicable and okay. Like, if that is something that gets you all up, like, you know, gets you clutching your pearls, that as well as one, you need to have a real long stare in the mirror of what the hell is wrong with you. And the other way around, too. If someone, like, gets, you know, you say Merry Christmas, someone gets, like, a whole attitude about, it's like, hey, man, you'd be like, thanks, I don't celebrate, but, you know, the sentiment is appreciated. Like, that's totally fine, which I do personally celebrate. The problem was none of it was an issue until I said offensive. That is not actually a thing that was happening in the broader scale. That is a talking garbage piece that was spread. Like, literally, if you go back, there was the War on Christmas, was the whole thing about screaming that people are getting offended by stuff. And it's not that there's literally 0 people, but it is a mostly fabricated situation. It always has been, always will be. Like, and that's not being left-leaning, right-leaning, progressive, conservative, whatever. That is, you had yourself a slow news week, and someone needed a bit, so they created this whole thing about, you know, all of these people are being terrible, and they're trying to ruin your tradition and not allow you to celebrate your holiday, and none of that's true. Fabricated outrage? That's outrageous! Exactly. That's one of those things you always gotta watch, and it's not even, like, there's certainly different groups who are far, 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 far worse. This isn't to do, like, a both sides thing. But that is one of the things, is when you pay attention to stuff, it's like, wow, that's a wild thing. It's really weird that that's in the news. Just basically ask yourself, has it been a slow news week? Oh, I get where that came from. I understand. Like, the Florida Man thing, people have heard me talk about this. For those who don't know the origination of Florida Man, it's actually weirdly a very progressive thing in Florida law. I know that sounds strange. But here in Florida, we have that almost all of your government records, other than very specific things, are, I missed my turn. Again, are public record, including police reports. So what you'd do is when you had a slow news week, you'd start thumbing through Florida's police records and look for, like, some completely asinine arrest. You know, someone robbing a convenience store with a goose. That kind of nonsense. And so they introduced the whole Florida Man. It was literally to fill, like, slow news week stuff. Florida doesn't particularly have a per capita higher than normal rate of ridiculous, weird people doing crazy things. We just have a lot of people, and they're mostly in line with the capita. But as more places have had public records, you've started hearing just as much nonsense come from other places, too. The state of American media outlet is dire? Yes. You finally got Project Zomboid, and well, it's your fault. Or, I mean, time to have fun? Yep. I mean, you do have people who are trying to be helpful to the others and taking it too far. Like, that is a thing that does happen. Like, that's absolutely one of those things that when you're trying to be a good advocate for people, minorities, like, you know, vulnerable people, be like, hey, what can I do to help you? Don't just rally to do your own thing. You can make the problem worse by taking like the things that need to happen to make their situation better and then pull everything over into something that nobody cares about. Like the whole there was the big push for, you know, people were saying, oh, should be like Latin or Latinx and all that. And by and large, the community was like, please stop this. We have real problems. This is not one of them. Florida has more than the average number of Florida men. Yep. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. But like, there's this whole thing that you have lots of times that things are taking part. Bear with me a moment. We're about to hit an ad break, and I need to pee real bad, so I'm gonna go do that. And all that. So I'm gonna do that real quick, and I'll be back here in just a minute.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there? Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we have managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. Get out of my way, man. Alright, and we are back. So let's get back to it. I remember we had zombies following us. I don't think we had that many. We're pretty close to home. We made a good trek. But yeah, for those who missed, we have acquired our 2 planks and our nails. The worn plank should qualify for our purposes. which is good. Regardless, we also got ourselves a claw hammer, so if everything works out, let's make sure I don't actually have a tail still. Nope. If everything works out, I should be able to make a butter churn tomorrow, and we can have some heckin' butter, and we can live our absolute healthiest life as we live in the zombie apocalypse on a diet nearly exclusively of butter and poisonous berries. Just as it was always meant to be. Yeah, so with this, I don't have any significant pressures on me to be like, I need to get over here, I need to do that, I need to take care of this. I'm panicking myself thinking I'm hearing things that aren't actually there. Ilana would approve. Ilana would approve. Your cardiologist would not. Your cardiologist would slide a bottle of whiskey out from inside their desk and be like, "You want a what now?" I'm gonna take a sip of water. And you're gonna step right over here. That way we're not getting the stink icon. So that way we're not building up corpse sickness during the night. So my luck is this is a helicopter day. Butter churn. Let's, ooh, where do I want to put this? Because I want to make sure it's... Let's put it down here for right now. So enough that's on its own. That more than likely I don't have to worry about a thing. It's near enough to the radio, so if it takes me a while to churn, then I can wake up in the morning, grab the milk, come back down over here and churn the butter while we're listening to the broadcast. Don't you dare. Okay. No helicopter today. So let's take you and empty that. It takes 30 in-game minutes. I figured it was going to be a non-trivial amount of time. Will the palisade keep the rats out?
Take a sip.
Do I want to keep the rats out?
What's the worst that could happen?
Butter churn. I don't know if we're still doing it or not. I mean, we're definitely not now. I've canceled that. Make the windows smaller. Make the window smaller. Yeah, well, I can... I didn't really want to do it that way, but... But the problem is, there's danger in me just standing here. Oh, I forgot. I was like, wait a second, it's not taking it. I forgot. I've got an over-the-shoulder thing that's got milk in it. I got a cologne bottle with milk in it, and I've got a perfume bottle with milk in it. Okay, so it's 500 milliliters per stick of butter from the looks of it. Cool. Okay. So we are hungry. So I'm just going to go ahead and have myself a stick of butter. Sometimes, life just calls for eating a raw stick of butter. Hey, look, we're gaining weight. Yeah, and I'll get the objective update in a moment. Okay, and milk. Hey, calm down. You don't gotta make this weird. That's a choice you get to make with your life. Oh, if it's 500 each, these will never have enough butter for that. That's fine. These could be my reserve liquid for right now. Yeah, so we're gonna probably waste well, not waste. Probably use most of today dealing with butter. Because this has been overdue for a while. Oh yeah, no, I need to pet the cow too. Yeah, so that'll be 2 sticks of butter here, and then 3 sticks of butter for the next one. Alright. Yeah, so I guess this would be the big negative of butter. Is just, you know, it takes a while. You play the original RuneScape? Or old school RuneScape? Hey, where'd the other cow go? We weren't done. That's fine. For the moment, you get to have pets. Well fed, not thirsty. So you're gonna be running back and forth to mom. All right. So we definitely need bigger containers. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Butcher the cow for half a day's worth of meat, please? No. Are you Iron Man, though? I probably have a lot of iron in our character. Yeah, no, right now butchering the cows and the pigs and that is pretty much utterly worthless. Oh yeah, no, we're getting our butter. But we're just gonna spend like a whole day. We're literally getting sleep. Oh, I mean, I guess we had a pretty messed up sleep schedule yesterday, but it was worth it. We got our butter churn. And I mean, heck, that butter alone is gonna keep us tided over for a while. Because I think the cows only produce like 1 or 2 or 300 milliliters of milk a day or something like that. It's not a huge amount. So it is one of those things that like right now the cows are like bursting at the seams with sheer amounts of milk. Is there a way to get rid of bodies like torch or anything like that? The best way you can is if you find one of the larger trash cans like dumpsters or I think the ones at Spiffos. That there's some trash cans that are big enough to fit a corpse into, and you chuck them in there. And then you can delete them from the trash can. 3,200 calories per butter, something like that. It's a lot. Get over here. Stop trying to hide. After you tried that, but then they didn't go in the trash can, and it was a big dumpster. Oh, that'd be interesting, because it used to, like... Oh, you scared me. I saw the weight thing pop up, and the sound effect, and I just thought there was a zombie right there, so I got ready to react. Startled the cow, looks like. Animal Care 2. No, but seriously, how much milk do you have in you? Are you eating it straight or mixed into fish? I can't fish yet. I don't have the means of making a fishing pole. Not to judge, cows. Not to judge. Which one of you managed to successfully land the cow pie directly in the middle of the river? I don't... You're not going to be in trouble. But I do feel like I need to know. Because that's a forever cow pie now. Alright, so it's going to take us a little work to get this, but this is basically getting food sorted. Water's toxic now. It does make you wonder. So you can cook a lot of stuff with, like, the butter and all that. It does make me wonder if I can get a skillet and just keep a skillet and just, you know, toss butter in the skillet and it's stir fry. Just, you know, stick of butter stir fry. Oh, and you drink for that river? Yeah, it's probably fine. No, we're a little bit sad. The cow's like, this is your third time milking me today. Give me a break. Okay. We have officially tapped out that cow. The cow's running dry. Where is her other cow?
Hey!
Okay, and I believe we'll probably have one, like, not even one more full fill. You know, one more full fill from that cow. Yep, Danger Copter. I actually believe that is where it comes from, saying milking it for all it's worth. Is, you know, getting every last bit of milk out of a cow or something like that. My understanding is going to that extreme can actually be rough on the cow. Which is why the phrase. You still hadn't eaten yet? Yeah, no, I ate right before stream. I'll probably snack on something after stream, too. Because Tomb got stuck working an overnight shift tonight because there was a medical emergency with one of her coworkers. Like a very serious one, too, unfortunately. Now, with that said, that isn't what you wrote. I see you haven't eaten. Oh, you haven't been eaten. Yes, been is a very operative word. Yeah, no, that was her coworker had a pulmonary embolism. Yeah, no, that's definitely a no joke. Yeah, no, I misread it. Yeah, no, I haven't been eaten yet. We haven't taken a zombie injury. The trees have been getting some pretty good chunks of us. We have been sliced and diced by the trees plenty. But the zombies so far haven't gotten a taste. Yeah, I'll update the objectives as soon as I figure out what the heck my next objectives are gonna be. We woke up, we started making butter, and the sun is setting. And we're making butter. Sometimes, you just butter. Cool, you're still standing there, because we know we tapped out the other cow. This one I'm suspecting we're getting our last little bit out of it. Can you build a log cabin? Yes, you can actually. I even know where I could find the stoves in the area, too. There's actually a lot of them by Echo Creek. Like, that little cultist compound had something like 4 of them. Why are you playing that music? What do you know that I don't know? Oh, the butter puns? You better believe it. Can't craft in the dark. Well, We'll have to wait till the morning to make more. Sun, night, forest sword. Yeah, so Project Zomboid doesn't have a thing where, like, you know, instantly bring zombies. Where the closer you get is meta events, those can get pretty bad. Drop that. Drop this. I think, like I said, I think we keep the claw hammer right. Well, I'm gonna keep the claw hammer right here. That's gonna be for doing stuff here. Do we already have an old-fashioned can opener laying around here somewhere? That goes here too. Yeah, it's fine. I don't need nearly this much junk on me, which is the problem. And butter's non-perishable game. Would it make sense to accumulate a stock of it? That way if the cows stop producing once they have birth and wean the calves, right? Well, usually as long as you continue to milk a cow, if I'm not mistaken, it will continue to produce. It's if you ever stop milking the cow, or like if it has a health problem or something, like, you know, malnutrition, that kind of thing, then you start running into problems. Like where like the cow will stop producing. Or like bad dehydration or other health problems. But it does have to have a calf first. Like that's also mostly true of people too. It's just not a thing that normally happens with people. Don't you do that. I'm trying to enjoy churning butter here and listen to my radio, getting my morning broadcast and getting my butter. Do you need to have a baby cow too? You saw some places where they couldn't milk. No, they have to have had a calf. Like they do have that. They have to have had a calf for you to get milk. Now, I don't know mechanically in the game how it works. Don't. That's right. Let me churn my butter in peace. Their new life. Do you know what we do? We wake up, we churn butter, we kill some zombies. That's plenty gross. Infinite Simplex. Are you going to run into a situation where your only eating butter will cause you to go to Vs eventually? Yeah, no, that would potentially happen, but that's where I go and forage for berries and all that. So the idea is when I want to gain weight, we eat butter. When I want to lose weight, we eat berries and nuts and acorns and whatever else we can find. You hate it here. No, that's all good. Like, I'm expecting these cows very soon to, like, not have more to give. And that'll be good. Like, if I can sit here and get, like, 30-something things of butter, we're not going to keep grinding it too much. Just make it a thing that we do when, when you have need for stuff. Yes, this is... I feel like the balance to this is it is very time-consuming in game-wise. Like, I don't think this is that bad. Like, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh man, is it that thing where you have to do, like, each stick of butter one by one? That's actually not the worst in the world. Like, because, you know, I'm spending a day and a half playing catch-up on butter. So it is very, very time-costly. Because while I'm doing this, sure, I'm getting the animal care stat, which is nice. But, like, otherwise, we're just kind of sitting here. It also doesn't look like these have any difference in calories or anything like that, either. It's going to be awful in multiplayer. Good thing you play solo, you have the ability to speed up time. Those are the kind of things that usually I don't mind in multiplayer, because it's one of those things that, as long as you're someplace safe with it, you could just start churning and just work on something else for a minute.
Hey!
So let's see this other cow. This is the one we had fully milked yesterday. So let's see if we go to milk it today. Do we get like a full container? 'Cause I'm trying to get a feel for if this will be a major ordeal to do every day. Oh, don't tell me you're gonna have like 3 containers worth a day. I was expecting... How's the zombie kill going? Smooth like butter? Yup. You get a consistent 2 sticks of butter out of 2 sheep, 1 sheep every day. Anyone have any idea how much butter I get out of a cow a day? You got 200 small handles to carve into spoons for carving XP. Does anyone have any idea how much butter I'm going to get out of these cows per day? Because if it's like 2 or 3, I think that's fine. I don't think it makes sense for us to sit there and slap out, you know... At 10, you get like 40 a day? You said at 10 you get like 40 a day. It never expires, the dream. No cooling need. Need an automatic butter churn pronto. I mean, that might literally be the balance that you get a ridiculous amount of butter while it's time. And then when, you know, the baby grows up, suddenly you can't. Zero to Hero Def Run when? I've done a Def Run. And it was one of those things that I did one time. I'm like, you know what? I had fun with it. It was challenging. But I'd probably never do it again because it was really awful for people to watch. Because, you know, it was perpetual silence. This is the second time we're going to be trying to gill milk out of this. If this one also gives me a full load for the second one, we're going to stop with this. Because I don't know how much butter we need to eat a day. Dang, you cows produce way too much. Yeah, no, that's the problem, is right now in the game, the 2 ways I know you can maintain weight is the butter and fish. I assume trapping is also probably up there, but probably way higher effort. But like hunting is utterly useless right now so far as maintaining your calories. And so is like butchering the animals. So right now, this is just kind of what you gotta do. Granted, I am going pretty hard at this. You think that does put a realistic amount of milk output of the cows, but way, way unrealistically low levels of water and food needed to maintain them. One rack gives the same calories as a half-grown pig. Yep. Like, dairy cows can eat hundreds of pounds of food and hundreds of liters of water a day. Yeesh. I mean, their water consumption is pretty significant, but yeah. No, I don't think it'd be fun if they made it that way. Like, if you had to do, like, just obnoxious amount. Because also, real cows, they can eat, you know, they can eat grass and all that as well, like, off the ground. Versus these ones, they only eat out of the trough, they won't graze. Alright. Oh, and we'll go ahead and slam another stick of butter. To gain 1 kilogram, what is the weight good for? Carry capacity? Oh, no, it's... You basically have, you know, your weight. If you're between 75 and 85, there's no penalties. If you're over 85, you get tired faster. If you're below 75, you get a damage penalty on how much damage you do. Okay. I'm kind of looking at the time being like, I can't really go out and do anything. So I'm kind of feeling this out a little bit. They're gonna cut down some trees. I mean, there are people who genuinely really care about true realism, which is super upsetting because it's really obnoxious. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That is wild. If the game was truly realistic, wild game, you'd be so lean that you would lose weight no matter how much you ate. If that was all you ate. I mean, the game was truly realistic, there'd be no zombies. Nor there'd be apocalypse. You'd just be in Kentucky. You make your determination if that's an improvement or worse than being in the zombie apocalypse. I actually don't have a strong opinion on Kentucky. The cow will walk around within the area I've kind of confined it to. There's like a zone you give it, like in RimWorld. But if the cow gets stressed out or something scares it away, it will run off, and then you have to like go find it and bring it back. Okay, this is the last. Like, I don't want to sit here and keep doing this. This is the last. Kentucky's not that bad. I don't think so. Like, I've only driven through it. It looked absolutely beautiful. But, like, I didn't end up stopping there because I was just on my way through the state. I wasn't doing anything there. Have you accidentally hit your cow yet? No. I don't generally accidentally hit anything in this game, typically. Alright. You know what? That's fine. For right now, I'm gonna put the empty pot in there. Put some stick butter in here for weight up. And for weight down, we've got this. Alright, is there anything I could work on crafting in the meantime? Because I think I'm good with the butter nonsense for the moment. Not really anything there. Nothing I really care about here. Okay. So let's start trying to carve out a bit more space for ourselves. Okay, please fall over, tree. Cool. Grab the branch. Grab the twigs. Yeah, and chopping trees does make you drowsy. I mean, in real life, you'd probably want some type of enclosure. In the game, it's still a game, so you could just kind of get away with not really caring that much. Make yourselves another axe. I could sit here for a minute. Recover some of that fatigue and all that. We'll want to grab some cloth. Grab some logs. I need to be able to carry more than that. Grab the last log. Okay, I can run this back down here. Alright, give her muscles a minute to recover. Yeah, so you see what I'm doing is I'm just trying to slowly clear out the area. So that I got a little bit more space to work with. We've got these logs I can build the walls out of. So slowly getting our base building going. We're using really crappy axes with low skill right now. So it does take me a pretty good amount of time to get through a tree. We'll eventually get to be better off. It'll be fine. But the more I manage to close this up and get all sorted, the better and better we'll be in the future for dealing with a lot of it. Okay, I might be able to get that built before we run out of time for the day where it's just too dark. Nope, too dark. Leave those up there, and I'll bring these down here. Okay, so they're all well watered, so I don't need to deal with that. I was like, maybe I will water them. I kind of don't want to. I have a feeling like watering those crops is going to be an absolute chore that I just don't want to manage. Yeah, so now if we find ourselves... a pan or a bowl or something like that, I can probably start managing these where we stay happy. We'll see what I have to do to make butter considered a cooked recipe. Okay. Oh, that's too early. Okay. And you're dead plants. Let's go ahead and remove you. So I'm just removing all the crops that the zombies trampled and otherwise. Okay, what do we got here? Young kale already growing in as well. So we're getting some success with our crops. Not nearly as much as I'd hope, but not none. I'm not gonna worry about milking the cows today. I've got a pretty good stockpile of butter. Yeah, so I have 40 food and entirely too much water. And you're healthy, you're well fed, and all that good news. Does he need to make watering a click drag box queue? Yeah, no, it'd be nice to be able to sit there and be like, water all crops in an area or whatever. And your character just moved from crop to crop to crop until it was done, or like they couldn't continue. You'd probably have to have some setup for it though to I mean, you know, it's probably fine. Like literally just take like the really big rain pail and just say, you know, water crops. And then, you know, after that you'd have to manually fill it up and then choose it again. But at least it's one of those things that's having to go to each thing and water it again and again. I do not believe they intend on making hostile animals in the game. So far as like stuff that will hunt you. It's just not that game. Like the point is to be about the zombies. They have a sprayer backpack now? Yeah, the cure, like, I remember seeing that in a past run. I don't think we could, like, I don't think we took it. I think it was when we were running through the unlimited guns, whatever it was called, that place. I want to say I saw it in there. Alright, weather today is supposed to be lovely. Weather tomorrow is supposed to be lovely, with rain in the evening. And no helicopter today. Alright, well since we don't have an immediate pressure that needs to be dealt with, we are going to go murder some zombies. Okay. Because they've been basically hanging out our base for like 3 days now. Oh, a plastic bag. You expect to say trees? No, I've been hitting a couple trees here and there. I don't want to get to the point where we just grind base building. I gotta keep the zombies pushed back. And we do want to eventually push into town to, you know, get ourselves books, get ourselves whatever other goodies we can find kind of thing. But now that I don't have an urgency to seek out a source of calories and all that, we're kind of good here. It's literally just take care of the cows and continue to work on the base a little bit here and there and kill zombies. So more than likely in practice, the way this is going to work out is we'll set out, we'll fight zombies during the day, we get back a little bit before dark, cut down a couple of trees in the morning while we wait for the broadcast. I'll work on like maybe making a little bit of butter, maybe building a segment of wall or two, and kind of just not do all one thing, just do a little bit thing. NPC Survivor Hostels could be an additional fun, but not that type of game. Yeah, I personally said that to me, one of my least favorite type of things in zombie apocalypse is two things. One, cannibalism as a mechanic. Like, not that your character does it, but like they're always like, no, it's a cannibal faction. I'm like, cool, man. You need a strip of rubber and some nails to make yourself a bracelet with that edge, because you're tryharding and you're not really edgy. You're like that pretend pseudo I want to be edgy. Because seriously, it's been done a billion times and makes no sense in almost any zombie lore. But like, cool, man, I get it. Zombies bring out the edgy in us. It's okay. So basically, I'm very over, like, every one of them having cannibalism. I would be fine. You know what? If they want to reference that, I would like it that you go into a place, and there's a bunch of dead zombies in there, and you see, like, a note that was, like, supposedly them, doing cannibalism. That they got infected and they died because they did cannibalism during a zombie apocalypse. They were eating people who may or may not have an infectious disease. Like, it's just dumb. And then the other one is, like, that you'd have a bunch of different factions who the very first thing to do is zombie apocalypse. You all have a mutual threat that never sleeps and is, like, always hunting you. And rather than dealing with that, everyone turns homicidal on each other. And it's just like, no, you know what? No. I know it'd be a non-zero number of people who would just try and be that way. But those kind of people get weeded out very, very early. Because we genuinely very much depend on each other to survive. Because again, the thing hunting you never sleeps and always goes after you. Like, they perpetually go forever. That's the thing that makes them scary. Is you can never sleep truly safe. And so you'd have those people who'd go, you know, super duper murder everyone, kind of whatever. And you'd be like, cool. Well, you might do okay for like 30 seconds until people in the area figure you out. And then when you try and figure out when you're going to sleep and all that, you'd be absolutely screwed. Alright, so let's back off, rest up for a minute. But then we're pushing towards those sheds. You blame the Walking Dead for idolizing the zombie apocalypse. I mean, it's not only them. There's been tons of them. See, that's boring as most of these alphas. Let's see. Those are the exact things you're talking about. Happened in the show, and it's been around the point that I stopped caring. Yeah, but I mean, it's a lot of zombie lore. It's not just The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead certainly popularized a lot of it. But the only thing scarier than a pursuit predator is a persistent pursuit predator. Well, that's kind of the thing. If you look at the way humanity has hunted historically, we are a pursuit predator. That we would take something like a mammoth, where you see the footage of, like, you know, the people stabbing a woolly mammoth with spears. That's not they just walked up to a woolly mammoth, they surround and started poking it a whole lot until it died. Because the woolly mammoth would just wreck house with you. They would basically come after the woolly mammoth, give it a poke or two. The woolly mammoth would, you know, try and get away from the dangerous things surrounding it, and they would just follow it. And the woolly mammoth would go, and it'd start to get tired. And so then, the people come back up, they give it a poke or two, which would get the woolly mammoth going again, even though it was really exhausted. And they would keep going until the woolly mammoth just basically gave up moving, that it just didn't have anything left in it. And so you'd have a completely exhausted woolly mammoth trying to fight for its life. But, you know, it's been so more than spent. And you can even check that to, like, modern day. That's what our modern fishing is. Our modern fishing is the same thing, where you just have a line and, you know, the fish fights back, so you let out the line, and then you pull the fish in slowly, and it gets a little bit more tired, and then you let out your line, and you pull the fish in slowly. And you basically do that until the fish has nothing left to give, and, you know, can barely fight back anymore. You know, then you pull the fish in. So it's just kind of a will of endurance. So it's not really pursuit in the classic sense, but it is just the idea that you are doing a war of attrition to see who's got more endurance. Yeah, no, like, that's one of the things that we're not necessarily the single greatest creature at pursuit, but we're definitely a very strong. Like, that is our big thing. That's part of what makes it so scary with the zombie apocalypse. You have the things that humanity does really well, and then you got something that just does it better. So, like, where we can endure for a long time, you know, just harassing and, you know, dealing with something till it's got nothing left to give, you know, and then finishing the job so that we can get food. Now you've got something that does the same thing to you, but it's better at it. That they literally have infinite stamina and everything. When they finally introduce NPCs, you want to have self-preservation, then mindless attacking players, completely disregarding their own safety, realistically. Yeah, no, that's the thing I've talked about that I would love the NPCs to be, is I don't want there to be, like, a formal, like, factions or trading systems or point systems or cash or any of these tropes you've seen in gaming. I want it to fit the current style of the game. That, you know, you spawn in Rosewood, maybe you see this girl in a yellow hoodie once or twice, like, and you're kind of uncomfortable around each other because you really don't know what the other one's about. But generally speaking, as long as you give them space, they seem to be pretty chill. And just kind of one of those things that, like, there's, like, this really uncertainty, and then maybe the more you're around them, the less likely they are to be, like, skittish. And you notice that, you know, they're living in the gas station on the north side of town. And I want it that you're sitting there, you keep seeing this person, and one day you notice they stop showing up anywhere. And you go by the gas station and, you know, either it's been, like, attacked or something, or been cleared out, or, like, they, you know, clearly cleared out. You know, maybe you find a note or something that they went to go looking for their friend or whatever, and almost have, like, this little mystery. And so you go, okay, well, their friend, they're, you know, mentioning they're in Louisville. And so you start, you know, working your way up Louisville, you see a car crash, and maybe you find them and they're okay, maybe you don't. I don't want it to be like this big formal, like, do my daily quest system, go get me the 10 things so you can exchange for the other things. And I want the NPCs to have, like, random disposition. I don't want any of them to be automatic murder hobo kind of thing, where it's just, like, straight up, you walk into the building and they're like, open up fire, immediately start trying to kill you kind of thing. I want it to be, you know, you walk into the grocery store and there's, like, 2 of them in there, and they, you know, say, hey, this is ours, get the hell out. And as long as you get the hell out, you know, that's fine. And it can be one of those things that you choose not to get the hell out, and even that doesn't necessarily mean they immediately go murder on you. It can be kind of the calling your bluff kind of thing, that maybe they fight back. Maybe if you just ignore them, after a while they're like, alright, you know, they don't feel safe around you, so they leave, that they you know, they kind of back out, like, you know, as an idle threat. And I want that tension you have, where you're like, okay, I'm pushing my luck here. Maybe we have a fight, maybe we don't. Obviously, if you attack them or you start pointing guns at them, they would also react to it. You know, again, you point guns, they might just ditch, like just drop their stuff and run. You point guns, they might pull theirs and start fighting back. That there's that. You really don't know what they're gonna do. I just don't want to turn into a thing that it becomes all arcadey, that you go into a building and suddenly you hear the guns popping off immediately, and you're already dead because it's Project Zomboid, and it's, you know, 1 or 2 hits is all it takes to make you dead. But to me, having some, like, unpredictability, all that kind of stuff, would make a far more interesting encounter with the NPCs than, you know, your typical, like, State of Decay, I love the game and all that. But, like, they're an example of just, you know, these NPCs are murder. What are they? Evil. What are they? Killer. What are they? Cannibal. And you're like, cool, man. One-dimensional. No depth. Real fun, that one. You know, versus all the other ones are like, help us, help us, help us, help us. Hey, do you want to let us join your group? The rest of them have disbanded. Like, it gets just too boring structured, you know, all that. Or like 7 Days to Die, it's like, go find my motorcycle, go to this place and clear that, go and do this. You know, daily quests can be fun, but they absolutely ruin the immersion of most games. And I'm not a big person to be like, no, but immersion. But I've got a passionate dislike of daily quests in games after having done so many of them. If they go in gun-heavy route, that might add value to stealth. No, but the problem is, think about the play-counterplay. So you don't necessarily know when there's people around unless they're constantly making lots of noise. So you walk into a building and they go gun-heavy route, and you happen to just walk up next to them because you didn't know they were in there, and immediately they shoot you and you die. Because that's just the way guns work in Project Zomboid. And they go, okay, well maybe the other thing is now you just yell, and so now they run at you and they gun and they shoot you, and you've got to just run away. To me, that's not a fun game. I would absolutely immediately disable NPCs and never turn them on ever again. Because that's not Project Zomboid, that's a really crappy arcade game. But Project Zomboid, the cost is so high. I appreciate that Project Zomboid isn't a game that suddenly, you know, zombies pop out of the dirt next to you and you have to, like, react and run. You know, yeah, if you go around a corner, you might get jumped by a zombie if you're not careful. But it is a game where you can absolutely be in control. What if they yelled and ran, leaving you with a herd? I'd probably be okay with that. I would still probably want it to be something that you instigate. Or it could even be that they don't yell and try and attract the thing that, you know... Again, you have that scenario, you've gone to the grocery store, and they say, get the heck out. But they are yelling it. So nearby zombies can get aggroed by it. So, like, your tension between you and the NPC creates problems, but it's not directly malicious. Because also them looting the building still hurts you too, in the sense that that's loot you don't have now. But that's more interesting to me. Like, again, you see that person wandering around town, you go, okay, cool, tomorrow I'm gonna loot the grocery store. And then you get there and realize that other person beat you to it. Not that it's, again, a malicious thing, you're both just trying to survive. But it kind of curveballs your plans. And you'd have some players who would immediately murder the NPC to, you know, deal with the competition as it will. I do think there should be benefits in having them alive, that by having that second person running around, they would also be fighting the zombies, potentially. That's probably why they're still making it. Well, that's the thing. They added a mechanic that buildings gradually become looted. To a certain extent, that's paramiming that there are other people looting stuff. It's just we don't actually have those other people in the game. Alright. But yeah, because that's the update that scares me the most, is when they properly introduce AI. Or sorry, I mean NPCs. I mean NPCs are AI, but yeah. NPCs. That's the one that's gonna be a massive paradigm shift to the game. And one that they could either really lean into doing more with the way the game currently feels. But, you know, like I said, there's that kind of thing where there's other people just trying to survive around you. Or just the same, they can make this whole big structure where now the game is kind of ham-fisting the NPCs in there and making the game about your interactions with them. Also, they're zombies. Like, it's real easily that they could ruin what this game has become with the NPCs. That takes its unique identity and just makes it, you know, State of Decay, but Zomboid. Or Left 4 Dead, but Zomboid. Or Resident Evil, but Zomboid. Or 7 Days to Die, but Zomboid. Like, State of Decay is a good game. I want State of Decay to stay State of Decay and Zomboid to stay Zomboid. Because we only have one Zomboid. Ooh, big find. Walkie-talkie. Give me that. It's got a teddy bear in it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, if you want a game about rebuilding society, State of Decay is right there. Let's see, NPCs would give some game the sense of purpose lacking at the moment. Surviving for the sake runs out of steam after a while. I do personally disagree with that. I mean, there's definitely a point where Project Zomboid gets long in the tooth. I agree with that. My thought is more that the NPCs think of them as adding flavor. I don't want it to be about rebuilding society. I don't want it to be about, you know, building up your reputation with the local NPC factions. I don't want it to be any of those things. We've got those games. Those exist. They're great. They should, you know, they can stay in their lane and Project Zomboid can stay in its. But the moment that becomes the main thing, you've literally changed the entire dynamic of Project Zomboid. Because the whole point of Project Zomboid isn't rebuilding society, finding the cure. There's mods for that. You can do that. The whole point of Project Zomboid is the world is doomed. You're dead. Like, when the story's talking about you, it's past tense. There's no making it through the apocalypse. And so it's just other people trying to do the same thing. You're just trying to last as long as possible. Yeah, no, I agree. That's the entire reason I want there to be, that's the whole reason I would want there to be the NPCs doing their own thing kind of at the same time. It's not that you couldn't interact, but like they're doing their own thing at the same time. I think that would be really good. But like I don't want it to be a whole formal system. Like there could be like hidden numbers that, you know, you've been around this person and they haven't had problems with you, so they're generally friendlier to you. I just don't want it to be like, you gave this person a thing of soup. You got 10 reputation points. They're now considered friendly. And all that kind of stuff. There's good games for that. They're wonderful. Go play those games if you want it. But I would like there to be like that other survivor you don't really know the whole story about. And, you know, again, you'll be curious, like, where do they live? What are they doing? You know, like, is there things I could do to help them? Again, not as a big formal thing, but, you know, have stuff you could do to somewhat benefit. I just don't want the thing where it's like, you gained your 500 reputation points. I have joined this person to my group. Now we're going together. And they just kind of follow you around. I don't want any of that. That 100% turn it off. They're gone. Absolutely not interested. But like having that little bit of mystery to the game about trying to figure out what this person, because like I would want them to have their own motives. That, you know, again, the one person is like in Rosewood, they've got family in Muldrow, and after things stabilize, they've got some food that they'll set out to try and reach Muldrow. Maybe not, things go well. No, but we did get our milk churn and all that. We got a pretty bad setback that we had a helicopter followed by 2 meta events, so the helicopter moved the zombies just north of it, and that part was fine. And then immediately after we had a meta event that drew the zombies straight at where I live, followed by a second meta event that did the same thing again. And so we're basically killing half of the actual city now has been brought to my front door. But we did get our milk churn, we did get our maintenance. We're actually at maintenance 2 now. We do have, like, we're making our own weapons now. So we made a lot of progress so far as actual progression goes. But in that one specific thing, there has been setbacks. We did manage to run up north and score some nails and boards as well, which is what let us make the butter churn. I do need to get those trees cleared out as well. We got our cabbage coming in, so that's good news. Oh, you're full, so you can drop that off there. Drop this off here. Drop this junk on the ground. Get ourselves another teddy bear. Let's see. We're looking a little light, you thought? Does weight not have the same effects built for everyone? It does, but you'll notice it's going up. I'm gonna probably ditch that empty perfume bottle. I think I'm gonna ditch the perfume and cologne bottle now. because I've got the over-the-shoulder thing. Let's go slam that back so it's just empty. You're right, that upward trend just off butter. Oh yeah, no, the butter's ridiculous. You gotta keep in mind, butter is like 3,200 calories per stick of butter. So you eat it at like minimum calories and it puts you into gaining weight. Alright, so equip secondary. So turn this on, minimum volume, add preset. We want 96.6. Emergency. Save. Tune in. Turn it back off. So now, I've got a radio I can bring with me. So we don't have to wait here in the morning every time I go to check the weather. Goodbye to the cologne bottle? No, there was never been a better cologne bottle in the history of the game. The good old cologne milk bottle. Delicious. In the most upsetting and cursed, disgusting way. Oh yeah, no, we kept the bottle. It's currently in our stash. Like, we're not throwing it out. We're just not currently using it. So you didn't know you could do that with a walkie-talkie to a radio? Yeah, no, you can use it as a radio. Highly recommend. One of the weird things, and maybe this has changed with Build 42, is generally speaking, when it comes to your radio, the crappier, smaller radios are the better ones for using that, because they're more power efficient. Because the other ones, they just have like a wider range of frequencies they can cover, which serves little to no purpose in the game currently. Okay, so I can go like this. What about the makeshift ones? I actually don't remember where those land. How long till we can make a door? At the rate we're gaining carpentry? Not for a very long time. Very clearly the stuff we're doing is not getting us any carpentry worthwhile. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's go here, crafting. I'm gonna start making hammers. The axes are fine and all, but like, very genuinely, axes are one of my least favorite weapon categories. They're just so stamina greedy. I think I'd rather use the regular stone hammers. Oh yeah, we got the cows back. We got those back a while back. Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to make myself a nice little enclosure. What if NPCs broadcast on the radio? That'd be fine. Honestly, that would be kind of a fun, like, Easter egg thing that you could have, again, because we talked about the NPCs having their own motivations and all that. And we had those NPCs where you could have, like, one NPC using the radio to talk to another NPC in another town or whatever. And that could be the thing that triggers where the NPC might leave your town, is the other NPC stops responding. So they go to, you know, check to see if, like, whoever it is, their family, their friend, whatever, is okay. Like, that to me adds more to it, because you would have them leave clues or whatever for you to consider following if you wanted to go check on that other person. Oh, it's dark. That's fine. Yeah, report horde movements? Yeah, I could see that kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, early game you get some pretty cool early game broadcasts. Sadly, they don't, like, I think there's 1 or 2 that go after the first week. But after that, they kind of stop being a thing. It's only like day 8 or 9 is like the very last broadcast you can catch. If I remember correctly. It's been a long time. I did take the time to try and hear all of, or like, you don't actually hear them, they're not voiced. But like, get all of them. Oh yeah, so the bodies must have decayed enough because now I'm not getting nauseous from being close to, or not nauseous, getting the it smells bad over here. I mean, if we're sitting right here, I'll still use this for the moment. But the big thing is I have a radio I can bring with me now. So when we wake up at like 5 something, I don't have to sit here and hover over the radio while we wait. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Meanwhile, I can go right back to washing. Yep, I can adjust. So, clear skies today. Storm in the evening. So we got storm, like, tonight in-game. They have heavy rains ending tomorrow first thing in the morning. Alright, helicopter day. Oh, drop these. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, we need to get out of here. Because what I want to do is today is the day we might be able to remedy where we end up getting the zombies drug on top of us. I can go ahead and, just like we tried, like we did previously, did okay about dragging the zombies to the north. It was just, it got followed up by that meta event immediately after, which just really screwed us. So we probably won't be able to fully undo the damage with the way the zombies work now. But we should be able to do a bit of finagling. So I want to try to get, not to the same field I went to last time, but the field Cattywampus. Got any new tips for new players? Yeah, I got a couple. The first thing that I would recommend more than anything else is slow down when you go to play the game. Everything will feel urgent, everything will feel like it needs to be dealt with right now, and almost nothing is that actually true. About the only exception being, yeah, there's a zombie trying to actively grab your face. Yeah, that's actually urgent. A zombie actually in the moment trying to bite you is a very urgent thing. But, like, you're starving, like, you're literally losing health, it's actually not as urgent as you think. You know, dehydration, not as urgent as you think. You start dehydrating, you do have almost a full extra day from the moment you start actually losing life before you are, you know, at risk of actually dying. So you do have a decent amount of time to try and solve your problem. Yeah, also, you are going to die a whole lot. No matter what advice I give you, no matter how skilled of a player you are, Zomboid has a bit of a different combat. It's not bad, it's just, it's different. There's learning to be done. And genuinely, in a lot of ways, the way you get good at the game is by you get good at the game by climbing that mountain of your own corpses. We all died a bajillion times. We all made mistakes. The big goal is to learn from your mistakes. anytime you take a death, just take like that 2-3 seconds to sit there and go, okay. Like, not that I get bit by a zombie, but like, what was the decision I made that led to the series of events that eventually got me bit in the face? What could I have done different that could have perchance prevented that? Okay, is there something to make a rule for yourself for in the future to make the better decision, or is there just something to be more careful of? You know, take the time. And the last thing I'd suggest is when you first start the game, just get a weapon, go outside, fight a zombie, lose, do it again, and do that till you get a feel for combat enough that you're not getting injured in like regularly in a zombie fight with just a couple. Once you can like kill 2, 3, 4, 5 zombies without getting injured, pretty good. Then you're ready to start worrying about surviving more than a day or two. Because until you can hold a fight with a zombie, all you're doing is you're basically surviving on borrowed time until the first time you get yourself in a situation you need to fight. Yeah, bought it yesterday. Longest time survived is 2 days. Yeah, and you'll have some runs that'll go longer. The way to think of it is like how your average run is going. Like, are you surviving more time on average? Like, because you're going to have some... Like, even I'll have runs and I'll start a run and just make a bad call early game, just die in my first day. And it's like, well, I guess it's just not my run. Kind of one of the jokes that a lot of marathon runners like I am have is that you'll have one run that you'll live for like 2 years, and then you'll have like 3 runs that you don't even live through a day. Like, sorry, like an in real life day so far as playing. So you'll have all those extremities and everything in between. Okay, so got the helicopter showing up. This is about where I think I want it. Yeah, because I took the last helicopter there, and that's the one that screwed us, because I did the helicopter, and then we had the med events that drew the zombies right to my home. So I'm thinking we'd take it up here. That should be enough that I'm in range of most of this area, and the helicopter should pull them to me. And all that. Now, I don't think we just stand around all day doing nothing. Got the parsley. Okay, that's what I figured, is that we were going to get a whole lot from that. Oh yeah, I know we got tons of seeds. Yeah, so my thought is we pick at the numbers a little bit while this is all going on. We definitely don't want to push it. Oh, green beans. I was honestly hoping to rest for longer. Because unfortunately, axes are horrific when it comes to your endurance. And so a little bit of fighting put us into high exertion. Nice, glad to hear you've been setting yourself some new personal records. I don't really want to do it this far up, but I need to recover my endurance. Alright, so we're just trying to recover our endurance before the helicopter arrives. Sadly, it's not going to be worth my time to fight that many. It is one of the big negatives with the axes is just... they're so incredibly endurance hungry. They're not bad weapons, it's just that's their weakness. You can only fight a little bit before you're spent. Just gonna forge right here for a minute. Just trying to do something productive while we're waiting for the helicopter. There's some cabbage. The one is one of the big pitches that you could just go off into the woods, and the second one is everything. Everything with the crafting stuff. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, and we're getting there. It's not quite to that extreme. Like I mean, okay, yes and no. I mean, technically in Build 41, you can just wander off in the woods and survive forever on what you can do there. Not well, but definitely with Build 42 and what they've added, you could definitely do that to a significantly greater degree. I mean, we're like almost to month 2, and we have effectively not looted a single actual building other than counting our initial house, which we really didn't get much out of. I got bullied out of before I even got the chance to check the second floor. But that's just 16 times pop being 16 times pop. There's the helicopter. Let's kill you real fast, see if I can't sneak a little bit of a rest. Okay. I mean, well, it's the 29th, so let's do this real fast. Helicopter, this is number 4? Yeah, this is helicopter number 4. So you can go to symbols, right there, add note. Helicopter, 4th, 08 slash, was it 29? /93? Yes. Yeah, no, with the settings, sometimes it's a helicopter can show up. The first helicopter is the same time as always, you know, 6, 7, 8 days. But after that, the earliest they can happen between each other is about 10 days. And I don't know what the ceiling is as far as how high a difference it can be. I know I can get up into the 20s, I just don't really know what the absolute limit on how high it can be. Alright. Now my goal is I want to draw the zombies up kind of to this area in this field. I feel like that will be far enough away we don't have to worry about them feeding back into where we've been. But also we should be close enough that a lot of the zombies that got pulled into our territory should get pulled up this way. And hopefully when this leaves it won't go southeast as well, because that was another problem we had, was the helicopter itself also went southeast. So we had the helicopter go southeast, followed by a med event that was southeast, followed by a second med event that's southeast. And it just brought everything to my home. So we've been just fighting them back out. Well, in the normal way the game works, you have your one helicopter, and the idea, I don't know if it's like how much of it's confirmed to be that or just hearsay, but the assumption is based on the different radio broadcasts and television broadcasts you hear, is that as a news reporter who has violated the exclusion zone set up by the military to figure out what secret weird thing is going on in Kentucky that, you know, they have closed off the area, and that they see you and they follow you around for a little while and then realize they're putting you in danger and leave. Like, that's kind of the unofficial canon or whatever. But there's a lot of stuff in the TV broadcast that allude that might be what the helicopter is. And it only shows up once, because by the time you'd have it where it could show up again, by then, like, the world's fallen. The zombie apocalypse has escaped the exclusion zone and is just a global issue now. Because some of the last broadcasts you get that they're basically talking about, I think, like, it hitting New York and a couple other places, if I remember correctly. But, I mean, that's just zombie apocalypse lore, as it always is. They always attempt to contain it, it always breaks out of containment, and then, you know, dooms the world. You know, some lore they'll find a cure for it. Some lore the people escape to, like, a thing. But even if you look at, like, Left 4 Dead, for example, like, when the last one ended from the original series, the idea was they went to some tropical paradise island so the zombies couldn't reach them. And I can't remember exactly what happened, but something still ended up going wrong. I was really counting on getting 2-3 passes out of this one. I don't think one was enough. We got a lot of zombies here, but we definitely didn't pull all those zombies back from where we were. It's probably more just stirring up the zombies I've ditched here at past helicopters. Yep. It hasn't come back yet. It's not coming back. That was a one and done. That's honestly not... It's not going to accomplish the goal I wanted it to. It's still fine. It still helped. But if it would have been 2 or 3 passes, we could have probably pulled most of the zombies out of the area I was trying to get them out of. It's fine. I didn't see which way it left, though. Judging by those ones are moving... Yeah, these are all moving west and I haven't aggroed them yet, so that's good. That would imply the zombies should continue west for a little while. So what we want to do is we're just going to go against the flow of traffic. Get ourselves out towards the highway, and then circle back home. Yeah, the helicopter, I think, just did one pass. I was really counting on more passes, because basically, the more passes the helicopter does, generally the farther away zombies it can pull in. Because the idea is it does one pass, and it pulls the really far zombies just a little ways towards you. But it doesn't have a chance to, like, really bring them in. But if it keeps circling and circling and circling and circling, it just has more and more opportunity to bring more and more zombies in. Which is why, like, if you're not ready, a 3 and 4 passing helicopter is absolutely awful. It makes it much harder to get away and all that. But if you're trying to draw zombies away from someplace to someplace, the more passes you get, the more opportunity you get to be, like, more thorough with it. See, there are multiple hints towards cats and dogs in the game with dog tags. Not the military kind. Yeah, there's a bunch of pet stuff, but there is no cats and dogs. They've talked about potentially adding a dog to the game, like that was something that might happen at some point. But so when you get NPCs, if you encounter the helicopter pilot, you're gunning them down for the pain he's caused? Yeah. Where are you gonna lead this one? Oh, I was leading it to where I was standing. Like, that is where I wanted to bring. That's how you usually do with the helicopters. You're like, where do I want the zombies? Okay, you go there. So you usually choose, like, a farm in the middle of nowhere so the zombies go out there. You can work on clearing what you want. And over time, as meta events and other helicopters go, you'll draw the zombies back in. But the idea is that you can kind of do it as a gradual pace. Yeah, see, Left 4 Dead survivors are non-symptomatic carriers of the zombie virus. They're being where they go. You didn't recall the exact ending of it, but you recall that from the bit. Yeah, no, there was a whole thing, if I remember. Like, it wasn't the original lore. They, when they added the original characters for Left 4 Dead 1 back to Left 4 Dead 2 for that special, like, storyline quest, that they do kind of cover the idea that the survivors from Left 4 Dead 1, they got a boat and they went out to an island or whatever. So just went to live in like a tropical paradise kind of thing. And then just eventually things went wrong, and I don't remember how that went. I believe that's what happened. Or maybe that's what they did after the events of Left 4 Dead 2. Yeah, so remember, we had a bunch of zombies on this road the last time, so that's one of the things we did, is we drew the zombies from here over to the west. Some of them will start spreading back out to this area, but you get the idea. I should be foraging while I'm just walking. Honestly, it looks like eating a stick of butter pretty much gives me a kilogram of weight by itself by the time those numbers drop off. That's deeply disturbing, Choops. Yeah, no, that's one of the things. Like, that's like, if you have an outdoor cat, the outdoor cat coming back with stuff it had caught, and it's just like, great, thanks, cat. The cat's like, come on, human, I'm trying to teach you how to hunt. You're really bad at it. You need help. Yeah, exactly. Like Lardine's saying, they see you as a really big, stupid cat who doesn't know how to hunt. They're just trying to help. You go, little rabbit. You run. Someday, I might have a reason to kill you. Outdoor cats ruin ecosystems? Yeah, no, it's, when you see, like, where people have put cameras on their outdoor cat just to see what they do at night, and they just murder everything, it's really pretty bad. I got a zombie over here. We'll go ahead and dispatch it. Yeah, I think with the one pass, it just didn't get zombies far enough away. How is this axe doing? I'm guessing it's really dull. I mean, it's getting there. It actually has relatively okay durability. It's just getting dull. I don't have the means to making the stuff to sharpen it, though, so... yeah. And some of the feral cats in Australia have lived and bred in the wild. Are super nasty beasts that develop into deadly hunters. I mean, that's the thing. You look at like the house cats and all that, the outdoor style ones, and generally, even for like little floofs, yeah, they're not gonna be taking out an eagle or something. But they just like, it's not just like mice and rats. It's like all sorts of different songbirds and everything. They just really can decimate things. Because they hunt for the sake of hunting. They kill something, they're like, cool, don't bother eating it, just leave it there. Go hunt and kill the next thing. It's sport. They grow quite big after a few generations too? They can. When they're not being selectively bred to keep them small and adorable and all that stuff. They hunt for trophy, basically. That's not to say, like, cats are bad or whatever, it's just, you know, letting your cat out loose into the world does have negative effects in the local environment. It's why so many places do so much effort in trying to curb the feral cat population. As they can wipe out local birds and all that. Sorry, Josh. Product Zomboid has said they will never ever implement baby zombies, nor being able to breed with zombies. Because serious, what the hell's wrong with people? There'll also never be child zombies. I mean, they haven't explicitly said they won't do elderly zombies, but I would assume that would be the same. You're not expecting to read that as you write it in chat. You do understand how this whole streaming thing works, right? We're pushing way too far on our endurance. Yep, I mentioned it was enough. It's a thing that's been requested enough times that the devs went out of their way to say, like, we will never add this. And also, gross. But I know I've seen it mentioned probably only like 3 or 4 times in my time playing Project Zomboid in my chats, and not even like memeing when I bring it up. So yeah. Yeah, no, we're dual streaming. These days, just anticipate almost every content creator is going to be on multiple platforms. Like, it's not literally all of them, but very, very genuinely, there is a lot of incentive as a content creator to be multi-platform. Having all your eggs in one basket is begging for a bad time. Especially with how often that, you know, some platform will come out with some, like, really, really awful decision. You're like, well, you know, there goes everything I built. Cool, man. I was really hoping I could get back out of high exertion. Like, it's also very hard not to. Because, like, building an audience on one platform is hard. And it is one of those things that it can be pretty hard to then build an audience a second one. Because it's usually, like, if people are really into watching live streams, they're probably on Twitch. If they're not really into watching on live streams, they're probably not on Twitch. So it's just one of those things. Yeah, so I can watch, I can even combine on my end both chats. The only thing I'm really not allowed to do, and I don't know if they've changed it, but the only thing I'm not allowed to do as far as that goes is I cannot put both chats on screen for, you know, you to see it on either side. Basically, I'm not really allowed to give visibility to YouTube on the Twitch platform. Like, I can mention I have a YouTube channel, I can provide a link, all that's fine. But, like, I can't make it visible to see that, oh, hey, there are people chatting on the YouTube side. It's a weird stance, but for considering how long it took them to let us stream on the multiple platforms in the first place. Which, it was funny. I remember getting to meet with Dan, and it was like just like me and Dan one-on-one. There's a group of us. I remember meeting with Dan. He was like, "Hey, do you think genuinely people have been asking us to, you know, allow multi-streaming? Do you think it actually uses like yes immediately? The day after you say yes, and I figure out how to set it up, I'm doing it from pretty much then on." And he was like, "Really?" It's like, "No, absolutely, without question." It's like, it saves me having to move the VODs over. It saves me, like, the download then upload times. You know, it gives me a chance to put myself in front of CEO of Twitch. But, like, it saves me all this effort. It gives me multiple places I can, you know, be discovered, be exposed, because Twitch is kind of pretty underwhelming on its discoverability opportunity. It's like, without question, I would do it immediately. And for the record, that's basically what happened. Like, pretty much, I was at TwitchCon when they announced it. I got home, and it took me a day or two to get it all set up, and then I've streamed on both platforms ever since. There is, like, the rare stream if it's just, like, I'm switching categories, and I'm only going to be in the second category for an hour or two. It's a kind of a one-off game. There's definitely times I'll just skip on dealing with YouTube, because streaming to YouTube is far more of a pain in the butt than Twitch. Like, very genuinely do kind of a pretty piss-poor job on a lot of the stuff they do on the streaming side. Video uploads on YouTube are fine. But, like, really is a subpar experience streaming over there. But still, all in all, benefits. Hey, Suey, thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate it. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Bear with me a moment, because I really can't see what I'm doing because it's getting dark. It's the rain. I thought I was hearing a zombie. I'm like, no, not right now. It's hard to do Twitch and PC dual platform, different media formats. Yeah, no, that's the thing. YouTube definitely favors carefully edited content and all that. The Let's Play style content of the past really underperforms there these days.
Thank you, Andy_StarPhoenix for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, Andy.
Merry Christmas.
And thank you, Andy Star Phoenix, for the tier 1 sub. That's 3 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. Where are you setting up base? I'm going there right now, actually. We're almost there. We're near Echo Creek. We're by the actual creek to the east. So you didn't know you were doing dailies? Oh, ho, 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 ho. I can't see her. I don't know where she is. I hate it. Where are you? I don't think that's the same zombie. It's like bugged in a grab animation. I was gonna say, it sounded like there was one right next to me and I couldn't see it. What hit? Bitten? Yeah. Okay, well. That's it, run's done. I couldn't see. That's what happens. I made the comment about it's really dangerous to be in such darkness. And I kept hearing it, and I couldn't see it. But thank you so much, Sui, for the raid. I really do appreciate it. For the record, you didn't get me killed or anything like that. Yeah, so we were building a proper base, but unfortunately, yeah. Don't go out at night. Well, it's a whole thing that, like, we were dealing with a helicopter, and I was on my way back from the helicopter. So the helicopter drug zombies into my area. Alright, so yeah, so that wasn't nearly as good as our last run. We had our milk and all that set up, which is really a bummer, because we just got that set up too. But yeah, now it's just the danger. Alright. But the crops? Yeah. Currently watching your farm sim run on YouTube while you code a game? You really appreciate the chill content, the good music. Well, thank you. I unfortunately haven't kept up with the farm sim stuff. I really do need to. Yeah, no, that's kind of the thing. We got some really bad luck. How does the run work? Goal craft everything you can find from scratch? Oh no, so we were doing like 16 times pop stuff. It's just the problem with 16 times pop stuff is you can't start with a whole bunch of that. You get bullied out of town almost immediately. So we're gonna go custom sandbox, do this. We're gonna go back to Echo Creek again because that's a new area in the map. We're gonna do that. 16 times pop. That's fine. I'm actually kind of happy that runs over because there's a couple changes. Speed, random, fast shamblers. My god, I'm tired of the slow ones. Strength, I don't care. Toughness, normal. Crawl's fine. Memory's fine. Sight, normal. Hearing, normal. I'm tired of half of them. 3 streams, I think. Like, well, 2.5 or whatever. I'm tired of the pinpoint hearing. I'm tired of the slow zombies. These are things I hope they get rid of. So yeah, so basically, for those who didn't see what I'm changing, I'm making it so... I didn't realize toughness was normal, which is weird. There is random without pinpoint. Oh, between normal and poor? I think I'm just gonna leave it on normal.
Thank you, Integers Merc, for subscribing for 14 months. Good times.
Hype train is go.
And thank you, Integer Smirk, so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 14 months you've been subbed to the channel, 2 years, 2 months. I really do appreciate it. Well, sorry, 1 year, 2 months. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Yeah, no, I always do blood and saliva. That's the default. But yeah, no, I leave most stuff at the default. It's just right now they've set this to be random, which is fast and slow shamblers, and honestly, the slow shamblers. Oh yeah, no, we probably have a clip. Yeah, no, the zombie came up behind me. I kept hearing it, I kept trying to look around to see it, but it was just too dark. So by the time I figured out where it was just too late, it was grabbing me. They also have Randall Thor gifting a tier 1 sub to Prof. Dr. Hamster.
For 1812 for gifting a sub to Professor Dr. Hamster.
And I hope you enjoy your advertising reviewing as well as access to the emotes. That's interesting. The advanced isn't checked, but we do have the advanced settings? No, wait. Did you unset me? Don't do that. Leave my stuff alone. It's still set right. It just hit it. Blood and Savito. So blood means any single injury has a chance to clip it. I don't know if you clipped it right. The reason I can't see your clip is I do have links turned off. So Twitch will just censor it because otherwise we get a bunch of bots that are constantly trying to dump links in here. And luckily that's kind of done away with that. But yeah, so most of these are default settings. We basically took it from a mix of shamblers and fast shamblers to just fast shamblers and just be done with it. I just don't like the slow shamblers just take too long. I didn't realize this was on random, which is weird. Because I've actually found in the past they've done tough zombies, they're just obnoxious. Sight, we changed it to normal because I'm tired of poor sight and poor hearing where you have to like walk and be like, come on, get over here. It's just, those I don't like. The pinpoint hearing was fine, but I'd rather either go pinpoint or not. The whole random thing, it made fighting just not fun because it was constantly dealing with stuff. Oh, that's it, just says something went wrong. Yeah, no, I see you keep trying to link the clip. You have to have one of the mods link the clip. Only mods and VIPs and that can link just because, like I said, we got people who pop in here and all that. So 16 times X pop, without random, annoying, slow zombies and pinpoint off. Okay. Yeah, no, that, yeah, I know it's a bite in the dark. You have a good link for everyone? It's a link to the channel? Thank you. That's pretty funny. But yes, thank you again so much for all that support. I really do appreciate it. And then we got the stretch and all that. We're going to get into another run. I'm not going to have like a huge amount of time we're going to do this one, but that's okay. We'll get it off the ground. So yeah, so basically, for those who missed what I changed, I got rid of the pinpoint hearing random thing where half the zombies stand there and can't hear you, and then half the zombies run up to you from a mile away, and there's a bunch in the middle. It just makes it annoying to deal with. The sight's the exact same thing. Cognition, I already had it maxed out. Toughness, I didn't realize it was a mix of fragile, tough, and normal. I kind of don't like that. It's just weird having some they'll die almost instantly. I thought it was just getting like weird rolls and all that. And then I got rid of the mix of shamblers and fast shamblers and just made them consistent. Meanwhile, I can go here for rough start, which is, again, we've got all of our negatives up here. You got all these positives here, not worry about that. Let's see, you wonder if it's random for you? It's annoying how far they sometimes see and hear you. Yeah, no it is. Right now, if you just go with the default settings in Apocalypse, a bunch of them have pinpoint hearing. I really don't like it. Like, I've played with pinpoint hearing. It's fine when you're like, cool, we're playing pinpoint hearing. But when you're playing the normal one... Oh, Survivor edited? I have no idea what the settings are in Survivor. Alright. So get that out of the way. Very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to walk up here and get the hell rid of this gun. Because it's obnoxiously heavy. And the socks.
Yay. Good luck with newbie.
Ice cream sandwich. Not gonna last long, but bring it with me. cooking pan. Sounds like the jig might be up already. Yeah, so one of them sees me.
Yay.
And, oh, come on. I'm getting stuff pushed around by all the different things. Good luck with the dude. Thank you for the 100 biddies on that. And then thank you for the 100 biddies for all that. Don't forget to grab a sheet. Oh, yeah, we can make a bag with a sheet now. I forgot about that. I canceled it on accident. Ooh, we overstayed our welcome. You need to die now because I need to get out. Okay, jig's up. Oh, the frame rate. Okay. Aw, man, if we had the carry weight, the grill would be nice too, but we don't. It's weird that there's a big gap here. I'm gonna take it, and I'm gonna get the heck out of Dodge. Oh yeah, it's not run, it's just bug out. Meanwhile, we're eating that ice cream sandwich before it unfreezes. So those are pigs. Okay, so the question is, can we find a place... How the last run ended? We had the helicopter event, got home, and there were zombies in our home, and it was super dark, and I couldn't see them. Oh yeah, and I'm not gonna let that chalky ice cream melt. But yeah, so basically it was just too dark and I got grabbed. Like, I could hear the zombie, and I was looking around for it frantically, but I couldn't figure out where it was. It was just too dark. Okay, so we got sheep and pigs. Did I already ditch them? Huh. Oh, I don't have the last death command updated yet. It just happened. I haven't got a chance to do that. How many hours do you have in the game? It's a bit shy of 4,000. Alright, let's go to the right. Because I do need to still find my way to the river. Or the creek or whatever. Actually... Oh, you know what? Where am I? Okay, so I think if we go up here... The trailer park's up there. I think this road cuts across, and then we'll have the road that went by where we were at before. I don't want to set up in the exact same spot twice. So instead, let's go to the right and then go south. Yeah, no, I haven't gotten the clip updated yet. We're about to have an ad break, and I'll fix the clip during the ad break. And thank you for that hype train. With 3 gifty subbies and 200 biddies, I do appreciate it. Oh, I need to be doing stuff here. So this time we're going to see if we can figure out... Wait, does the map rotate at random nowadays? No. It starts at a 45-degree angle, and there's a button down here so you can turn it from that 45-degree angle to the flat map. And I just really prefer the flat map. I don't like the pseudo 3D map. Yeah, we're gonna eat our ice cream sandwich before it goes. We're gonna try and keep the frying pan. Let's see, how different would the game feel if we weren't at this camera angle? I mean, it'd just be a different game. Like, isometric, if you're something other than isometric, just changes the entire way it plays. You're learning so much? Yeah. It's a shame we didn't get a pen or a pencil so we can mark stuff. So what I want to find is to the east is where the, like, one of the creeks are. Because I do need a water source. And so the first run we got off the ground, I went to the cultist area. The last one we went to just like to the creek to the east. I'm down to still go to the creek to the east, but I want to go someplace else. I don't want to set up in the same place. Are you going to pick up literally everything? Mostly everything. Because you only get the foraging XP if you pick it up right now. I do think that's unintended. But it is what you're dealing with right now. Okay. I know where we are. Yes, we're at the chicken farm, and to the east of the chicken farm was the cow farm we used last time. Yeah, so this is something I will not be picking up. The large branch is 6 weight, and as a weapon is just downright murder on you, because of just how heavy it is. So I won't pick it up. Yeah, it was just shy of 2 months. Nowhere near my record. My record is like... Actually, what is my current runs up to? Are we up to 2 years yet? I don't think we were. I think we're like 1 year, 8 months. That was like 180,000 kills that we were on Venus Orozco. But that was build 41. Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, this is literal... And thank you for the raid, Oh, Forging 1. Karamex, I do really appreciate it. Yep, so there is the, there's those that I was trying to get into last time. We've already reached that. I could try and sneak in, but I think, yeah, no, there's there right there. I'll end up getting in a fight with at least a zombie inside, and then we'll just get murdered when everything pours in. You've been having a way easier time with build 42? Yeah, no, that's the reason I turned off the slow shamblers. Is I found, for example, when we were dealing with them during like the helicopter itself, they were just a non-issue. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And it was just kind of one of those things that's like, okay, well, the helicopter event, the real danger is just dumping things on your home, which, you know, that's still a thing. Yeah, no, we already have Foraging 1. That's not where I wanted to put that. But hey, who knows? Maybe this time we'll get a car and we can go someplace. the big things I need for this run is we do need to secure food. We do need to, like, secure food, water, and all that. It would be nice to set up inside or near a place this time instead of just out in the wilderness entirely. Like, I'm still down to do the wilderness thing as a goal, but, like, have an actual place I can close the door at the early game. Yeah, Nuts, the current world record is Mr. Lamprey. I was the one before Mr. Lamprey. Mr. Lamprey was the one who took the title from me. Alright, so we're about to hit that ad break. I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'm going to get that clip fixed. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a few. That's one of the things that irks me is, like, I do try and keep right, but, like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them and it's just, no, don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS and that was the thing. Engine malfunction, I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So, I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there? Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And okay, so in theory, that command should be updated now to show the correct clip. I actually didn't verify the clip was what it should be. But yeah. It looked right. It had the right time. It's from the channel. So, you know, it's probably fine. What? Tried? You mean tired? No, I mean I tried. like I attempted. Did I misspeak? Oh, whoa, 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 okay, 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 okay. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Wrong neighborhood. I understand. Didn't you say you updated? Yeah, no, it's updated. It literally, for at least for me, when you put the clip there, it said the clip's title is Too Dark, which is Our Last Death. Oh, I forgot to update the text. That's my mistake. Nah, we'll leave the clip right now. I don't see the cows this time. It's entirely possible they got chased off, but... Does a bloody knife No, I don't believe it makes any difference if the knife is bloody or dirty or anything like that. Okay, so we got 2 wrecks, but a trailer here as well. So we cannot use these cars. That's fine. So we did snag a screwdriver. Do zombies eat cows? No, the zombies will not attack any of the animals. It would just make the game way too punishing to deal with if they did. Because the odds of being able to actually keep the zombies away from a location all the time between helicopters and meta events, they're gonna get in there. And with as long as they make it take for you to take care of the cows and all that, it'd just be bad. Yeah, so the river is just to our right. So last time with the river, we went way up to the end. I actually don't know where all the river goes. Part of me wants us to cut across, follow the river to the south, and see where we end up. That's too much weight. Because basically, I can set up and live anywhere that there is water. But the water is the one thing I can't do without. Yeah, so literally, we've just... What are you seeing? Okay. What does panic do? Oh, panic will make you do less damage, that kind of thing. Yep, so this looks familiar. This is where we were living, I believe. Like this exact spot. But we're not going to be setting up in the exact same spot again. You still get a black screen? I don't know what to tell you, Dead Zombie. If you tried verifying your files, checking to see if you have no mods and all that, you're gonna have to go on like the forums and look. I won't be able to answer you. I can't climb through the screen and check out your computer, unfortunately. Or too overburdened. It'll be a problem. Yeah, the problem with that log cabin we found to the south is that log cabin was absolutely overwhelmed with zombies at the time. Yeah, and that happens. That's the reason why it is one of those things that you'd be very careful being out at night. It's just the problem is I never got the chance to get our area cleared, nor did I get the area closed off. And so that is what I got punished for. That is one of the dangers of like setting up out in the wilderness, unless you're like way out in the boonies. Stuff like the helicopter and that can drag zombies over you. But yeah, now it's the fact that we had all those events pulling the zombies southeast past us. And then we end up basically pulling the zombies back over ourselves again. But it'd be kind of nice if we could find like a little log cabin or something along here. The thing is I need something that doesn't have a lot of zombies at it so I have a chance of actually fighting my way in. Because, like, early on, I'm not going to have any weapons. We have no stats. So I'm not going to be able to just throw down with 50 zombies and get anywhere at any meaningful speed. I'm partly hoping if we go down here enough, we'll find stuff. You know, the peninsula would be an interesting one. The only downside is you have to walk the whole way around to reach anything ever. So if we want to go truly, truly only living out in the woods, sure, that would definitely be something to consider. But I don't think we can. Not unless we could find a fishing pole. If we can get our hands on a fishing pole, like the magazine or something, then we can live just about anywhere. We just find water and we're just good. You got another spot of road over here. So they still have the road running kind of parallel to us. It's you're on a short trek southeast from here? Had to deal with like 50 zebs to clear it? Yeah. Just saying for much to recover our endurance since we've been foraging along the way. Yeah, because we haven't explored the creek that much. We don't know what's along here. The only reason I'm going this way is just so we don't run into the same problem we ran into with our first attempt, which is I went north and I just literally dehydrated trying to find a body of water to the north. Like, there were some lakes that if I had no, like, if I knew the map, I could have found. But instead, we wandered until we eventually dehydrated because I just didn't know the area. And, like, I wasn't finding towns or buildings that, you know, I could sneak into to grab, or, like, even if I had to just make a bunch of noise, break into kind of thing. I just wasn't finding anything I could use for water. Any particular reason you have the map hidden? I want to learn, like, I want to just kind of explore and discover. It is one of those things that once I learn the map, I can't unlearn it. I just know it. So, finding thing. Are the bow and arrows? No. Those are things that are probably coming at some point. I don't believe they made it in yet. I could be wrong. We haven't gotten too far into the weeds in the crafting stuff. What is the high weight? Oh, that comes with the other perk, the slow metabolism perk. It just means you weigh more. But it's just part of the slow metabolism perk. It's just an extra thing that comes with it. You don't choose it. It's basically letting you know your character is overweight and taking penalties for being overweight. Thought I heard one. Yeah, the problem right now isn't the weight loss per se. That honestly doesn't really hit too hard one way or the other with me. It's the things that you're supposed to use to deal with it. A lot of them aren't balanced where they need to be right now. So you're kind of forced into playing it one of two ways. Yeah, it's basically butter or fish. It's pretty much what we're at right now. Butter or fish may be trapping, but I haven't had a chance to look into that. But hunting doesn't work like very well. Like there's not you don't get nearly enough calories out of it. I'm hoping we find something interesting down this creek eventually. Oh, yeah. No, it's the unstable branch. Yeah. No, it's gonna get sorted out. It's just not there yet. Okay, so it looks like the river's about to meet up with the road over here. So we're probably gonna have a bridge up ahead. This might literally be where the cultist camp was just west of us. Like I said, I don't want to repeat doing my base in the same place. So we are gonna go pass up on the thing we know is there for something else. That does mean we're gonna be wandering just a little bit. Would the structure still be there if I went back into the same world? But we did reset our world. And thank you for the well wishes, not. What happened to Ling? Basically, we had a helicopter drew zombies across our base. Didn't know it till I got there. And was trying to fight zombies while I was like in a really terrible state so far as exhausted and tired. In like super pitch black where I couldn't see him. And then, like, I could hear a zombie, but I couldn't figure out where it was because it was just too dark. And it managed to get the bite on me while I was fighting another one. Yeah, it was a bummer having butter ready and not making it, but, you know, that happens. Okay, we got a farm to that side and to this side. Neither look like the type of farm that are going to have animals. Gotta take a little closer peek on this. Yeah, no, it's not good. Like, I'm not gonna run across the whole field just to see that's a regular old farm. Yeah, it's getting too dark. Oh, don't try and mix your versions. If you're doing one in build 41, you do it in build 41. If you're doing one build 42, you do it in build 42. Do not open one and the other and mess with it. You're very likely to kill your save file. Like, that's the reason why I warned you to, like, back up your saves. Which, for the record, I haven't. I didn't bother. If Venus never flies again, that is what it is. Venus was the best I did in build 41 and gets to stay there. She has retired in whatever comfort we have decided to give her. So honestly, this wouldn't be a terrible place to put a base if there's something nearby of any interest whatsoever. Because I've got the water right here, I've got a giant open space. So I might look around this area a little bit. I'm worried we're going to be really far away from town. This is not a bad spot with that bend in that river. It means literally the only place the zombies can come from. Like, the zombies only have that area they can come from. This would be a really good place to put a base where I can kind of fight in one direction. I usually don't worry about that kind of thing, but just actually start going, you know what? That's not a bad place to be. The problem is I think we might be far away from everything, and without a car, that is its own negative. Well, getting the stones right away is not that big of a concern. The bigger concern is I'm going to need to be able to get some way to gain weight, and that's going to mean finding a fishing pole, finding the magazine to get a fishing pole, or getting cows. And the cows seem to be pretty heavily defended area. Now granted, if we're lucky, the zombies can chase the cows out and I can go retrieve them. Oh, or sheep. Sheep would also work. Either or. It's in our big open field. Yeah, no, I'm liking that corner so far as setting up a base. If we can manage to get some way of getting over there, like either a vehicle or something, like, because I feel like we're really far from everything. Yeah, because if we look at where we've walked, so this is definitely the same area. So our last base was there. So we're definitely going around the farm. And I feel like the cultist area was somewhere around here. I might not be as far south as I think I am. But yeah, this would totally eliminate the threat of the zombies from the east. Now, one downside is I won't have many trees to do that. To, like, build with. Like, I'd have to keep going along this edge, but that's probably not that big a deal. There should be a lone building ahead. I mean, that wouldn't be bad. There's houses ahead. I figured we'd have something sooner or later. Because right now, while we could certainly build up in that spot where I'm like, oh, that's a very defensible location. So far as, like, if I sit there. Can pigs be used to find truffles? I don't believe so. That'd actually be very useful if they could. I mean, we're still queasy, but I do need more water. So let's just go deal with that real fast before we get away from the river. I mean, counter argument, does Kentucky have orange trees and cherry trees and all these other trees? I think the answer is no to that, too. Neil's farm is just off to your left. Ah, gotcha. So that's a cultist area. Yeah, we're not doing Neil's farm. We did that the 2 runs ago. And like I said, I'm not going to repeat base locations. Not for a while. Like, if we get, like, way later that we get familiar with the area and we have places we like, that's a different story. Oh, did they make it so I can't open the canned beef without a can opener now? Alright, the lone building is the entrance to the cultist place. Gotcha. So, yeah, I know where we are, because up there and then to the west, that would be to the garden center. And then down here would be the cultist place. But granted, the cultist place is right along the river. Well, that is a lot of zombies here. Yep, that's gonna be a no. We'll get past it. I want to check that van and I want to steal the radio. That's why I'm doing this. Alright, pretty soon I have to make my move or I'm not going to see what I'm doing. I have a couple more seconds before they start finding their way back to me. Here they come. Okay. Yeah, no, I thought I messed up when I did the trip, because I thought I'd gone far enough around, but I couldn't see very well. So I wasn't expecting to slam into the other ones. Okay, so equipped and/or secondary, so it weighs less. Okay, so no channel on that. So that's a little bit of a bummer. But that's okay. And I dropped the can because it was heavy and I couldn't do anything with it right now. So I've actually got a decent number of tools. We don't have the emergency channel yet, which sucks. But yeah, so that's one of those things that, like, with a lot of work and effort, you can manage to maneuver the zombies to do stuff like that. With the new changes, you can't do any of that. It's like, okay, so I couldn't sneak off and steal a radio. Because that's what we got out of this. We got a radio and a thing of black beans. To me, it's like losing that kind of hurts, because to me that makes sense as a thing you could do with the zombies. You could, like, lure them away. But right now, with Build 42 on its default settings, with the slow zombies, you just really can't do it. So yeah, eventually when we go down here, we'll have the road that'll cross the creek. Oh, or was that back up there? I can't look at my map, it's too dark. Ooh, okay. Just a couple of zombies here. Oh wait, I didn't want to do that. Give me that flint back. This could actually be a good opportunity. Sometimes those will have duffel bags in the back. Where's the one that went behind the ambulance? There you are. Cool, you got a knife. And we got the key to the ambulance for now. It's almost certainly like a wreck that's going to be not worth doing anything with. Thought I heard a zombie when I was doing that. Gurney, IV, alcohol we don't care about, antidepressants. Sure, I'll take them just because. There we go. That's what I was hoping for. Trauma bag. Alright, get all your bandages and all this crap out of here. Nobody wants any of this crap. Get it out of here. And with that, we're going to take this, put it on our secondary, grab all the goodies out of here, and drop that in our trauma bag. That's the reason when I saw the ambulance, it's like, no, I want to fight this. There's opportunities to be had here. Here, you could just have that, I don't want it. Cool. You have gas. Take the painkillers and the matches. It's a wreck, though, so it's going to keep stalling out and having problems. We've got 2 water bottles. A magazine we don't care about. I do want that paperclip. That could be used for making a hook. A flashlight. Heck yeah, man. Oh, wait, actually, I don't need the perfume bottle. You can have that back. An actual flashlight. I can walk around in the dark. Oh, that's an amazing start. We're clearly already dead. So how bad of a wreck are you? I'm assuming it's gonna be horrific. Oh yeah, that's terrible. That is appalling. It's ours. Okay. So 104.8. I'm surprised I can actually see in here. Alright, so we don't know where we're staying right now, so I'm gonna go way down here to the corner. Add note. Emergency 104.8. Yep, so if we need the emergency channel, I've got it on the very bottom corner, since we don't know where we're staying right now. Okay, we can go like this. I think I have a screwdriver. Because what I could do is I'm going to go to the radio, I'm going to uninstall that one's radio, because it'll have a battery in it. And I want to basically preserve that battery life. That's cool, I can just reach in the back from here. Alright. Oh, I didn't check. Did either of you have a watch? You know what, let's go for the EMT look. Cool. Yeah, we died. That gives you mechanic skill? Yeah, if we take it apart. Alright. Can you sleep on the gurney? Oh, I was gonna sleep in the ambulance itself. Oh, I still didn't check for a watch. That's the whole thing I was doing out here. I was busy stealing their clothes, and now I'm considering, do they have a watch or not? You're medical professionals. You need a watch. You need to be able to time, like, you know, different things to be like, is their pulse and a good timing and all that. Meanwhile, with all of this, what can we do with the gurney? Let's check the gurney. Oh, yeah, that's actually a proper sleep right there. Alright, give me this. That's fine. We'll actually deal with the rest of this later. Okay, chat, so time for another terrible idea, worse idea. This thing runs. Does it run well? No, it is literally a wreck. But it does in fact run. Oh yeah, the siren definitely works. And we know down there is a cabin that's going to have a bunch of zombies at it. Let's do a little bit of exploring and see if we can't find ourselves a place to live. Better to check to be certain. I don't want to off-road in this thing with as badly damaged as its tires are. They'll probably just pop. They very well genuinely might just pop driving on this. So goal is north, south, east, west. Right now, we're just going south. We're not worrying about where we... Don't do this to me, game. You can't give me then this many good things. Chat will think I'm cheating. Hey, I am trying to steal really good stuff right now. Yeah, and I cannot get in this car. Watch? Oh, I should check, yeah. And same deal, I'm stealing the radios for their batteries. Hey, I mean, it's something. Okay. Game, I need you to make this less suspicious. It's really suspicious right now, game. I need you to calm down just a little bit because you're making this really suspicious that, like, I've entered some cheat to give myself easy wins. I can attach the trailer. The only problem is I am going to have to nudge the other vehicle with a wreck, which does mean this is going to be pretty hard on my car. Oh my god, that is so many wrenches. I did not realize. Did I ever take your radio yet? Actually, do you have any actually good parts that I care about? Am I gonna be trying to service this poor dead ambulance? No, the engine's gonna be crap. I'm not gonna bother. I totally forgot the engine's busted and we won't be able to do anything about the engine for a very long time. So that's already a dead-on arrival concern. Did it have gas? These didn't. I checked them. Well, actually, I still have the gas can on me, right? Yeah, I still have the gas can on me. We could... Oh, actually, I can't climb in. Yep, you're in terrible shape, but that's okay. Need a hose to siphon gas? Oh, right. Well, I have a hose. I just need to grab it. I forgot that change. You didn't used to need it. I can just check these versus trying to figure out the UI now. Okay, so you're empty. And you're empty. That's fine. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to give the car a little nudge. To just try and get that trailer where we want it. I'm going to nudge it with the back. All right. Now, before I go driving anywhere... Oh, we need to eat more. I actually don't have food. We'll drive it. I was curious, because this is a hard to turn around spot. So I wanted to kind of peek ahead before I drove over there. Okay. No backpack. Oh, no, I take that back. All right, new plan. There's a hiking bag. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the vehicle back down this way, and we're going to try and get that hiking bag. Who needs this trauma bag? Come on, trauma bag. You take it down here. I kill the engine. I'm going to go back up there. Let's drop some stuff off my inventory because I'm overburned. The frying pan can be dropped. We'll keep the matches, forget the antidepressants, forget the painkillers. Get the rubber hose. Get rid of that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I let Product Zomboid know I'm running OBS. Should have done that the first couple attempts. He might have turned out a little bit better. Okay, so right now the backpack's third in line. So it should be entirely manageable. It's just got to kill 3 or 4 zombies. Okay. Okay. We are starting to be in pain because we've gone back to having no stats. hope you have food in that backpack, because I'm actually in pretty sorry shape on that one. Leg warmers. Thank you so much for the raid, Ultrasaurus. I really do appreciate it. Look, don't listen to chat. We are not committing unethical actions in our run. Everything is fair and dandy. We didn't turn on cheats. We didn't turn on streamer RNG. I promise. I promise. A compass? There's a compass in this game? Oh, give me the beef jerky. It's in my mouth right now. You don't believe me. For those who don't know Ultrasaurus, let me go ahead and first of all pause this, snooze that so we can avoid an ad for a little bit, and do a shout out for Ultrasaurus, because Ultrasaurus is absolutely fantastic and someone you should 100% be checking out. Plays a lot of the same games we play here, Farm Sim 25, Product Zomboid, a whole bunch of good stuff. 100% recommend. Let's see, was there anything else we wanted on these bodies? Warren came in with a raid right before we're ending, so we doubled up Vizio. Oh, good. Warren's also fantastic people. Let me go ahead and see if I can do that real fast, too. Oh, actually, I can't. I have to wait. It doesn't let me do it, chat. I want to throw some love. Seed pack for wild garlic. Professional tips, electrical, Grey's Anatomy, a magazine about bloody Japanese wrestling, barbed wire weaponry, legalize it, hemp growing, teaches us to make plank with saw and a whole bunch of things, understanding animal behavior. That is amazing. But yeah, for those who didn't catch, we did just die maybe half an hour ago on our run, unfortunately. And so we did start a new run. And unethical things are happening. We have had some unreasonable amounts of luck. Like, flat out unreasonable unethical amounts of luck. Yeah, our character, how long have we been alive? We don't know yet. It's been one in-game day, though. It's been one in-game day, and I already have a working ambulance. It's a wreck. It's a really bad working ambulance, but it is a working ambulance. I'm gonna go ahead and read that. Good, secure houses, but be careful clearing the backyards. I don't believe you. That's March Ridge. You are a colossal liar, and I will not trust you. Nothing about March Ridge is going to be nice and secure on 16 times pop. We got our seeds. The seeds can just go in the trunk. I've got my blue pen. I've got a flashlight this time. The books I'm not going to be able to read for... We'll probably read those magazines at some point. Those are light enough. Alright, gotta run to bed? Okay. You sleep well and all that stuff, and thank you again so much for that raid. Again, check out Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator. Let's see if enough time has passed that I can shout out Warren. I can. So we also have Warren, who's another fantastic content creator, has been doing some Product Zomboid lately, but also does like RimWorld No Pause, 500% naked brutality, suffering and pain and all that stuff. So both great content creators, absolutely check them out. But yeah, Ultrasaurus does like lots of fun stuff, friend of the channel and all that. Warren also does like absolutely fun stuff, been hanging out and all that good stuff. So definitely check them both out. They're wonderful. But yeah, so for those who missed, we were on just shy of 2 months on our character. We had butter going. We had our nice little area on the coast. Unfortunately, I'm playing on sweaty try-hard settings with 16 times pop and multiple helicopters and all of that crap. And we had zombies get drug across our base we had set up. And it was like 2 in the morning or some nonsense because I had to deal with the helicopter. And it was one of those things that I got home, I could hear the zombies. I'm like, I don't see it, I don't see it, I don't see it. Like, I'm hitting the one zombie in front of me. He's like, there's another one here, I cannot find it. And then you heard crunch. and then we were bitten, and, you know, like, I knew what I needed to do, but it was too dark. I couldn't find it. And all that. For those who don't know, Penny Meowie, also a fantastic content creator. I don't... Oh, was it a neck bite? I didn't pay attention. I just saw it was a bite and was like, yep, doesn't matter where it is. I'm assuming you gotta wait. I gotta wait 30 seconds to that next shout out. So everyone hold tight, because Penny Meowie is another fantastic content creator. We've got a monopoly on good content creators here tonight. So it is one of those things that we give just a minute before we get back into it. But yeah, in the meantime, what we've got going on here is I did find this wreck of an ambulance, which had a trauma bag, and we have a gurney in the back of it, so I've actually got a bed that is mobile I can bring with me. It is a wreck. The engine is, like, on its last limb, because I got it as a wreck. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We found a trailer, which it is also a wreck, but again, it's a trailer. And we also just found a hiking bag, which is the, let's see, 4th best bag in the game, because it's military backpack, large backpack, big hiking bag, and we got the regular hiking bag, which is still really, really good. So we're pretty bad shape on food, but, you know, everything else. All right, so let me go ahead and get that shout out for Penny. For Penny Meowie is another fantastic content creator who I would recommend checking out. Has also been playing Project Zomboid and all that good stuff, and 100% recommend. Yeah, no, we actually had, it was 4 books. That's actually normal in the hiking bags now, as I've been seeing most of them have like 4 books in them, and they're usually high level, which is good, but kind of useless for me at this stage of the game. But yeah, so this is a wreck, so if you notice me driving it really slowly, I'm doing so deliberately to try and spare, like, tires and everything else going on, because this ambulance is barely functional. I was actually sitting in the truck, I was like, let me take this apart, and I'll take the good parts, I'll put them on the ambulance. But then I remembered we need something like 5... Oh, there's one wheel gone. Well... nicely done. Okay. I mean, to be fair, it was a wreck. My expectations weren't super high. Will the blowout draw zombies? Wait, do I have a... I do have a tire iron. Hold, please, ambulance. I will be right back. We are not yet done. This is gonna kill our character's poor spine. Because we happen to have a spare tire. Oh, I don't have a jack. Never mind. That's right, I don't have a jack. I was about to say, it's like, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna get myself one of those tires off that truck. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be at like 12% as well, but... yeah, it's a loud noise, but I don't think we have zombies nearby us. So, regrettably, that does mean I'm going to have to decide what is going with us and what is staying behind. Because I can't bring everything. So first of all, we're reading the magazines. I will be marking the spot in the map. Because the magazines I can read fast, and then I don't really need them anymore. Those can go back in the car. Let's grab the wrenches. I will grab a rubber tube. The books can stay. Those can stay. The tarp's coming with me. I can make a tent with that. The seeds I'm actually... it's a shame that gurney is so heavy. I would love to bring the gurney with me. The frying pan is coming with us. And the rest stays. Okay. So. F2. And loot. Trailer. and semi-stocked ambulance. But that's the only reason you usually don't take Rex. Because, oh wait, I'm not overburned. We could still do more. I might as well. The gas can's not a bad one. These we don't care about. The wild garlic we don't care about. I can't, like, that's 15. I can't make it work. Can I? No. I didn't think I could. Yeah, the gas can's probably a good one. Yeah, no, I did grab one of the hoses. Yeah, it's not worth... Okay, so we won't worry about those. I'll grab one flint, just to have something that's effectively a knife. Alright, so unfortunately, for our good luck for our ride, we have immediately lost it, because it was a wreck. That was the reason I was driving really slow, as I was trying to preserve the tires as much as I possibly could. Now, somewhere to our east is the river. We got the river going through, or the creek. There is a good chance I will have to run to that creek to get water. I don't know how close it is. I'm kind of hoping low-key. I should be foraging while we're here. That we can find some goodies with these farms. Now, I remember on our last play, or not our last play, 2 playthroughs, well, that's a win. That's good food right there. And the game agrees, is like, here, have some XP. And the other good news is we did find the emergency channel, and I've got a radio. I grabbed the tarp because I can make a tent with that. And a tent means I could basically sleep wherever I want. I could just walk off, plop the tent down, and that's where I sleep. Tent is one of my favorite items in the game. Tent means I can be truly nomadic and not get absolute garbage sleep everywhere I go. Yeah, so I still have some water. Can't Z's get into your tent? Not really. So the tent is a solid object, you don't get into it. Farm traders could store animals. You found one a cow. You could right click and spot, put it in the hitbox. Neat. So what ends up happening is the zombies can attack the tent. There's some cheeky things you can do though. Like, for example, if you're sleeping somewhere and you hear the zombies approach you, and you're like, oh crap, I'm asleep, the zombie's on top of me. Unless something changed, the zombies don't attack you while you're asleep. There's just like this momentary grace period where nothing is active while you're sleeping. And then when you go to wake up, before the screen even fades in, everything has movement get activated again. So if that happens, hold shift and point whatever direction you think is the least likely to put you into death. And you can actually get away with people attacking you while you sleep a lot of the time. Is it something you want to depend on? Oh, absolutely not. Does it work? I have gotten away with way more than you reasonably should be able to. Alright, so it's just another field. Okay, what do I actually need for the tent again? So, tent. To make a tent, 4 stakes, 2 wooden rods. Okay, so the wooden rod is the one that requires carving 1. Which that kind of... Well, actually, hang on. Is it strictly wooden rods? Just wooden rods. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, darkness does affect it. You freed a bull and it attacked me? Oh, you must have accidentally hit it. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is cut across these farms. At some point there should be a road. Am I doing on time? Okay. Pretty soon I'll need to wrap. It'd be nice to have some place to sleep first. Okay, we're not poisoned, so we'll eat the berries. It's another field. Alright, hang on. We're gonna start going north. North by northeast. Well, north by northwest, actually. Because I'm not trying to cut all the fields forever. We do need to find some place for water. I've got some water to last me a little while, but it's not renewable. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, carrots. And the reason we're foraging is trying to secure all the food and goodies we can along the way. That's a good find for us eating all our berries. That could potentially be a problem. Alright, so we can sit on the ground for a minute. Recover endurance. So I am noticing there's no zombies been around here for a while. There's the pro and the con of that. One is it means I don't have to worry about threats that much. But the con is just the fact that it also usually indicates there's nothing interesting nearby either. Zombies tend to be near all the stuff that's worth caring about. So carrot won't last long. Well, actually, we'll keep with the berries. Because now we have to juggle poison. Well, that's a lot of zombies. It's a regular old boring house. And it's got at least like 50 zombies around it. So that's not going to be something we're going to be able to take on. But don't get me wrong, I'm down to do some shenanigans with yelling and dragging zombies around. But that's a pretty spicy amount of zombies to try and Pied Piper around. I don't have confidence we'll get them all and keep them all. We see nothing on the road that way. But that does mean we have a house over here. An absolute worst case scenario, if I start dying of dehydration, we can start trying to Pied Piper, because I don't need to be able to actually secure the place. I just need to be able to, like, run in and grab a drink. We're nowhere near where that's going to be something worth considering or necessary for the immediate situation. But they could be an eventuality if things get bad. Yep, don't care about that one. Ooh. Alright, so the garage is also fully locked. Secured. That's fine. Yeah, we're just moving on. That many zombies is too much for us with no skills yet. And mediocre weapons. Those zombies, as the game goes on and we have meta events, they'll spread out more. That could be potentially a place we push for, but I didn't see, like, a well or a lake or a river, I think, nearby, so we gotta be careful. I'm gonna have to secure a water source. Just got PZ, and your hype on Build 42, and good to see how it's done. No problem. I appreciate it. Yeah, because that's gonna be tapping out our water pretty soon. Yeah, I got, like, one more go of the water out of the bottle, and then the water's donezo. Alright, so it's gonna start getting dark again soon. None of them have anything interesting on them? Nah, it's fine. Oh yeah, no, and we've done those before. That's, it's my Build 41 character, Ellen Ennis, or sorry, not Ellen Ennis, Venus Orozco. That character did spawn in Louisville and has only ever lived in Louisville. Alright, I don't know why you're migrating away, but I'm gonna go say... Okay, so we got pigs. Oh, I remember this place. This is where we went and got our pigs in the other run. Yeah, so to the north we didn't find much worthwhile, if I remember on that other run. Yeah, I forgot this was over here. Unfortunately, the house around the corner is under construction. There's a whole lot of nothing here otherwise. I don't believe you can milk the pigs in this game. Just you by yourself, buddy? I'm honestly just curious if you got anything, you're gonna be here by your own. Cool. Alright, I guess we will go this way. I'm gonna try to avoid the worst of these zombies, though. Alright, so we can't cut through there. That's just straight up woods. I mean, we can, but it's dangerous. More dangerous than just walking through all this. Have you read any of the newspapers? Oh, did they actually say something now? They didn't used to. Alright, so you're gonna go for the gap over here. So you at least see if I'm walking into death. No, they do not attack animals. In Project Zomboid, the zombie infection and the zombies are only interested in people. Yeah, no, we're playing in maximum population, so this unfinished house, all those zombies. So I'm just trying to go around it, because I'm not interested in a house that I can't even close the doors, let alone trying to fight that nonsense to get in, because that ain't happening. The south part of the cultist lake is north of here? Yeah, so I'm trying to avoid repeating where we were based previously. So there's an area north of here that's a cultist compound. We set that up for our first run we got off the ground. The second run we just built in the wilderness along the river. Yeah, no, this is higher than insane. This is literally the maxed out where you have to go to custom settings and crank it to the moon. Like the advanced thing. It's called 16 times pop. It's starting at 4 times peak, 4 times base, and then 4 times starting pop. So we got a field over here. So it is starting to get late, unfortunately. It'll get dark soon. Yeah, so right now we're just trying to find someplace I feel like I can make a move. So realistically, they need to find a lake or a river or a well or something like that, or I need to find a house that isn't up to its eyeballs in zombies. Honestly, since the update, I haven't seen that. The house that isn't got a bunch of things at it. But if I can manage to get myself a body of water to base from, I can literally just go there, get water from the river and all that, or whatever body of water it is. And then fight from that location to wherever I decide my target is, until I can claim a location that we can actually sleep reasonably. Okay, so we got a 3-way stop here. I mean, they haven't seen that because 16 times? Yeah. And I know we went this way on our last one. I'm pretty sure... Oh, wait, we got a fenced-in area. Let's go see what the fenced-in area is. Oh, is this the chickens up here? Because if this is the chickens... What am I seeing right now? Oh, they're turkeys. Oh, yeah. Okay. What animals do you have back here? Is it just chickens in the big field? I'm running into hay. Sheep. So sheep is a potential option. So weirdly, I could potentially use these sheep as a source of liquid. Because I can milk the sheep, and then I can drink the milk. There's nothing in that field. You know, I get that's random one. This is someplace we saw on our second attempt. I do think this is a workable spot. That's a ram. Okay, so we're not gonna be able to do anything with the sheep yet. Hey, you two. You smell funny. So let's not push our luck in the dark. I didn't check them for digital watches. And those are better shoes than I'm wearing. Alright. Now I want to keep fighting, but it's too dark. So as you can see, they're starting to naturally spread out from each other. That's good and bad. I am going to have to be able to make moves on it. So I'm going to just kind of check over here and make sure we don't have another area that's got lots of zombies right here. And I'm going to just have to stake out where we're sleeping at night. It's going to be terrible. Alright, so we're just basically waiting till it's not dark. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. We'll eat the radish, so we're not eating back-to-back poisonous berries. Okay, so we're gonna go back in there. We're gonna kill a couple. We are tired, which isn't what we want. Oh, let's also, before I forget, secondary hand, do this. Let's pull up our map. Okay, so I got the emergency channel out of the ambulance, and it was 104.8 according to my notes. So that's what we're worried about, 104.8. So I can go here, turn this on, minimum volume, add preset, emergency, it needs to be 104.8. And we got it. We can tell because we got the message up there. Cool. They don't want to do that right now. I just wanted to have it ready so when we are ready for dealing with the helicopter and all that, that I have a means of checking. Yep, no, I'm going to be, as soon as we go to sleep, I'm going to probably be ending for tonight. Which I'll go find Sunder's raid and all that when that happens. Okay, so plan straightforward. We start picking at whatever zombies are here, little by little. Keep them in small, manageable numbers, now that we're not dealing with all sorts of the bizarre settings where every zombie has, like, entirely different stats, and so it makes controlling these zombies extremely difficult. What do helicopters do? They make a whole lot of noise and bring zombies to you. Alright, taking over this farm? I believe so. Yeah, we're about to be very tired. Let's grab that zombie down there. Yeah, I checked. I didn't see the option. Doesn't mean it's not there, but I didn't see the opportunity. And this is why I was like, let's not push it. That being that sleepy, you can see it's really killed our damage. Ah, there we go. So... why won't you let me put that on? It's fine. Grab it. Then we'll figure it out. Oh, there we go. I'm just not looking in the right place. That's a me thing. I was sitting there, like, looking for the where, and I'm like, why don't I see it? Alright, so we are going to run into problems with thirst, and I don't have an easy solution. The worst case, we cut straight east and we drink from the lake, or river, whatever it is. Which is very non-optimal, but at the same time... Alright, we eat the carrot. That's already stale. We don't want to rot. All right, so we gotta check real fast where that's going. Yeah, no, it was a wreck. So the ambulance. Oh, that is the reason we check. They're coming this way. All right. I mean, that's good in some ways, but that is not where we want to be right now. And that is why you always try and see the nearest set of zombies when you have a meta event. Now that could work out to our benefit. There's pros and cons with that. The con is it might scatter the sheep and we may not be able to find them. The pro is it might literally drag the zombies away from the house, making it so we can like just sneak around and just take the house without even having to fight it. We'll see how far it went. Yeah, no, like the helicopters, usually the first ones so early are not really in an opportunity to take advantage of it. Oh, this is looking promising. Normally they won't, but sometimes they'll kind of get to where they're not supposed to. Okay. I don't really want to fight them right now. We are Alright, so there's still too many for me to do stuff. But as you did see, it did drag a lot of the zombies away. So I think what we do is we go down over here far enough away, because we're getting ready to pass out. Not literally pass out, you don't ever legitimately pass out. But we're getting ready to be able to just sleep on the ground. Well, I mean, they could fight their way in. They could break the windows and get them way in. The idea is we clear the enemies around, it gives me a place to return to. Alright, so just wait till we're very tired. Ridiculously tired, not very tired. There we go. And so where we're going to sleep? Right here. Alright. So with that said though, chat, it's already later than I probably should be. That I need to get myself to sleep so that I can wake up early and drive half across the state to visit the folks for the holidays. And all that good stuff. I do plan on streaming tomorrow. It'll probably be later than normal. We'll see. You know, obviously there's going to be, you know, festivities going on and all that. So I'll probably be here. I just don't know when. In the meantime, thanks so much for tuning in. I do hope you have enjoyed the stream. If you have, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching on YouTube, there's not going to be a host out because I need 1,000 subscribers before I can do that. And I don't have that. So don't forget to subscribe so that in the future I can find somewhere to send you. But with that said, what we're going to go ahead and do is go to our ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. But I do appreciate everyone hanging out tonight, all the support you've all shown and all that stuff, so thank you so much.